He was originally a top expert in the gaming world, but he was betrayed by his own studio. Not only was his game account deleted, he was also kicked out of the studio. No Way Out Feng Shi, but unexpectedly returned to the time when the game was just released. In this life, he not only wants to return to the peak, but also to crush those who betrayed him underfoot. The Realm is a new simulation game. Moreover, the Realm allows players to play in their dreams. And the game time is different from real time. It is 48 hours. This quickly made it one of the most popular games globally. And many studios relying on the Realm for their livelihood. They also rely on investments from major financial groups to thrive. At this moment, inside the Shadow team, Feng Shi was just about to log into the game. However, he found out that the account he had spent 10 years building had been deleted. Feng Shi looked stunned and completely puzzled at this moment, not understanding what was going on. Just at that moment, a stack of termination contracts landed directly in front of him. A 10-year gaming career. A decade of bloody battles. Endured countless pain and hardships. And now he has to face contract termination. Feng Shi never expected that. His 10 years of hard work would be in vain. He sacrificed so much for the game. In the end, it became someone else's gain. Just because he opposed the Shadow Guide merging with the other guide to dominate the world. The next day, the guild deleted his account directly. The leader of the Shadow Guide was full of sarcasm. He generously offered to give him a large sum of money to retire in peace. The scene shifted. Feng Shi sat quietly in the luxury mansion, overflowing with feelings of loss and unwillingness. As the leader of Shadow and a renowned expert, the sword magician, he could only sit at home drinking to drown his sorrows. Feng Shi thought about all he had sacrificed for Shadow. The result is being abandoned like garbage. He will definitely seek revenge. He then picked up a bottle of red wine on the table. He took a few big gulps. Even if he lost his account, the skills and knowledge in the game would not betray him. As long as the skills remain, he can still rise in the realm. The next morning, the phone keeps ringing. Feng Shi, who woke up groggily, opened his eyes. He was still feeling the effects of last night's hangover. He picked up the phone beside the bed and asked Kuriko why she was looking for him. Kuriko's voice came from the other end of the phone. Today is the day when Shadow Studio is recruiting people. Haven't you always wanted to become a core member of Shadow? Feng Shi is a bit confused. He was just fired by Shadow Guide. Why would he go for an interview evaluation again? The next moment, Feng Shi's head felt heavy and foggy. He was startled by the familiar face in the mirror. He repeatedly looked at himself in the mirror before finally confirming that he had indeed become younger. Then, he picked up the phone that had fallen on the ground and examined it carefully. It turned out, this was not his phone at all. His phone was the latest model. Feng Shi glanced at the time on the phone again. It showed April 19, 2129. He distinctly remembered that today was August 5, 2139. Unique might mean that he traveled back 10 years. Feng Shi's emotions at this moment were indescribable. There was regret, sorrow, and joy. It felt like everything in front of him was just a dream. However, everything in reality reminds him. Everything is real. Everything is returned to the beginning. This time he secretly swore. He must retaliate against Shadow and those who betrayed him. Feng Shi arrived in front of the teaching building. He saw a tall, slender, dark-skinned young man. This person was Kuriko, who anxiously urged Feng Shi to hurry inside to register. In the face of Kuriko's urging, Feng Shi shook his head. He expressed very seriously that he intended to work alone. Upon Feng Shi's invitation, Kuriko immediately froze in place. He and Kuriko can be said to be like brothers. Although Kuriko lacks gaming talents, his management skills are extremely strong. He has managed tens of thousands of people in guide in an orderly manner. With Kuriko's help, achieving goals will be further advanced. However, he will follow Kuriko's choice. After all, he has nothing now. Kuriko is very familiar with Feng Shi's situation. He wants to persuade him to give up this crazy idea. Feng, stop talking nonsense. Do you know how much a VR headset costs? Do you have that much money now? Feng Shi looked extremely serious as he gazed at Kuriko. But I still plan to open my own studio. I don't want to be restrained by others. Will you join me, Kuriko? Kuriko reluctantly expressed that he also wanted to join. However, he simply couldn't afford a VR headset. Without a VR headset, he wouldn't be able to play games. Feng Shi's tight furrowed brow immediately relaxed. He happily patted Kuriko on the shoulder. Don't worry about the VR headset. Let's first go for a free trial of 10 days. Kuriko's face immediately fell. What can we do in the realm in 10 days? Feng Shi, on the other hand, showed a confident smile. 10 days is enough time. You don't need to worry about the money issue. Subsequently, Feng Shi took Kuriko to collect the VR headset for playtest together. Bought all the money for some dry rations again. Preparing for the next 10 days of hard work. Time quickly comes to the realm's opening day. The dim and quiet cottage flickered with a few faint lights. Feng Shi sat quietly on the bed, slowly putting on the VR headset. Afterwards, he gently clicked the power button on the helmet. Return to the realm world. Feng Shi enters the realm. First, crossing through a colorful tunnel. Then arrived at a majestic golden temple. Just as he was reminiscing about the familiar interface. Suddenly, there was a strange movement in the sky above the roof. Stirring the 4 pairs of snow-white wings, the female angels flew to Feng Shi's front. Welcome to the realm. I am the guiding angel, Gabriel. I will explain the professional categories of the realm to you. Later, Gabriel waved his hand. In front of Feng Shi appeared graphic introductions of 12 professions. Warrior class, Shield Warrior, Guardian Knight, Berserker Weapon class, Swordsman, Assassin, Ranger. Healing class, Priest, Druid, Divine Rescuer. Magic class, Elementalist, Summoner, Sorcerer. Feng Shi chose the Swordman class in the Weapon class for a lifetime. He has invested too much in the Swordman class, and naturally will not choose any other profession. Next comes the naming process. Feng Shi chose the same name as the previous life, Darkblade. He thought for a moment. He didn't want to stand out too much, so he chose to decrease his appearance by 15%. Although he wasn't handsome himself, others wouldn't recognize him for sure now. Then Feng Shi began to choose his birthplace. In front of him appeared a map of the Star Moon Kingdom, with dozens of cities. Feng Shi directly chose the most familiar one, White River Castle. White River Castle is an important city in the eastern part of the Star Moon Kingdom. Many small studios like to choose to develop here to avoid the disputes of large guilds. Then entered the teleport countdown. Feng Shi slowly closed his eyes and waited to be teleported away. The next moment, Feng Shi took a look at the surroundings. He knew that this was Maple Leaf Town just by looking at the familiar small town in front of him. He was full of confidence at this moment. Now a large number of players have started to familiarize themselves with various game functions and the attributes panel. Maple Leaf Town features medieval architectural style. Everywhere are neatly arranged houses. The streets are full of players and NPCs moving around and interacting. Feels like stepping into another world. Feng Shi did not care about other players and directly brought up the status panel. All Swordman players have the same initial attributes. The only difference is in the choice of free attribute points. Every time you level up, you can gain 4 free attribute points. Power increases physical attack power and carrying weight. Agility increases attack speed and movement speed. Stamina increases HP and endurance. Intelligence increases magic attack power and MP spirit. Increases mana regeneration and healing done. Each profession has different focuses. Swordman belongs to the physical output profession. Generally, most people prioritize power. In the past, Feng Shi's skill point allocation could be described as very standard and mediocre. However, in this life, he doesn't plan to allocate skill points like that anymore. Without hesitation, Fengshe clicked on the plus sign next to agility. He allocated all 4 attribute points to agility. This kind of skill point allocation method is something even assassins famous for agility wouldn't do. However, in the early stages of the realm, for melee classes, agility is the best choice. This is a secret that players only discovered long after the realm had been open for a while. Just after allocating attribute points, Fengshe's voice communication was activated. The caller's name is Dark Clouds, who is Kuriko. Kuriko is very excited to enter the realm at this time. Feng, I chose Sorcerer. I am in Moonfall Town. Where are you? He can't wait to show off his skills. Fengshe said that he is in Maple Leaf Town, not far from Moonfall Town, but Kuriko doesn't want to waste time on the road. If he wastes so much time, he estimates that he will fall behind others in progress. Fengshe, however, confidently said, "Don't worry. If you come over, the time wasted will soon be caught up." Kuriko couldn't help but feel that Fengshe was bragging. He then heard Fengshe mention the unique quest. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he began to feel excited. After all, this kind of unique quest could easily save him 10 years of struggle. But such opportunities were rare and hard to come by. Fengshe slowly walked towards the dark alley in the small town. The entire Maple Leaf Town has hundreds of NPCs. However, only dozens of NPCs actually give quests. There are only 5 hidden quests and 1 unique quest. And the unique quest for Maple Leaf Town is only discovered 2 months after the realm is opened. Fengshe then laughed. "Do you have any interest in completing this quest together?" But Kuriko felt that the time allotted was too long. Even if we hurry over, it would be of no use. Then he began to speculate. "You know so much insider information. You wouldn't happen to be a beta player, would you?" A beta player can be said to have first-hand information about the realm. Although the realm will make changes, what beta players know is definitely much more than regular players. Fengshe didn't say much. He directly stated not to worry. After finishing this quest, you will be able to fly immediately. Becoming a big shot is just around the corner. Upon hearing Fengshe's confident tone, Kuriko no longer hesitated. He immediately closed the communication and set off on the road. Later, Fengshe walked to a corner where a beggar was sitting. It was a destitute middle-aged man. Fengshe looked at the man and said in a very formal tone, "Sir, do you need any help?" The beggar replied, "I have been hungry for many days. Could you help me a little?" Fengshe smiled slightly and said sternly, "It's a pity, sir. I cannot grant your request. However, if you are willing to pay a sufficient price, I can do many things for you." The beggar looked up at Fengshe with hopeful eyes and said, "I hope you can help me. Get rid of Mayor Cross in Maple Leaf Town." The mayor of Maple Leaf Town is a level 15 elite. Killing the mayor is undoubtedly a very crazy move. No player would believe that this is a quest. But Fengshe hesitated not at all. With a smile, he directly accepted the quest. He was originally the formidable #1 sword god of the realm, striking fear into the hearts of all. But he was tragically betrayed by the studio and had his account deleted. He unexpectedly reincarnated back to 10 years ago. In this lifetime, he not only wants to return to the peak, but also crush the people who betrayed him in his previous life under his feet. Fengshe just started the game and received the unique quest to assassinate the mayor. As a level 0 player, they threw tomatoes wildly at the elite level mayor. Not long ago, Fengshe, who had just accepted a quest, headed towards City Hall. It was crowded with people, you could say. The streets that were not wide enough were filled with players. Unfortunately, quests in the realm are not that easy to obtain. This is mainly because players must speak carefully. Otherwise, they might be ignored or sidelined directly. Arriving in front of the 2-story City Hall building, players lined up in a long queue, whether they were village chiefs or town mayors. It was undoubtedly a sign for quests. Players naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. A simple and honest male warrior in the middle of the line couldn't help but take a few more glances at Fengshe walking straight in. The simple and honest man then raised his hand, pointing to a few people behind him, and said, "The newcomer. If you don't want to be surrounded and beaten, go line up." Feng Shui suddenly had an idea and revealed a faint, inexplicable smile. Shortly after, Feng Shui calmly stated that he was not here to take on the quest, and kindly advised the naive man to go elsewhere for a better quest. Waiting here would be in vain. The naive man, seeing that Feng Shui had no intention of cutting in line, relaxed. However, hearing Feng Shui's firm tone, he became curious as to why waiting here would be futile. Feng Shui smiled without explaining, and instead changed the subject. "You seem like a good person. It's much better to go grind monsters in the wild than to stupidly wait here." The male warrior shook his head. "He's not stupid. There must be a lot of people in the wild area at this time. With his skills, he's probably unable to even snatch a monster. He might as well wait here." Feng Shui said quietly, "Go to places where monsters are scarce. No one will compete with you naturally. Compared to the crowded areas with hordes of people, the leveling efficiency there is several times higher. Moreover, the monster respawning rate is slow. One person can easily handle it." The male warrior looked excited upon hearing this. He was very tempted by this place. If he could grind monsters undisturbed for an hour, the experience gained would definitely be much more than doing quests. Feng Shui smiled immediately upon seeing the fish take the bait. "If you want to visit such a feng shui treasure land, I'll give you a discount of 20 copper, he said. The male warrior's face fell upon hearing the price. He mentioned that he only had 10 copper with him at the moment. Feng Shui simply said, "You can pay half now. I'll give you the location to confirm. You can pay the balance when you arrive." The male warrior is afraid of missing the opportunity. "It's just a deposit of 10 copper. Here you go." He then decisively chose to trade 10 copper with Feng Shui. Feng Shui was very happy upon receiving the money. Now he had enough money to buy the weapon to kill the mayor. Achieving his goal, Feng Shui didn't stay long. He headed towards the fruit stand next to City Hall and asked about the price of tomatoes. After learning the price, he waved his hand and directly spent 10 copper to buy 10 tomatoes. This bold move made passers-by stop in their tracks. Immediately after, little Gaggas burst into hearty laughter. Buy fruits with the only copper at the beginning. People immediately suspected he was a dumbass. At the same time, a bunch of players are lining up to receive quests from the mayor. At the moment, none of the players, not even a full party, can defeat Cross, the friendly level 15 elite with 2,400 HP. Afterward, Feng Shui ignored the queuing crowd. Slowly approached the mayor. Immediately, he took out a tomato and started to eat it slowly. The next second, Feng Shui, while halfway through eating, threw the tomato at Mayor Cross's face. The tomato hit Cross's face with remarkable accuracy, and red liquid splattered all over his face. Feng Shui immediately turned and ran, not forgetting to curse as he ran. "You fake gentleman, you fat vampire! You are not worthy of being the mayor!" And Cross's shiny Mediterranean Sea flows with tomato juice, accompanied by an angry expression. It looks extremely ridiculous. Cross's affinity towards you has decreased by 100 points. Feng Shui is not satisfied yet. He then takes out a tomato from his backpack and throws it at Cross again. No one in City Hall can laugh. All the players were shocked by Feng Shui's move, with their mouths open in disbelief. They didn't expect a player to dare to attack an NPC, especially the leader of the newbie area. With Feng Shui's behavior like this, they can forget about receiving any quests in the future. When Feng Shui threw the last tomato at Cross, Cross's favorability towards Feng Shui turned hostile. Feng Shui immediately revealed a smug smile upon seeing this. The plan was successful. Mayor Cross suddenly let out an angry roar. His furious roar echoed throughout the entire City Hall. Immediately after, he lost control of himself in an instant. His whole body suddenly turned a bright red. The yellow mark instantly changed to a bright red color. Cross is extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Feng Shui, extending his fist towards him. Feng Shi, who had not moved, quickly drew out his new sword and blocked it in front of him. The next second, Feng Shi was sent flying. He quickly flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground. However, his HP instantly decreased by 84 points. All the players gasped in shock. They thought he was just a newbie player, but he managed to withstand a punch from a level 15 elite. Cross's single blow failed. He appeared even more furious. Immediately, his clothes all shattered, revealing jet black fur. He transformed into a werewolf with sharp fangs. At this moment, all the players were stunned. I didn't expect the mayor to actually turn into an evil werewolf. And Cross made a sudden move. He pounced towards Feng Shi. His razor-sharp claws raised high, slashing towards Feng Shi's chest. At that moment, Cross stopped in midair, blocked by the charge of 2 level 25 guards. Feng Shi secretly rejoiced. The guards are the protectors of the town, specializing in defending against evil invasions. Since the mayor has turned into a werewolf, the guards naturally won't let him go and will treat him as a wild monster to kill. Sherlock's quest may seem harsh, but in reality, it's just about getting the mayor to attack proactively and withstand the initial strike. Once that's done, the quest is considered successfully completed. Afterward, the mayor will reveal his true nature, and the rest can be left to the guards. Many players see that Cross is about to die and are eager to take action, wanting to deliver the final blow to the mayor, although they do not understand why the guards are attacking Cross. If a level 15 elite dies, they will definitely drop good loot. When Cross had less than 100 HP left, all players took action. They all rushed towards Mayor Cross, hoping to land the final blow on him. There were guards in front, and countless magic players bombarding from behind. Cross's HP quickly dropped to the bottom, finally pierced by a backstabbing long spear. It took away his last bit of HP directly. Unfortunately, Cross still died under the guard's long spear in the end. NPCs within the city will be killed even if they are attacked. There will be no experience gained or drops either. Some novice players keep complaining, cannot accept it at all. An elite at level 15 died in front of them, but they couldn't get any benefits. At this moment, Feng Shi had already arrived at the dark alley. He was holding a quest item, the mayor's insignia, ready to complete the unique quest. Feng Shi, with 10 years of gaming experience, seems to be cheating in the game. Other players are still doing beginner quests. He has already completed the unique quest for the entire Maple Leaf Town. Just now, Feng Shi gave the Silver Town Mayor's micro-diary to the beggar Sherlock. Sherlock instantly showed an ecstatic expression, indicating that his wish had come true. Afterwards, he handed Feng Shi an exquisite small box and said, "Thank you. I am truly grateful to you. Now, I have avenged my friend as well. I hope these things will be helpful to you." Upon completing the quest, a prompt appears. Reward: 2,000 XP, 20 free mastery points, and a luxurious accessory box. With a swish, Feng Shi leveled up to level 1. He now only needs 1,000 XP to reach level 2, making him the top player in Maple Leaf Town. Normally, it takes several hours for regular players to progress from level 0 to level 1. Feng Shi was somewhat puzzled. Why were the rewards for the unique quest so generous? Could it be because he completed the quest at level 0? However, he was very satisfied with the rewards. In his past life, the rewards posted were not so bountiful. Feng Shi felt a little nervous as he held the jewelry box. He opened it while silently praying. Hope to get that piece of equipment. What he really wants is the thing inside the jewelry box. This is him completing a series of upgrades, and an important item for the money-making plan. As the luxurious jewelry box is opened, a splendid and colorful light radiates from the entire area, sparkling brightly. Luckily, Feng Shi is in a dark alley, where no players would come to wander around. Otherwise, such a big commotion would definitely arouse the greedy hearts of many players. The brilliance disperses. Floating in the air is a simple and unadorned silver ring. There is a circle of text engraved on the outer edge of the ring, resembling ancient elvish script hiding boundless magic power. Ring of Gravity, Mystic Iron Grade. All characters can equip it. Power +2, Agility +1. Comes with a skill Gravity Release, which greatly reduces the wearer's gravitational force. Grants the wearer a body as light as a feather for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Feng Shu's face lit up with joy after reading the introduction of the ring. It was truly unexpected to receive a Mystic Iron Grade Ring of Gravity upon completing a Level 0 quest. He immediately put on the ring. Feng Shu then opened the attribute panel. He planned to add the 4 points obtained from leveling up to agility. Now his agility has reached a high level of 12 points. His movement speed has increased to 5 points, similar to other assassin characters focused on agility. Then he added the 15 free mastery points to one-hand sword mastery, leaving 5 points to spare. One-hand sword mastery suddenly reached 20 points. The damage caused by one-handed swords increased by 10% as he advanced from an apprentice to a novice swordsman. As a swordman, basic attacks are just the foundation. Skills are essential. Feng Shu, as a master swordsman, wants to level up quickly. The next step naturally involves finding swordman skill books. The only way to quickly obtain skill books in Maple Leaf Town is through the Black Market Challenge. The challenge is a test of players' skills. Once players enter the arena, all stats will be reduced to 10 points. Skills cannot be used. Only evasion or blocking shots from goblin muskets is allowed. The ultimate goal is to reach the finish line to win. At this moment, the little gag-gas outside the arena are complaining about the unfairness of the challenge. Such high difficulty is simply a money grab. In the blink of an eye, the assassin on the field was hit. He lay 20 yards away with just 10 yards remaining to the finish line. The male assassin, resurrected on the sidelines, frustratedly exclaimed, "Damn it! So close! Do you guys have any money left? I will definitely make it through next time." The two little gag-gas shook their heads. "Boss Heartstabber, we have already given you all of our money. There really is no money left." The nearby Feng Shu heard Heartstabber's name, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to the assassin. It was hard for him to imagine. In his previous life, the assassin was ranked 10th on the Star Moon Kingdom's assassin leaderboard. Heartstabber turned out to be the skinny man in front of him. At the same time, Heartstabber also shifted his gaze to Feng Shu. He revealed a look as if he had found his prey. He then came to Feng Shu's side and smiled. "Hello, friend. I am the captain of the assassin team from the Heartstabber Assassin Alliance. How about I give you back 20 copper tomorrow?" He was very unwilling to accept this failure. He felt that as long as he tried again, he would definitely succeed. So he wanted to intimidate Feng Shu with the guild's name in order to borrow 5 copper from him. Feng Shu glanced at the carefree Heartstabber and after some thought said, "You can borrow 5 copper. Upon hearing this, Heartstabber instantly grinned. He believed himself to be a master-level player. Ordinary players would surely beg to join his team. The matter of borrowing 5 copper and repaying it was unnecessary in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, Feng Shu said, "But you must repay 50 copper." Heartstabber's face instantly fell. This was not what he had in mind. The little gag-gas were immediately irritated. After all, Heartstabber was quite famous. Most players would jump at the chance to get close to him. Feng Shu saw Heartstabber remain silent and asked again, "Can you lend it to me?" Heartstabber felt like crying. However, thinking about the handsome reward, he decided to take the super high-interest loan. After Feng Shu handed 5 copper to Heartstabber, he reminded, "I've given you 5 copper. Let's add each other as friends. Don't forget to pay me back 50 copper tomorrow." Heartstabber immediately assured Feng Shu that he would remember. Feng Shu chuckled happily and said, "Unexpected fortune is unstoppable." He then walked towards the green-skinned goblin administrator. Little Gag-Gas saw Feng Shu's proud look and couldn't help but persuade Heartstabber to return the money now. Come back for a challenge after getting the money tomorrow. Heartstabber, although also struggling under the weight of this high loan, cannot default on it in order to maintain his reputation as the captain of the Assassin Alliance. After all, he was so close to completing the challenge and receiving the reward. He expressed deep sorrow and vowed to use the 5 copper to try again this time. Little Gaggas also burst into tears at the sight. 50 copper is a huge amount in the early stages. Heartstabber didn't think about it anymore. Immediately go to the NPC to start signing up. At this moment, the male priest reminded Heartstabber that boy who borrowed money is also participating in the challenge. Heartstabber couldn't help but show a disdainful smile. That kid is just a rookie. Thinks the challenge is so easy, huh? Even though it's only a 30-yard distance, once you run to 15 yards, the goblin's attack pattern will change. The attack frequency will increase significantly. It's hard for me to deal with, let alone him. The male priest hurriedly nodded in agreement. Of course, Heartstabber is so skilled that he only walked up to 20 yards. Fengshe didn't have time to watch others. At this moment, the countdown timer on the challenge field has begun to flash. Soon, the challenge will officially begin. At the moment the countdown timer ended, Fengshe leaned forward, bent his legs, just like a cheetah. He suddenly exerted force and dashed out of the starting line. At the same time, the gunning goblin's hand was aimed at Fengshe at the starting line. In the instant of the start, Fengshe also suddenly began firing wildly towards him. How strong is Fengshe, who has 10 years of gaming experience really? In order to get a powerful skill book, he chose to participate in a challenge at the black market. Just now, the challenge has just begun. The goblin aimed the flamethrower in his hand at Fengshe, who was at the starting line, and started shooting wildly at him. 6 bullets were shot out in total. Bullets were flying everywhere in front of Fengshe, blocking his path forward. If his reaction is not quick enough, he could end up riddled with holes. Seeing the bullets flying towards him, Fengshe took a sidestep. He dodged to the side, creating a distance of almost 1 meter. After evading the first round of shots, he continued to charge forward. Little Gaggas suddenly showed a shocked expression when he saw the situation. He passed the 10-yard line. And it took him less than 5 seconds. He was almost twice as fast as big brother Heartstabber. Heartstabber on the side quietly watched Fengshe move forward, he explained. Maybe this newcomer is an athlete. Or maybe he has practiced martial arts. That's why he is so agile. He was secretly surprised. His performance is so full of dexterity and accuracy, just like a seasoned veteran in the arena. Every move is simple and efficient, definitely not something an ordinary newcomer can achieve. Even if he has been through many challenges, he knows he won't be able to dodge better. Although the 3 goblins kept trying hard, aiming, shooting back and forth. However, agile like a cheetah, Fengshe seems to dominate the bullets. Always manages to dodge a step ahead. When the next round of bullets strikes, she advances a few steps again. Heartstabber suddenly smiles. But once past 15 yards, Goblin's attack method will change. By then, he definitely won't be able to hold on. Soon, Fengshe on the challenge field has already stepped over the 15-yard line. Immediately, 3 goblins showed extremely shocked expressions. Immediately, they angrily started shooting wildly, no longer focusing on aiming. The fired bullets immediately multiplied to 12. The wide trajectory coverage made it impossible to dodge by simply moving left or right. The trajectory line in front of Fengshe covered a large area. As long as he was hit by 1 bullet, the challenge would be over. Fengshe, however, smiled calmly, pulled out a newbie's sword, rushed forward towards the bullets. Several bullets are aimed at Fengshe's head, chest, and arms. He saw himself about to be hit as he charged into the hail of bullets. Watching Fengshe charge straight towards the bullets, Gaggas burst into laughter. Simply too silly. Does he think he can be hit by 1 or 2 bullets? Will the challenge continue? At that moment, Fengshe on the field tilted his head. He waved the novice sword, and several white rays flashed out. The novice sword swung perfectly, easily hitting the incoming bullets, sparking small fireworks. He easily neutralized 3 bullets like this. He swiftly waved the novice sword, blocking the unavoidable bullets while moving his body to avoid being hit, allowing the bullets to graze past him. The male priest was suddenly wide-eyed and extremely shocked. Oh my god, is this kid human? He can actually block the bullets with a sword. Although Fengshe can predict the trajectory of the bullets, it's not easy to block them perfectly just by talking about it. This requires extremely precise judgment. The margin of error in this regard can be infuriating. The male priest watched Fengshe moving forward as if dancing, occasionally sparking in front of him. His heart was in complete chaos. The big brother, the swordman, had already reached 25 yards. He's definitely going to pass the finish line this time. Heartstabber was also deeply attracted by Fengshe's movements. He impatiently interrupted. I have eyes. No need for your reminder. Heartstabber was shocked by Fengshe's amazing performance. Blocking bullets with weapons. It's like walking on a tightrope in high altitude. One wrong move, and you may fall into a bottomless abyss. When the former strongest war god returns to the newbie village, what kind of story will unfold? Just now. The scene where Fengshe resists bullets with a single sword. Heartstabber was shocked and stood still in place. Quickly, Fengshe relied on elegant footwork and precise swordsmanship. Quickly passed the 25-yard boundary. Heartstabber immediately shouted, "Be careful," upon seeing the situation. Meanwhile, the goblins revealed a crazed smile, took out a machine gun from their clothes, and fired a burst of shots at Fengshe. Instantly, the number of bullets per round increased to 24, fired at a very close range of 5 yards, leaving the player with no escape. Seeing this scene, Heartstabber's heart was on the verge of his throat. He couldn't help but curse the shamelessness of the goblin. Facing such a dense rain of bullets. Fengshe also became serious for the first time. Although I knew it was 25 yards away long ago. The way of attack will change again. However, facing so many bullets, I will still feel nervous. I saw Fengshe bend his knees, and leaped like a cheetah towards the least dense bullets. Decreased the area of bullet contact. Then he gripped the new sword tightly, and began to swing wildly. At the same time, 4 white lights flashed out. The next second, a violent explosion erupted where he was. The bullets he cut instantly exploded on the spot. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. This terrifying attack. They didn't think Fengshe could still pass the challenge. Shortly after, a burst of sparks flickered. Fengshe suddenly leaped out from the middle. Passed through a torrential rain of bullets like a storm. The moment he landed, he sprinted past the finish line like a bolt of lightning. He braced himself with one hand. Hitting the ground, he suddenly exerted force to come to an abrupt stop. Goblin immediately burst into laughter and announced loudly, "Total time, 14 seconds. Breaking the preset record for the Copper Award of 18 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer. Congratulations to this swordsman for a successful challenge." Fengshe, who crossed the finish line, felt a slight emotion. If his physique was over level 100, achieving a 4-sword combo would be much easier. It would not be as exhausting as it is now. At the same time, the system popped up a message. Player is the first to pass the Copper Award Challenge and breaks the record for passing the Copper Award Challenge. Rewarding the player with 1 silver coin and the swordsman's skill Storm Flash. Heartstabber and others couldn't help but get excited as well. To witness such a powerful passage of the level. They also consider it an eye-opener. Skill reward Storm Flash. Requires a sword. Quickly execute 3 blade flash attacks. Each attack deals 10% damage. It also applies damage amplification. The next damage is increased by 20%. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Fengshe thought he was hallucinating. He was actually rewarded with the ultra-rare skill Storm Flash, a skill that even swordsmen above level 100 cannot obtain. The swordsman class primarily focuses on single-target damage skills. There are not many powerful AoE damage skills available to them. Storm Flash can be considered one of the few super powerful AoE skills exclusive to swordsmen. Being able to learn it early on definitely gives Feng Shi a significant advantage over all other swordsmen. Heartstabber and others were somewhat surprised and stunned. He said hello and was about to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind, "Play on. I'm leaving. Don't forget my 50 copper." Two excited little Gagas asked, "Big brother Heartstabber has left. He took the reward with him. Should we go after him?" Upon hearing this, Heartstabber immediately scolded the two. "Are you idiots? We haven't even had the chance to flatter such an expert swordsman. Why provoke hostility and seek death?" After all, Heartstabber admitted to himself that he couldn't do it. Feng Shi can pass such a challenge in such a magnificent way, especially with a round of attacks from 25 yards away. It's simply unbelievable. Not long after, Feng Shi completed learning Storm Flash and finally felt like a bit of a swordman himself, preparing to start the grand plan of leveling up by killing monsters. Feng Shi elegantly passed the challenge at the Black Market tournament. Obtained the super rare AoE skill Storm Flash. Next, he is ready to start crazily grinding monsters for level up. After leaving Maple Leaf Town, he found many players shouting and inviting others to team up around him. He sighed quietly as he looked at the only 30 copper left in his backpack. Not long ago, he found Master Alchemist Calvin and bought 20 burst berries in one go, which immediately caused a significant reduction in his fortune. Currently, all players are at level 0. They are all killing level 0 monsters outside Maple Leaf Town. However, there are also some skilled players teaming up to kill level 1 young wolves. The warrior is responsible for drawing aggro. The ranged damage dealers provide healing. The battle is conducted in an orderly manner. Although the experience is divided among several people, the efficiency is very high. There are fewer people fighting over monsters. If a player dies, the death penalty is severe. Not only will they lose 1 level of experience, but they will also lose skill proficiency. No players dare to take risks easily, otherwise the experience and proficiency gained through several hours of hard work will be wasted. Passing by, Feng Shi faced the bald man driving away. Suddenly, he felt a black face. He sneered at this. Just because he didn't plan to grind these low-level monsters. Maple Leaf Forest is composed of beautiful maple tree forests. It is full of level 5 small monsters wandering around. For players below level 3, it is an absolute forbidden area. Feng Shi, however, ran into Maple Leaf Forest without any hesitation. The simple and cute young bear rolls around on the grass. It looks adorable, but is actually fierce. Although it is also a level 5 monster, melee fighters dislike bear-type small monsters more. This is because they have thick blood and high defense, making them more tiring to fight. Feng Shi just circled around the young bear using the trees, and saw a forest wolf drinking water not far away. Facing a level 5 forest wolf, Feng Shi is only at level 1. If he doesn't keep enough distance, the forest wolf's keen sense of smell will detect him. The level 5 forest wolf has 400 HP. It has a powerful attack. It can kill Feng Shi, who only has 120 HP, with just 2 bites. Dealing with a single lone wolf is still manageable. But what's most feared is when there is a wolf den nearby. Just then, the ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in. Caught off guard, he fell downward. I saw him suddenly flip in the air. He landed steadily on the ground. Beside him was a hidden cave. Suddenly, several pairs of crimson eyes appeared. Feng Shi noticed the movement behind him. He couldn't help but turn around in fear to look. He approached the vigilant range of the wolf's den. A group of forest wolves slowly emerged from within. Feng Shi's luck is very bad. 7 forest wolves suddenly rushed out. The forest wolves are very fast. However, Feng Shi's speed is not slow either. All attributes have been increased by agility move speed 6. Definitely lightning fast. After all, being a level 1 swordman, even with all attributes in agility, the speed is still a bit slower compared to the forest wolves. The forest wolf quickly caught up. He remained calm in the face of danger, and suddenly leaped up to evade the pounce. Fengshe didn't care about that much either. Activate the life-saving skill gravity release directly. He suddenly felt as light as a feather. Speed immediately increased significantly. Quickly left the forest wolf far behind. Little monsters are after all just little monsters. Gave up the chase once reaching a certain range. Fengshe also managed to save his life. More than 10 minutes later, Fengshe arrived in front of a towering mountain range, with several large mountains reaching hundreds of meters high. They stood in the center of the maple leaf forest, shrouded in mist and clouds at the mountaintops, resembling a fairyland on earth. Fengshe looked at the towering mountains, glanced around, and discovered a small waterfall nearby. So he walked over to it. Central Mountain is a treasure mountain, and there is a secret silver treasure chest placed on the mountaintop. In the wild of the realm, many hidden places are equipped with treasure chests, waiting for players to venture out and discover them. In the past life, because of this secret silver treasure chest, Shadow instantly became famous and established the renowned workshop, White River Castle, accumulating a considerable amount of wealth in the early stages. In reincarnation, Fengshe returned to 10 years ago in order to earn enough money to purchase a gaming helmet. He chose to come to Central Mountain to explore, simply because there is a mithril chest stored on the mountain. He can rely on it to earn 16,000 credits within 10 days. Currently, low-level players have less than 40 agility points. They haven't unlocked the hidden basic skill of wall running. They cannot rock climb or mountain climb. And Central Mountain has no way up the mountain, so they can only climb up. Although Fengshe doesn't have such a high agility, with the ring of gravity activated, he can still rock climb and mountain climb. He no longer wastes time. Use the gravity release skill immediately. After using the skill, Fengshe finds rock climbing very easy. He climbed up to a height of 5 meters in just 2 to 3 moves. 5 seconds left until gravity release is lifted. Fengshe found an open space to rest and wait for the cooldown of Ring of Gravity. Just then, Fengshe hadn't had a chance to catch his breath yet. The rock wall suddenly started to shake violently. Suddenly, a rock giant's hand popped out. Fengshe was not surprised but delighted. You came really quickly. The next moment, Rock Giant appeared complete in front of him. Rock Giant is a type of monster with high attack power, HP, and defense. However, it has a very slow reaction time, attack speed, and movement speed. With just 20 points of agility, you can easily outmaneuver it. Immediately after, Rock Giant erupted into a roar towards Fengshe. Its information also appeared. Rock Giant is a level 5 common monster with 550 HP. Fengshe, however, remained calm, just because he was well prepared long ago. He immediately took out the burst berry that he had bought at a high price from his backpack. The burst berry affects the area within 9 yards. It reduces move speed by 30% and turning speed by 70%. The effect lasts for 1 minute, making it a tool to deal with such clumsy creatures. Facing the heavy punches thrown by the rock giant, the Fengshe, who has invested all points in agility, finds it not difficult to dodge them all. Immediately, he forcefully threw the burst berry at the feet of the rock giant. The next second, the burst berry emitted a strange glow. The move speed of the rock giant suddenly decreased. Fengshe drew the new sword from the scabbard. Suddenly leaping out with a swift step, he rushed to the back of the rock giant. Then he held the sword in both hands. He suddenly swung the sword down towards the rock giant. The slashing skill directly landed on the rock giant. Skill proficiency immediately increased by 3 points. However, the damage caused to the rock giant by this sword strike is negligible. Due to level suppression, the effect of the slash is not very good. However, the rock giant is 4 levels higher. The skill proficiency increases additionally. Coupled with the swordman's talent, the proficiency of the slash increases by 3 points at once. This is definitely a good place to improve skill proficiency. Movement was sluggish. The rock giant immediately picked up its huge foot and stomped towards the ground. Fengshe agilely leaped up, easily dodging it. Next, the rock giant quickly got up. Raised the sandbag-sized giant fist again. The terrifying giant fist swung violently towards Fengshe's landing point. The whole ground was instantly blasted apart. But Fengshe remained calm. Immediately turned around in midair, facing the rock giant. The new sword in his hand was suddenly swung out. In the moment Storm Flash was launched, 3 flashes of lightning burst out. All hits without exception. The injured rock giant immediately burst out with a roar, starting to counterattack. Soon after, a rumble echoed from the mountains, only to see the rock giant turning into scattered debris on the ground. The subsequent effects of Storm Flash are very powerful. Under the stormy attacks of Fengshe, in less than a minute, the rock giant was resolved. Even though it had thick health and high attack power, if it couldn't hit Fengshe, it would become a wooden man used to boost experience and skill proficiency. How strong is this man who was once a top war god? While other players are still teaming up to brush level 1 monsters, he relies on superb skills and understanding of the game. He treats a level 5 rock giant as a wooden man to fight. Just now, the Fengshe, who easily took down the rock giant, began to loot treasures. Luck is not bad. Actually dropped in equipment. The drop rate in the realm is extremely low. Not to mention a level 4 normal item, someone will definitely buy it at a high price. Just at this moment, suddenly, above the sky, a dense group of bats emerged. Fengshe quickly packed up the equipment. Looked towards where the bats are swarming out. Suddenly, I discovered a cave not far ahead. The rock giant lurking nearby is basically no threat to him. He then ventured alone deep into the cave to investigate. Go take a look. Fengshe's heart suddenly accelerated. A massive rock giant is lying in the cave sleeping. Its entire body is not the usual dark gray rock, but a silver-white color. Zero's elite level 6 HP 900. Same level elite monster. At least 6 people are needed in the team to defeat it. Fengshe was not surprised but instead happy. He still has a large amount of burst berries. If they take down this big guy, they might get a lot of good items. He didn't hesitate and immediately rushed up. Used Storm Flash directly. One after another lightning flashes passed through Zero's massive body. The sleeping rock giant Zero's was suddenly hit. The damage caused by Fengshe was negligible, but it startled Zero's awake. Being woken up from a dream is irritating for anyone. Zero's then roared angrily. Insignificant human! I will crush you! Immediately, it stood up abruptly and rushed towards Fengshe. In a moment, Zero's huge fist fiercely smashing down towards Fengshe's position. However, this slow attack. For Fengshe, who has maxed out agility, dodging is still very easy. He immediately opens the backpack space in midair. Carrying Burst Berry makes him feel extremely confident. Although this big guy has a thick HP, but he relies on his speed advantage. You can slowly grind it down. Fengshe will not give Zero's any chance naturally. Immediately threw Burst Berry on its path. Speed has always been the weak point of the rock giant. Even elite monsters are no exception. However, Zero's is larger in size. It has more attack methods. Its movement and attack speed are slightly faster. But after being slowed down by burst berries, it is as sluggish as a turtle. Fengshe with 16 points in agility. Move speed and attack speed are very fast. Flank directly to the back of Zero's. Launch a fierce attack. Just saw Fengshe wildly swing a slash towards Zero's. Having full agility also means the attack speed is quite fast. The bulky Zeros immediately becomes a target. A series of injuries continue to appear on the head of Zeros. Zero's defense is indeed amazing. A normal attack only caused 3 points of damage. A slash is slightly better, causing 4 points of damage. After a series of attacks, Zeros finally turned around. He raised his huge arm and ruthlessly slammed it towards Fengshe. As a reincarnator, Fengshe has experienced countless battles in the realm. Faced with the terrifying giant fist, he showed no panic. He swiftly distanced himself from it. After 5 seconds have passed, Zero's HP has been restored by 18 points. Let Fengshe's previous efforts go to waste in an instant. He suddenly felt a sharp increase in pressure. Monsters above elite level. Combat recovery is 2% every 5 seconds. Zero's has 900 HP, so he regenerates 18 health every 5 seconds, which completely exceeds the damage he deals. However, Fengshe has no intention of giving up. If it were an ordinary player, seeing such HP and recovery ability, they might have already given up. But Fengshe can rely on it. Storm Flash's damage deepens. Slowly grinded down with the advantage of agility. The 3 swords of Storm Flash made Zeros extremely angry. However, it was unable to capture the figure of Fengshe. Then followed a fierce strike accompanied by several regular attacks. Under the intensified effect of damage, the damage immediately doubles. Fengshe was thrilled all of a sudden. He saw a glimmer of hope for the kill. However, just at that moment, Zeros let out a roar. Stepping fiercely, a huge ball of energy suddenly appeared on its body. The cave was suddenly shaking violently. Immediately after, his mountain-like body leaped up suddenly. Then he roared angrily, "I'm going to squash you flat!" The next second, Zeros clenched his fists. His enormous body plummeted from the sky. The whole ground erupted into a violent roar the moment he landed. The entire area instantly split into 4 or 5 pieces. If a team comes over, you can't dodge at all in this confined space. Definitely going to be wiped out. Fengshe sees the situation is not good. Immediately evacuate from around Zeros. If it weren't for his agile body, his relative spacious surroundings, it would be difficult to dodge this wave of attacks. After a moment, the smoke slowly dissipates. Zeros' massive figure slowly emerges. However, at this moment, Zeros has just activated his ultimate skill. Appeared fatigued. Fatigue status. It is a period of weakness after some small bosses launch their big skills. Not only does the attack power decrease, but the defense also drops significantly. Fengshe's eyes lit up instantly, and he charged straight up. Having a state of fatigue allows him to deal a lot of damage. Fatigued Zeros. Attacking even slower than a snail. Fengshe easily leaps, approaching its face quickly. Immediately after, Fengshe raised the new sword in the air abruptly. When Zeros tried to reach out to stop him, Fengshe had already thrust the long sword in its eye socket. Fengshe seized the opportunity and immediately leaped up. Zeros, whose reaction was dull, couldn't stop his massive palm. Beaten to a pulp with a single blow. Seizing this opportunity, Fengshe's attacks grew even more frenzied. Storm Flash swung from his hand once again. Right after that, another set of slashing strikes combined with basic attacks. After Fengshe landed on the ground, taking advantage of the weakened state and increased damage, immediately turning and unleashing another round of attacks towards his giant foot. The foot was injured. Zeros' mountain-like body instantly lost support. Immediately fell to the ground with a thud. However, at this moment, the angry Zeros suddenly quieted down. Its giant mouth began to breathe heavily. He then stood up abruptly, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed to the end of the sky. An invisible energy erupted once again. The next second, there was a swoosh sound from Zero's position. His massive body actually disappeared from the spot. Fengshe suddenly felt something was wrong. Where did the boss go? Immediately after, Zero's, whose body had shrunk, suddenly appeared from behind Feng Shi. Zero's with significantly increased attack speed and move speed. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Feng Shi. Unable to dodge in time, Feng Shi quickly picked up his long sword to block. Even if Zero's attack power decreases, this punch still directly hurls Feng Shi out tens of meters, fiercely causing him to collide with the wall of the cave. The smoke cleared, and Feng Shi struggled to stand up. Surprisingly, he survived that terrifying punch. However, his current condition can be described as extremely poor. Only a tiny sliver of HP remains. However, he didn't feel the slightest hint of fear. His eyes glinted with cold light as he prepared to give it his all. Immediately, he activated his gravity release. He suddenly exerted force with his feet. Instead of retreating, he advanced, jumping towards Zero's head. For the elite boss with only 15% HP left, he will never give up easily. He waved his hand and unleashed another storm flash. Seizing the moment before Zero's can react, he swung another slash behind him. Watching as the time for gravity release grew shorter, Feng Shi suddenly spun in the air. He raised the long sword in his hand again, preparing to deliver the final blow. The next second, the long sword in his hand was thrown out suddenly. In the blink of an eye, the sword pierced through Zero's body. This sword took away Zero's last bit of HP with a bang. Zero's instantly turned into a pile of rubble scattered on the ground. He was originally the strongest sword god in the realm, but he was betrayed and abandoned due to interests. Now that he has been reborn, he is determined to seek revenge against the greedy betrayers, while others are still teaming up to fight low-level monsters. He started with a wealth of experience right from the beginning, continuously challenging and defeating higher-level monsters. Just a moment ago, after Feng Shi took down Zero's, he began happily searching for treasures in the pile of rubble. The quality of the drops from elite monsters is still very high. He dropped a very nice large shield equipment and a skill book. The skill book is the universal melee skill parry, which requires a melee weapon. It can block one attack from the front. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. Parry this life-saving skill is extremely rare, especially when fighting a boss. Often, a crucial block can save one's life. Feng Shi looked at the skill book and ultimately chose to study it. Even though adding it to his shield could fetch a better price, he wouldn't engage in killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Feng Shi didn't stop and continued climbing upwards. Along the way, he killed many rock giants and replaced a lot of equipment. He no longer looked shabby. Looking at the mountain peak that was so close, they were almost in tears. He immediately used gravity release. He suddenly leaped towards the mountain peak. He finally climbed to the mountaintop. All that met his eyes was white fog. He could only see a distance of about 20 yards. He immediately became alert. In his memory, the mountaintop had never been covered in such thick fog before. Just at that moment, the system issued an emergency alert sound. The player discovered the lost land and triggered the hidden quest, Past Glory, temporarily cutting off all external contacts for the player. They couldn't leave the area until the quest was completed. Feng Shi couldn't help but think quietly. The situation on the mountaintop was completely different from the report given by the assassin initially. He hadn't heard any information other than the mithril chest back then, especially the hidden quest, Past Glory, in the Lost Lands. Other than the name, there is no information about the quest content. Not knowing what to do, Feng Shi, who has 10 years of experience in the realm, immediately spotted the key to this hidden quest. Could it be triggered by geographical location? In the realm, there are some very special quests that can only be triggered when you reach certain areas. These quests have no specific content and require players to explore and find out on their own. After completing the quest, even if the next player comes here, the quest will not be triggered again. It can be said to be a very special unique quest that is also very dangerous. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Feng Shi thought to himself, and then strode forward. Anyway, he couldn't leave. Might as well explore a bit. If worst comes to worst, he'll just respawn back in town. This is a city that has been abandoned for many years. Everywhere are dilapidated buildings. From the size of the city and the grandeur of the buildings, it can be inferred that this place used to be very prosperous. It was even more splendid compared to White River Castle. However, this prosperous city. Now there isn't even a shadow of a person. It took quite a bit of time. Fengsher still hasn't found any quest clues. The realm has just started not long ago. It's the time to pull ahead. He can't waste too much time here. He immediately climbed onto a relatively high rooftop, using the vantage point to broaden his field of vision. Standing on the roof, the cityscape lay before his eyes. He looked around at his surroundings. He did not find anything particularly special. Suddenly, he found himself near a magic tower not far away. Surprisingly, it was not shrouded in thick fog. He no longer hesitated. Before long, he arrived at the front of Magic Tower. This used to be a sacred place for mage professions, the best place to learn magic. Now it is in ruins, with even the magic crystals on the tall tower shattered. Fengsher had just stepped onto Magic Tower when he immediately heard a voice coming through. "Young adventurer, welcome to Sky City." A white-bearded old man suddenly appeared. His voice was full of vicissitudes and wisdom, which startled Fengsher. He thought a monster had appeared. Sky City thought of this famous city, the realm. They were very shocked. Sky City was once famous throughout the realm. There were countless legendary professions in the city, and the demigod-level sword Saint Alruthia was in charge. Even the gods had to fear her. Unfortunately, she fell and disappeared during the Third Divine War, becoming a regret of the realm. Whitebeard continued, "I believe you must want to become stronger. I can help you. But are you willing to accept my challenge?" Fengsher immediately agreed. The old man nodded in satisfaction and said solemnly, "I will give you 3 choices." Fengsher impatiently interrupted. "No need for introductions. I choose the most difficult hell difficulty." As a reincarnator, he should have the courage to challenge himself. He is confident that he can handle this difficulty. Once he passes, it will play an important role in his future development. The old man immediately laughed when he heard this. Young people are truly full of enthusiasm. I admire you a lot. Just don't regret your choice. At the same time, a quest titled Past Glory popped up in the system, requiring him to face 1,000 monsters of the same level, with only 500 kills needed to pass. With a time limit of 4 hours, failing the quest would result in a penalty of a permanent 10-point decrease in all attributes. The old man then disappeared without a trace. Attributes are the foundation of a profession. If all attributes drop by 10 points, this account will be almost useless. Meanwhile, there were constant noises inside the tower, and numerous dark figures appeared out of thin air. Fengsher looked at the ghosts emerging from the tall tower. A warrior suddenly felt itchy scalp. Ghost warrior, a common rank 2 monster with 230 HP. Countless ghost warriors wasted no time. They continued to rush towards the magic tower. At the same time, prompts for the quest suddenly appeared. Dealing with this kind of monster is very easy. But when facing a vast ghost-like warrior, even Fengsher becomes nervous. If you charge straight ahead, you're just looking for death. You'll definitely be surrounded and killed. The unique way is to approach one-on-one. Utilize terrain restrictions and positioning to confront the enemy. Fengsher has a wealth of battle experience. He quickly jumped down from upstairs with a clever move. Time is pressing. He has already selected the best battlefield to meet the enemy. He then landed steadily on the narrow stairs. This staircase allows at most 2 monsters to pass. It's the best killing spot. Just holding the staircase can pass the test. At the same time, all the ghosts and warriors inside and outside the tower have gone crazy. They all rush into the high tower and recklessly attack Fengsher. Facing thousands of undead army, a young man alone faces thousands of enemies. like a sea of ghostly warrior troops, heading straight for the magic tower where he stands. However, Feng Shi has already selected the best battlefield to confront the enemy. The staircase he chose is very narrow, one at a time. This allows him to easily deal with 2 ghost warriors. 3 lightning flashes of storm flash past. Ghost warrior within 20 yards. Suddenly lost more than half of HP from this skill. The increased damage of storm flash combined with the harvesting of slash just wiped out 90 ghosts at once. Warrior. The narrow terrain combined with Feng Shi's high attack speed. Monsters of the same level simply cannot withstand his attacks. As long as you don't fight monsters of a higher level, the effects of Storm Flash and Cleaver won't be suppressed. Faced with this Ghost Warrior with only a little over 200 HP, Storm Flash's powerful AoE damage is displayed to the fullest extent. The damage amplification effect after Storm Flash allows Feng Shi to take down a Ghost Warrior with just 2 swords. To speed up the kill rate, Feng Shi activates Gravity Release. Attack speed has increased again. There is a damage amplification effect. It can be resolved in less than 3 seconds. Feng Shi can use a powerful AoE skill. Not afraid of swarming tactics. He can easily dodge attacks even in a 1v2 situation. If it were other players, the quest might fail. But for him, it's not a big issue. When there are only 100 monsters left, the monsters that appear under the stage are no longer just ghost warriors. Instead, more agile ghost assassins are appearing. The ghost assassin unexpectedly did not attack from the stairs. Very dishonorable. Rushed to the top of the stairs in several jumps. At the same time, Feng Shi is defending against the attacks of the ghost warrior. And 2 ghost assassins have already launched a surprise attack from behind him. Feng Shi, who has 10 years of battle experience, immediately sensed the movement behind him acutely. He suddenly leaped up and kicked horizontally at the position where the ghostly assassin, named Assassin, pounced towards. In an instant, 2 ghostly assassins appeared, as well as the ghostly warrior who was just grappling. All of them were swept away by him. Feng Shi landed from the air and expertly dodged another ghost warrior's strike by stepping on the nearby handrail. Immediately, he fiercely swung the long sword in his hand. He ruthlessly stabbed the head of the ghost warrior. He killed it in seconds. Just then, suddenly, a ghost assassin leaped out from behind him. While he was off guard, the assassin struck with a knife, depleting 1/4 of his HP. Feng Shi turned around angrily. He lifted his leg and kicked again. Kicked the ghostly assassin that had ambushed him. The ghostly assassin already had low HP. Fell from a high altitude and died instantly on impact. Feng Shi suddenly felt a sharp increase in pressure. He didn't expect that the last 100 monsters would be of different species. Luckily, their HP is not very high. The next moment, the ghost thorns had no intention of giving Feng Shi a chance to catch his breath. Just spawn 5 assassins. Attack him again. Use gravity release immediately. Attack speed and movement speed are greatly increased. He swiftly weaves through the group of monsters, swinging the long sword in his hand frantically. The next moment, Feng Shi swiftly scanned the situation below as he leaped and landed on the roof. Next, he suddenly exerted force with his feet. He dove straight down. As the long sword moved with him, Storm Flash combined with a slashing strike in a follow-up combo. The fragile ghost assassin fell gracefully. Time passes by second. The bustling magic tower regained its tranquility once again. The staircase in front of Feng Shi is already covered with countless remnants of ghost assassins. At this moment, he can't even resist holding the long sword in his hand. Began to tremble slightly. He took deep breaths to calm himself down. 500 kills have already been completed. Just then, the old man appeared again. He looked at Feng Shi, the young man, with a smile. A golden treasure chest suddenly appeared out of thin air. The system prompt also sounded at the same time. Complete the quest past glory, and received the reward. The exquisite gold chest obtained the title 1 versus 1000. When using this title, all friendly teammates within a radius of 30 yards will receive a 10% boost to all attributes. Additionally, the player will personally gain an additional effect of +5 power and stamina. Immediately after, the old man disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only the words, "The reward has been given to you. You may leave now." Feng Shi suddenly felt a void under his feet. He immediately fell downward, feeling a sense of panic due to this sudden change. Shortly after, Feng Shi only felt a blur before his eyes. When he opened them again, he had returned to the square of Maple Leaf Town and was rapidly falling from the sky. Caught off guard, he suddenly fell flat on his face, which attracted the attention of passers-by, who looked over one after another. Feng Shi quickly turned into an empty alley. The exquisite gold chest that he had worked so hard to obtain must not be taken away by others. Opening the exquisite gold chest would definitely cause a stir. In the deserted alley, Feng Shi quietly observed for a while. He finally relaxed after making sure that no one was following him. Then he took out the exquisite gold chest and looked at the shiny big treasure chest. Feng Shi was instantly excited in his heart. In the previous life, they obtained a secret silver-level treasure chest, which contained potion recipes and forging diagrams. He wondered what good things would be inside this time. He had been playing in the realm for 10 years. He had never encountered more than 20 exquisite gold chests. He couldn't wait to choose to open it. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the chest. If it were nighttime, it would definitely be a dazzling beacon, attracting everyone's attention. Feng Shi was prepared in advance, but was still taken aback by this dazzling golden light. Feng Shi, who had just regained consciousness, looked at the long sword that had just been drawn out, feeling somewhat surprised. Abyss Dweller magic artifact. Requires the occupation swordman. Do you want to bind this equipment? He is very familiar with magic artifacts. Magic artifacts, unlike normal items, do not have quality levels. They are rarer than epic equipment and possess unmatched power. However, they come with corresponding side effects, such as backlash. A slight mistake can render the character worthless. They are truly a double-edged sword. The exquisite gold chest yields a magic artifact that is only 35 in the entire server. Although Abyss Dweller ranks last, its terrifying reputation even makes the revived Feng Shi hesitate to bind with it rashly. He was considering it afterwards, but chose not to bind. The pressure is intense, as he needs to earn 16,000 credits in the first 10 days of the game. If something goes wrong, all previous efforts will be in vain. Additionally, there are 2 ancient books, the Book of Forging and the Potion Codex, both invaluable treasures. With these 2 books, one can become a master blacksmith and a master alchemist. He remembers there is a hidden quest in Shadow Moon Valley, where not only can you learn blacksmithing for free, but also receive a blacksmithing talent as a reward. With the blacksmithing talent and the Book of Forging, one can definitely become an advanced blacksmith apprentice quickly. Making bronze equipment is profitable. However, Shadow Moon Valley is a level 4 monster area. Plus, that quest is not easy to complete. It takes a lot of time and requires preparing some items in advance to deal with it. The chest also yielded a piece of mithril grade armor, Sky Armor Mithril Grade. This plate equipment requires power to reach 20 points and is a level 5 item. Its stats include defense plus 25, power plus 6, stamina plus 3, and agility plus 3. Additional attribute: weakening reduces physical damage taken by 15% when equipped. Swordsmen also wear plate armor. Putting on this equipment at level 5, one could easily become a shield warrior. He wandered around the trading area for a while. Then he randomly found a vacant spot and intended to get rid of the unused equipment. Before long, after setting the prices, he put down the herbs he had picked earlier and the equipment, and began to set up a stall to sell his goods. Feng Shi started calling out spontaneously, "Don't miss out as you pass by! High-quality materials! Extremely rare top-notch equipment! Those who want to buy, please come over and take a look. There are many players setting up stalls in the trading area. However, most of them are selling materials. Currently, there are basically no players selling equipment. When Fengshe shouted, he immediately became the center of attention. The numerous onlookers were all amazed. The realm has been open for less than 10 hours, and yet he was able to obtain such high-level equipment. What's even more incredible is that he actually put it up for sale. Major guides and studios all equip themselves with the equipment they obtain to gain as much advantage as possible. It's impossible for them to put it up for sale. Currently, players are mostly at level 1, so the thought of a level 5 equipment is deemed impossible, not to mention a level 5 bronze shield. However, the price of 21 silver is too high for the average player to afford. He doesn't expect regular players to purchase it. What he wants is the publicity effect. Just at this moment, a communication from Kuriko came in. He is very anxious at this moment. Feng, you finally answered. I wasted so much time. Still at level 0 now. What should I do? Fengshe said apologetically. I just completed a strange quest and couldn't contact you. Come to the trading area. I will upgrade you after I finish selling the goods. Just then, a group of players rushed over. Leading them was a shield warrior named Flame Tiger, who impatiently shouted, Move aside, move aside. Since Shadow is here, everything is under our control. The rest of you can leave. Flame Tiger looked at the bronze-grade shield, and then glanced at Fengshe before asking, Are all these your goods? Fengshe nodded without saying more. He instinctively felt disgust towards Shadow's people. He knows the shield warrior. His name is Flame Tiger, the leader of Maple Leaf Town. In the previous life, he couldn't rise quickly. He was repeatedly used as cannon fodder. 3 of his success were thanks to Flame Tiger's efforts. Didn't expect to meet him so soon. Flame Tiger noticed that Fengshe did not have a guild emblem on him. He appeared to be just a lucky ordinary player. He arrogantly said, I'll take all of these things. The price is 1 silver coin. Fengshe also didn't get angry and just smiled lightly. I'm not bargaining. Please don't act like a big shot and interfere with my business. Flame Tiger's face immediately turned livid at the words. He glared at Fengshe and sternly said, Are you sure you want to go against our shadow? I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully before you speak. The other 5 members of Shadow immediately drew their weapons and surrounded him. However, Fengshe, who was surrounded, remained calm. He simply said, Dumbass. He secretly complained in his heart. How dare he threaten in Maple Leaf Town? Doesn't he know that you cannot take action in the small town? Flame Tiger immediately became very angry. He suddenly drew out the huge axe and was about to chop towards Fengshe. He wished he could kill Fengshe right now. A voice interrupted him. It's interesting. So many top-quality equipments. How can we, the Assassin Alliance, be missing out? More than 10 people arrived at this time. Each person was wearing the emblem of the Assassin Alliance. The one who spoke just now was Heartstabber, while Flame Tiger and others were stunned on the spot. Upon seeing that the stall owner was Fengshe, Heartstabber immediately warmly greeted him. Master, we are really destined to meet. He laughed heartily and said, It's the 24 silver, I'll take it all. Let's be friends. If you have any good equipment in the future, make sure to consider our Assassin Alliance. Fengshe was very clear that this was a gesture of goodwill from Heartstabber towards him. It's also good to collaborate with such a large guild. He said that since you are so generous, he won't take the 50 copper either. Let's stay in touch in the future. Just at this moment, Kuriko squeezed into the crowded stall and shouted, Feng, you have kept me searching for a long time. After trading 24 pieces of silver, Fengshe, holding a heavy money pouch, lightly said, My friend has arrived. Goodbye. He didn't say anything else. Immediately turned around, waved, and walked straight towards Kuriko. Heartstabber couldn't help but sigh. The 24 silver was hard-earned savings from guiding, and he still wanted to chat with Fengshe a bit more. Meanwhile, the level 0 Kuriko curiously asked, "What should we do now?" Fengshe smiled and replied, "Let's go grind mobs in Shadow Moon Valley." Kuriko suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Shadow Moon Valley is a zone with level 4 monsters. He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't we go fight some lower-level monsters instead?" Concerns regarding Kuriko. Fengshe remains indifferent. "Just relax and follow me." At the same time, Little Gaggas, the shadow guide, asked, "Big brother Flame Tiger, are you just going to let him leave unharmed like this?" Flame Tiger's face flushed red, his eyes almost bursting with anger. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Shadow Wolf, you keep a close eye on that kid. He must understand what consequences await those who oppose us, the Shadows." Fengshe headed straight for Shadow Moon Valley with Kuriko. The realm's cross-level challenges are extremely difficult, usually surpassing a level difference of 1. Kuriko seems to have doubts about this leveling journey. In order to dispel his concerns, Fengshe quickly reassured him. "My friend is an expert in the closed beta testing. If we weren't such good friends, he wouldn't have told me this secret. Get ready to level up like a rocket. You see, I'm already level 2. Since the server opened until now, there aren't many who have reached this level. It's all thanks to the insider information from the closed beta testing experts that I leveled up so quickly." Kuriko knows that Fengshe's skills are pretty good, but definitely not that powerful. After seeing Fengshe's level, his worries disappeared instantly. Just as the two of them were on the road, a figure suddenly appeared nearby. Shadow Wolf was hiding in the dark, secretly surprised. He actually dared to go to the 4th level area. This swordsman is indeed strange. He then gave a cold smirk. But he encountered this master here. You can only blame your bad luck. When all the players were still in the Copper Age, our protagonist Fengshe just finished selling goods. He has made a profit of 24 silver. After purchasing a series of prepared props, he took Kuriko to Shadow Moon Valley to start grinding monsters. Shortly after, Kuriko suddenly spoke up and said, "Feng, look, there's a blue-named elite monster over there." Feng glanced in the direction pointed out by Kuriko. Sure enough, there was a white fox on the open ground. The cunning snow fox still held a small white rabbit in its mouth. Cunning snow fox rare elite level 2 HP 450. Fengshe couldn't help but smile slightly. Your luck is really extraordinary. The drops from rare elites are very bountiful. He couldn't wait and quietly approached. Ignoring Kuriko's dissuasion, he whispered instructions. You hide in the back and use your skills. Watch how I kill it. Rare elite is a special type of elite with the same strength as a normal elite. However, the rewards after killing it are higher. At this moment, Fengshe has quickly circled around to the back of Snow Fox. Taking advantage of its unpreparedness, he launched a sudden attack. As the slash was initiated, a sword aura hit Snow Fox, causing 32 points of damage. While Snow Fox's speed and reaction are both fast, in the moment of being injured, she quickly pulled away from each other. Fengshe dodged and attacked through Snow Fox. He made judgments quickly. His movements are very agile. Defense is not low either. However, he has the title 1 versus 1000, which increases all attributes by 10%. With an additional 5 points in power and 5 points in stamina, his attributes can completely despise a level 5 swordsman, and he can definitely fight against a level 2 elite. The racing speed of the Snow Fox is very fast. It suddenly leaped up and directly bit Fengshe's neck. Trigger the skill critical hit. However, Fengshe's speed is not slow either. Not the slightest bit inferior to Snow Fox. At the moment when Snow Fox rushed over, the novice sword was already blocking Snow Fox's mouth. With a loud bang, Fengshe couldn't resist Snow Fox's power and was knocked back a few steps. 49 points of damage appeared above his head, while Snow Fox only took 5 points of damage. The difference between the two is clear at a glance. Feng Shi is clearly weaker than Snow Fox in power confrontation. Kuriko was immediately flustered at the sight. He had encountered attacks from ordinary monsters before. He didn't expect that the gap with elite monsters would be so big. Feng Shi suddenly shouted out loudly, "Kuriko, act quickly! Don't just stand there!" Kuriko didn't dare to delay either. At worst, they would die together. Anyway, they're also at level 0. Then, he quickly recited the spell. Just saw him wave the wand in his hand. A shadow arrow quickly shot out. Focus on attacking Snow Fox of Feng Shi. Caught off guard, he was immediately hit. Kuriko exploded on the spot upon seeing the damage. He had been following a full intelligence build focused on magic attack power. However, to his surprise, he only dealt 5 points of damage. The elite monster's defense far exceeded his expectations. Feng Shi attacked the Snow Fox while comforting it. "Don't stop attacking. I'll try to restrain it. It won't pose a threat to you." The Snow Fox, tangled in a fight with Feng Shi, was immediately hit by a dense barrage of shadow arrows. It instantly lost over 20 HP. Facing the Snow Fox, Feng Shi faced even greater pressure. The Snow Fox has a high agility. Being bitten accidentally causes damage of over 50. Feng Shi knew that continuing like this would end up in a wipeout sooner or later. He immediately picked up his leg and kicked Snow Fox away, quickly distancing himself. Shadow Wolf, who was hiding in the dark watching, immediately showed a contemptuous expression on his face. "These two little trash probably won't even have a chance to face me. They will just be killed by that boss." After a long struggle, Feng Shi only has 31 points of HP left. And Snow Fox still has 244 points. It's completely disproportionate. Snow Fox has no intention of giving Feng Shi a chance to catch their breath. Launching another deadly attack, they pounce at him. Feng Shi can only awkwardly raise his sword to block. At this moment, the new sword with originally low durability is being torn apart by the fox's bite. Its durability keeps decreasing, and is about to be damaged with a significant decrease in durability. Kuriko immediately felt a sense of impending danger. Is Feng's first blood going to be lost here? At the same time, Feng Shi remained calm. With a quick pull of the hand, Snow Fox exposed its vulnerable belly. Feng Shi then raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick towards it. The next second, after letting out a miserable cry from being hit in its weak spot, Snow Fox was kicked away by Feng Shi. He thought to himself at this moment, "This is not good. Continue to drag it out. It's definitely going to be wiped out by the group." After landing, the Snow Fox didn't pause in the slightest. Rushed towards Feng Shi once again. And he suddenly leaped up. Took out a bottle of black iron ale from the backpack. Then he quickly opened the bottle in midair. Gulped down a few mouthfuls with a rumbling sound. At this moment, Feng Shi saw that the Snow Fox's level display was 0, while he was at level 2. Instantly, there was a level suppression. However, his vision became somewhat blurry. A little tipsy. Although it can increase damage, but the body will become very difficult to control. He dared not waste time. Immediately activated the gravity release and rushed towards the Snow Fox. Feng Shi arrived at the Snow Fox's side in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and swung a slashing strike at it. He did not dare to slacken in the slightest. The new sword in his hand gripped tighter. Whoosh! 3 lightning flashes quickly passed by Snow Fox's waist. Snow Fox let out a scream. It instantly knocked off 1/4 of its HP. Kuriko's eyes were about to pop out from staring. "Feng, you are too awesome. What did you just drink?" At this moment, Feng Shi's performance is like he's using cheats. The fierce Snow Fox doesn't even have a chance to resist. And after this combo, Snow Fox still hasn't been taken down. He quickly seizes the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Feng Shi quickly arrived in front of Snow Fox. He suddenly leaped up, preparing to gather strength to unleash a skill. However, just at this moment, A vague sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the battlefield. Feng Shi in the air suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He immediately turned around to look towards the source, only to see a sharp dagger shimmering with a cold light. It stabbed towards his neck. Feng Shi has many years of battle experience. He instinctively leaned back. Then a bright snow-white sword slashed past. He narrowly avoided this strike with a shock. Feng Shi immediately gave up on Snow Fox and distanced himself from the slowly emerging figure. The Shadow Wolf, who revealed his figure at this moment, was very surprised. He had hidden his breath very well. He didn't even make a sound. His stealth attack was still avoided. There is a giant-sized elite monster attacking frantically ahead. Behind, the Shadow Guide's assassin is waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. How will our main character Feng Shi respond? Just now, Feng Shi stared at the revealed assassin, immediately bursting with anger. You shadows are really a bunch of scoundrels. However, at this moment, the forgotten Snow Fox suddenly started trembling uncontrollably. Immediately after, its thin and weak fox claws suddenly emitted a burst of light. It unexpectedly grew larger. Then it suddenly let out a roar. Its snow-white body became huge. Its HP, which had almost reached the bottom, suddenly recovered a lot. At the same time, the attributes of the enlarged Snow Fox increased by 20%. The Snow Fox only knew it had to kill Feng Shi, and pounced towards Feng Shi's position again. At the same time, Kuriko quickly shouted a reminder. That assassin is preparing to ambush you again. While Snow Fox kept attacking Feng Shi non-stop, Shadow Wolf also moved swiftly. He is preparing to take out Feng Shi in the moment when Feng Shi dodges. Feng Shi is being ambushed by Snow Fox and Shadow Wolf. At this point, Feng Shi only has 31 HP left. The situation is extremely critical. Shadow Wolf is now looking smug. He thought Feng Shi couldn't possibly be the one in his ambush. Survived the attack. He watched the huge body of the Snow Fox, and the fierce fox mouth was close at hand. Feng Shi, however, remained completely calm. He suddenly leaped up. He kicked directly towards the fierce giant mouth, kicking it away. The Snow Fox, without a foothold, was easily kicked towards Shadow Wolf. It directly opened its huge mouth, ready to take down the Shadow Wolf in front of it. Feng Shi coldly snorted when he saw this. Everything is under control. Everything is too fast. Feng Shi's Shadow Wolf didn't react at all to the direct charge. He was already in a panic at this point. Then came the huge fox mouth that had changed direction. Opening and closing with each bite, it bit him hard. Then, as if spitting out garbage, it forcefully sprayed it on the ground. Instantly, a large pit appeared on the ground. The attack struck down. Shadow Wolf's HP instantly dropped to 0. He felt full of unwillingness in his heart. He had never imagined that players could transfer hate like this. Kuriko, who was watching from a distance, was also left dumbfounded. Even forgot to attack Snow Fox. Feng Shi quickly shouted, "Snow Fox is low on health, quickly attack it." Without Shadow Wolf's interference, Feng Shi once again launched an attack towards the Snow Fox. He quickly used Storm Flash and regular attacks to generate aggro, while Kuriko kept running around the perimeter without stopping, madly firing off shadow arrows. The heavily wounded Snow Fox didn't last long. Not long after, it let out a mournful cry before falling to the ground and not getting up. At the same time, a system prompt popped up. Kill Rare Elite Cunning Snow Fox to receive 10 XP. The Rare Elite dropped a weapon. It's a common Blackwood Staff, Bronze Grade, Item Level 1, with Magic Attack Power +8, Intelligence +3, Spirit +1, and MP +30. Feng Shi directly gave the Blackwood Staff to Kuriko. This equipment provides a significant boost for magic-based professions. Not only does it have high attack power, but it also adds 3 intelligence. If worn by a magic-based profession, the damage can be increased by 2 levels. Kuriko did not accept the equipment. He looked hesitant. After all, it was Feng Shi who single-handedly defeated the Snow Fox. Kuriko didn't really contribute much. Yet he received the best equipment, which is an extremely precious bronze equipment that only a few players have at this stage. Feng sure understood Kuriko's thoughts. He said seriously, "What's wrong with you? Aren't we good brothers? Don't be polite with me. Besides, as a sorcerer, once you reach level 1, you can fully unleash the power of the staff. This way, we can level up much faster." Kuriko thought about it and didn't refuse. Getting stronger is the only way to help Feng sure. That way, I won't hold others back. Feng sure smiled satisfactorily. At the same time, inside Maple Leaf Town, Flame Tiger cursed harshly. "Shadow Wolf, what are you doing? You were actually sent back to town by a level 2 swordman." Shadow Wolf's face is as dark as water. Even though he wanted to explain something, he didn't know how to say it. Should he explain how he was played by Feng sure? He couldn't say it. Otherwise, he would definitely be kicked out of the studio. Shadow Wolf was angry and distorted the facts, leading people astray. "I accidentally stumbled upon a rare elite. But when I was fighting the elite monster, I was spotted by that little guy. He also brought along a sorcerer. I was caught in a pincer attack and then ambushed by them. That's how I got taken out. That kid must have taken down the rare elite and scored some good gear. They are heading toward Shadow Moon Valley. We can still catch up with them now. Maybe we can retrieve the gear." Flame Tiger's eyes lit up instantly. He no longer blamed Shadow Wolf and became greatly interested in the loot from the rare elite. Before long, Flame Tiger gathered the residents of Maple Leaf Town. All Shadow's studio members. He must take down Feng sure this time and get the equipment. He angrily shouted, "Let's go! We must chase after them immediately. How dare they steal my equipment? I will make them regret playing the realm." Feng sure and Kuriko quickly arrived at Shadow Moon Valley. They were both standing quietly inside the blacksmith's shop, watching the middle-aged shirtless uncle holding a hammer, continuously striking the crimson ore in his hand. "Time is passing bit by bit," Kuriko quietly asked. "Feng has been waiting for a long time. Should we continue?" Feng sure said impatiently. "We have to wait. He won't give up on the quest." After waiting for another more than 10 minutes, the middle-aged blacksmith suddenly asked, "You have been watching for so long. Are you very interested in forging?" Feng sure immediately replied excitedly, "I have been very interested in forging since I was young." The system prompt suddenly popped up. Hidden quest path of forging requires 100 pieces of meteorite, or as the quest item, which can be obtained in the Crimson Star Mine. The Crimson Star Mine is the nest of level 4 gnolls. They love ores the most and mine in the cave every day. Gnolls are naturally strong and agile. At the entrance of the mine, there are wandering gnolls. Attacking one will attract a group of them. Feng sure suddenly took out a smoke bomb and quietly approached. The smoke bomb lasts for an hour. Reduce the visibility of monsters within a range of 100 yards by 10 yards. Feng sure threw a smoke bomb in front of the entrance. There were over 10 level 4 gnolls there. The smoke bomb can reduce the monster's vision by 10 yards. It's not very useful against other monsters, but it's great against gnolls. Feng sure pointed at the gnoll in the smoke and said, "Don't be afraid to use skills to attack at will." Kuriko was suddenly scared and broke out in a cold sweat. However, he believed that Feng sure was only level 0. If he died, he died. He immediately stopped hesitating. He quickly chanted the spell in his mouth. A shadow arrow shot out swiftly. Then a loud roar rang out. The shadow ship pierced directly through, only impacting the front gnoll. The gnoll that was hit immediately took 21 points of damage. Attacked out of nowhere, the gnoll is very angry. The gnoll looks around, its dog-like eyes suddenly widening like a searchlight. This action makes the other gnolls also become slightly alert. Inexperienced Kuriko instantly panicked. His slim and weak body could not withstand a blow from the gnoll. Feng sure, on the other hand, confidently smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. As long as we stay 30 yards away, They won't attack us. Gnolls have short vision, only able to detect enemies within 35 yards. Smoke bombs can reduce a monster's vision by 10 yards, which happens to be the maximum range for spellcasting professions to attack. The gnoll that was hit indeed looked around. Didn't find any enemies. He was inexplicably attacked. Still couldn't find the enemy. This made him extremely angry. He kept erupting in roars. In a short while, he returned to his original state. And the other gnolls also ignored him. This neurotic partner continued to wander. Encouraged by Feng Shi, Kuriko is no longer timid. His courage has grown. He keeps chanting spells and continuously shoots shadow arrows. With only 420 HP, the gnoll couldn't withstand Kuriko's onslaught. Over 20 shadow arrows flew towards it, resulting in its immediate demise. And the gnoll by his side. He didn't express any opinion on this matter, remaining completely unfazed. When the first gnoll fell, Kuriko immediately became excited. Only now did he understand why Feng Shi was so confident in hunting monsters here. It's worth spending a few hours on the road. This is killing monsters above level 4. Although in a two-person team, XP is divided up somewhat. But the XP is still extremely rich. You will gain a 5% experience boost. In other words, killing 20 gnolls will level you up. And it's completely safe, without any harm. And the monsters keep coming. The leveling speed is simply terrifying. It will be very efficient to level up like this until level 6. In no time. In front of the mine, about 10 gnolls were cleared by Kuriko. He didn't waste any time. He immediately chugged the magic potion given to him by Feng Shi. Strive to quickly regenerate mana and clear the next wave of monsters. And this group of gnolls dropped 12 copper, a level 3 common cloth armor, and a few pieces of meteorite ore, quite lucky. According to Feng Shi, the probability of gnolls dropping meteorite ore is not high, only 1 out of 10 monsters. It takes killing about 1,000 gnolls to drop 100 pieces. Now, more than 20 gnolls can drop 5 pieces of meteorite ore in normal items. It has to be said that Kuriko's luck is really good. After collecting all the drops, Feng Shi didn't waste time and started moving again. He took advantage of the 16-point agility to continue pulling monsters. He is not afraid at all when facing groups of gnolls. This time he pulled more than 30 gnolls at once. Feng Shi is faster than the gnolls. While running, she maintains a distance of over 20 yards, but less than 25 yards. She continued to lead all the gnolls into the smoke bombs. Only after that did she suddenly accelerate, breaking away from the 25-yard distance, making the gnolls lose their target and stand there blankly. Kuriko, 30 yards away, saw the gnolls entering the range of the smoke bombs. He immediately took the opportunity to continuously release shadow arrows to attack. More than 30 gnolls were cleared in less than 10 minutes. They dropped 21 copper and 6 pieces of meteorite ore, granting enough XP for Feng Shi to level up to level 3. Kuriko also reached level 2. In addition, Kuriko also unexpectedly discovered a bronze-grade equipment while sweeping the spoils of war. Just then, a hurried footstep suddenly sounded. Immediately after, a blurry figure suddenly appeared behind Kuriko. The figure wielded a dagger and angrily shouted, "Attack together! Take out this scum first, then deal with Dark Blade together!" Feng Shi, whose senses are sharp, immediately let out a loud roar. Kuriko, quickly move away. However, just at this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Several blade rays brought up by assassination skills swiftly cut across Kuriko's body. The 3 assassins attacked simultaneously, even though Kuriko was wearing several pieces of normal cloth armor. For him, who was unable to react in time, it still caused considerable damage. He immediately lost nearly 4/5 of his HP. However, he also saw the appearance of the assailants clearly. It turned out that the assailant was Shadow Wolf, who Feng Shi had escorted home, and the others were also members of the Shadow Guide. Kuriko realized that he was doomed this time. His speed simply couldn't match that of the assassin. However, before he died, he also wanted to resist a little. He rapidly chanted an incantation in his mouth. A shadow arrow shot towards Shadow Wolf at point-blank range. And Shadow Wolf sneered. Although he couldn't avoid it, his HP was still very high. How powerful could an incompetent sorcerer's attack be? Could it really take him out in one hit? With a loud blast, the shadow arrow hit Shadow Wolf, causing 185 points of damage to emerge from his head. In an instant, it left him critically wounded. Kuriko was stunned to see such damage. His eyeballs nearly popped out. He didn't expect the third-level Shadow's sword to be so powerful. The other two assassins were also shocked. This damn sorcerer isn't a sorcerer at all, but a walking cannon. As a veteran gamer, Shadow Wolf quickly realized this. Brothers, focus fire on him. His staff must be an epic equipment. He thinks that Kuriko can deal such high damage. Definitely must have a mystic iron grade weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat him in 1 second. The enthusiasm of the three assassins instantly peaked. They couldn't wait to rush towards Kuriko, not even equipped with ordinary weapons, let alone mystic iron weapons. If they could unleash mystic iron weapons, it would be a great advantage. Kuriko is passionately grinding monsters. He was brutally ambushed by three assassins. Following the principle of, even if you can't win, you have to bring someone along to take the hit. The level 3 shadow arrow he casually shot out directly brought the leading assassin down to low health. The three of them were not surprised but delighted. They couldn't wait to explode the equipment on his body. Watching the three people swiftly approaching, Kuriko immediately panicked. After all, his gaming level was not very strong. Just as he was about to meet his end, 3 sword lights flickered. Stormflash suddenly appeared. Stormflash resisted the attacks of the 3 individuals, directly hitting the still floating assassins. A large amount of damage emerges from their heads. HP is all reduced to 0. Shadow Wolf's face is full of disbelief. Instantly turned into a burst of starlight and dissipated. Low defense coupled with level suppression. The effect of level 2 Stormflash is extremely terrifying. Kuriko stared blankly at the figure in front of him. Everything in front of him happened too quickly. Fengshe suddenly appeared and killed 3 people in seconds. He couldn't react at all. Kuriko feels that this kind of agility and reaction capability is simply not human. He is once again shocked by Fengshe's strength. Just then, several players came over. The leader, Flame Tiger, gritted his teeth and angrily cursed. Shadow Wolf is such a dumbass. 3 against 1 and still got counter-killed. Everyone charge at me. I want that little trash to know the consequences of offending the Shadow Guide. Just at this moment, he gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Shadow Wolf is such a dumbass. He even got turned on and killed in a 3 against 1 fight. Everyone charge at me all together. I want that little trash to know the consequences of offending the Shadow Guide. Just then, a smoke bomb was suddenly thrown out by Fengshe. It exploded at Flame Tiger's feet, instantly filling the surroundings with smoke, blocking their vision. Fengshe immediately signaled Kuriko to retreat. Facing many plate professions and healers on the opposing side, the only choice was to run. Little Gaggas quickly asked Flame Tiger if they should continue to pursue. Flame Tiger's eyes lit up when he saw this mine. He thought they ran fast, but having this treasure land was enough. This is a leveling treasure land. Quickly notify Shadow Wolf and ask them to come over. Little Gaggas suddenly looked worried. After all, this area belongs to level 4 zone. It's a bit dangerous for them considering their levels. Flame Tiger immediately roared angrily upon seeing this. Don't you even know how to imitate? Haven't you seen that as long as you lure the gnoll into the smoke, you can monster grind without taking damage? Under Flame Tiger's command, the warrior is responsible for luring the gnolls from afar into the smoke. The 3 magic class professions stand far away. They keep casting skills relentlessly, and the DPS methodically begins to kill the gnolls. Seeing that he can kill monsters without taking any damage, the little gag-gas immediately start to flatter him, saying that Flame Tiger will soon become the #1 player in the realm. The Shadow members are watching the gnolls continuously falling to the ground, laughing heartily. Even with so many people sharing the experience points, a single gnoll can still provide a 2% boost in experience. Flame Tiger is feeling great at the moment, with experience points rapidly increasing. At this rate, reaching level 6 is just a matter of time. By then, Shadow will surely become the top guide in Maple Leaf Town, with him as the leader. Groups of gnolls are lying at the entrance of the mine, various ores and copper scattered all around. Suddenly, Shadow Wolf shouts, "Something exploded here!" It turns out to be a rare skill book for a swordman. However, Flame Tiger insists on not stopping and continuing the grind. Meanwhile, not far from the Crimson Star mine, Kuriko grits their teeth in frustration. Feng asked, "Are we just going to leave it at that?" "That was information we heard from a beta player after much effort." Feng shook his head with a faint smile. "Whoever dares to steal from me, let them laugh for now. Soon they will learn what it means to laugh and sorrow together." Time was passing slowly. The effect of the smoke bomb was also slowly starting to fade. An elementalist noticed the disappearing smoke and asked Flame Tiger, "Brother Tiger, how did the smoke disperse?" Flame Tiger quickly looked over. The smoke at the entrance did indeed disperse. Just at this moment, always absent-minded, non-aggressive gnolls. All of the people in shadow. 40+ gnolls with blood-red eyes. They let out angry roars. Finally, they spotted the ones who had been attacking them all along. The people of Shadow were suddenly shocked to see the situation. A 4th-level gnoll. It's not something they can handle at all. The gnolls immediately rushed forward in a group, roaring furiously, pounced towards the player who had been sneaking up on them all along. The level 2 refugee player was no match at all. A single strike from the level 4 gnoll, they died instantly on the spot. A large group of gnolls. They began a frenzied massacre. Players from Shadow's studio didn't even have time to react. In an instant, they were swarmed by a group of gnolls. Within a blink of an eye, several players were taken down. The members in the rear also panicked. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Flame Tiger immediately signaled everyone to retreat. However, gnolls are very fast. In no time, they caught up with the short-legged mage professions. One axe for each of the mages' heads. Seeing the situation turning bad, Flame Tiger, who fled away, couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. It was hard work to get everyone to level 2. Now, with one death, they all dropped back to level 1. With progress and setbacks like this, the dream of becoming the ruler of Maple Leaf Town was shattered. They even fell behind other guides by a large margin. After Noel took down the surrounding players, it was not satisfied. It immediately let out a roar towards the fleeing survivors. Following that, Noel quickly launched another pursuit. It pounced towards Flame Tiger and others. Compared to others at Shadow's studio, Flame Tiger's skills are clearly superior. He skillfully dodges Noel's attacks one after another. Under his desperate escape, gradually pulled away from the gnolls. Only about 10 players left, with Flame Tiger being the only one alive. He dared not linger, and quickly moved away from this area. Just when he thought he had escaped the danger, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. "We meet again, nouveau riche. How come you are all alone now? Where did your little followers go? Were they all taken out by the gnolls?" He once created countless wealth for Shadow Guide, only to be betrayed and have his account deleted. Returning to the opening of the realm 10 years ago, this time he will crush Shadow Guide under his feet. Being chased by the leader of Shadow, Flame Tiger, he pretended to give up the leveling treasure land. Then he used gnolls to slaughter them all. Just now, after Flame Tiger fled for his life, he unexpectedly encountered Fengshe, who was watching the show. Seeing Fengshe's sardonic smile, even if Flame Tiger is stupid, he understands the gnolls' rebellion. It must be Fengshe's doing. Flame Tiger was furious to the extreme. You're dead meat, kid. He immediately picked up his shield, grabbed the battle axe emitting black light, and rushed violently towards Feng Shi. Flame Tiger's attack was very powerful. The battle axe emitting black light fell instantly. But Feng Shi's previous location was empty. Flame Tiger's confident strike unexpectedly missed. He stared ahead in panic. But there wasn't even a single figure in sight. Just then, Feng Shi suddenly appeared behind Flame Tiger. A quick slash was struck. Flame Tiger's HP immediately dropped by 1/7. After swinging a sword, Feng Shi couldn't help but sneer. Where are you hitting? I'm right behind you. Flame Tiger is no longer calm. He quickly turned around and swung his battle axe again. Feng Shi had already seen Flame Tiger's move. He took a step back, dodging easily by sidestepping. Flame Tiger, feeling humiliated, was furious. He vowed not to rest until he killed you back to level 0. Immediately, he swung the battle axe rapidly towards Feng Shi. Flame Tiger's attacks couldn't even touch the agile Feng Shi. With full agility, Feng Shi dodged with extreme ease. After a moment, Flame Tiger stopped attacking, panting heavily. He had no way at all, so he began to taunt. You coward! If you have the guts, don't hide. I can take you down in minutes. Feng Shi agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll just stand here without moving. Come and attack me. Flame Tiger didn't expect Feng Shi to be so foolish. Just some provocation, and he immediately fell for it. He quickly raised his shield, using the charge skill against Feng Shi. If Feng Shi doesn't dodge, he can only fight head-on. He won't lose in terms of power. The next moment, Flame Tiger fell into despair. He had just charged to a distance of 2 yards from Feng Shi when Feng Shi unleashed the Storm Flash. 3 lightning bolts pierced through the shield, passed through Flame Tiger's body, and 3 high damage numbers appeared above his head. His HP dropped to 0 in an instant. Flame Tiger stared fiercely at Feng Shi, spitting out blood in anger. If he hadn't charged forward on his own, there's no way that this skill could have hit him completely. Feng Shi said it was purely accidental. Nouveau riche, are you okay? I only said to stand still, not that I wouldn't fight back. Why did you charge over on your own? By the way, thank you, Nouveau riche brother, for helping me mine so many ore materials. It saved me a lot of time. Flame Tiger immediately flew into a rage. He also wanted to say something while pointing at Feng Shi. However, his body had already turned into starlight and dissipated. He couldn't say a single word. Immediately the system prompt appeared in front of him. Player Darkblade killed you. Will respawn in Maple Leaf Town. Level decreased by 1. All skill proficiencies decreased by 100 points. The next moment, in the bustling square of Maple Leaf Town, flashes of white light flickered. Figures kept appearing from it. Flame Tiger, who just respawned, had a livid face. His eyes were fierce enough to devour people. After regaining his composure, he immediately ordered everyone to check their backpacks. See what they have lost. Flame Tiger opened his backpack and took a look. Suddenly felt a sweet sensation in his throat. Almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. He was prepared to use the skill book to mock Feng Shi. It's gone. That was a very rare swordman skill book. It is also the most valuable item dropped by gnolls. It's gone now. He roared angrily to the sky. Gather immediately. Everyone rush back to the place we were just at. I'll tear the guy into pieces. At that moment, Flame Tiger's communication message rang. He impatiently answered the call and started swearing directly. Who is it? What do you want from me? Then, a cold voice suddenly came through. Flame Tiger, you have quite a temper. Flame Tiger immediately smiled awkwardly. Brother Zhang, it's you. I was just giving those bastards a piece of my mind. Didn't expect you to contact me. Please don't be bothered, Brother Zhang. The man coldly said. Enough. I know all about your affairs. Let's see what you've been up to in Maple Leaf Town. I'm coming to your place now. From now on, you don't need to be the captain of Maple Leaf Town anymore. An elementalist from the team will temporarily take over. If I arrive at Maple Leaf Town and you haven't reached level 2, get lost. Shadow, don't be useless. The communication was immediately cut off. Upon hearing these words, Flame Tiger looked completely dejected. Then he burst into a roar of anger. Hatred towards Darkblade. It cannot be washed away no matter where he goes. But in Shadow Moon Valley. Picking up drops from Shadow members. Fengshe is now holding a skill book dropped by Flame Tiger. Seeing this, Kuriko burst into laughter. Flame Tiger is really something. He's leaving this for you as a gift. Windchaser, launch a rush on enemies within 30 yards and 5 yards away. Movement speed increases by 40% when charging towards the target. Attack speed increases by 10%. With this skill, the swordman's agility is significantly enhanced. It has a great counteractive effect on rangers and mages who enjoy flying kites. Kuriko saw such a rare skill book and immediately expressed her desire to have one too. Fengshe smiled and said, Flame Tiger will deliver what you want to us. Kuriko then picked up the fallen ore from the ground. He saw a dark green ore on the ground. He picked it up and asked, Feng, what is this starstone? Fengshe heard starstone and abruptly turned to look at him. Kuriko, your luck is too good. You can even pick up something like this. All monsters in the world have a chance of dropping a starstone, with the probability being 1 in a million. Kuriko immediately became excited. It's so rare to drop. What is the use of this starstone? It must be very valuable. Fengshe smiled slightly and turned around. It's meant for eating, but not for players to eat. You'll understand in the future. However, this stone has no use for now, so it's not valuable. Kuriko was a bit puzzled. Who would eat stones? But Fengshe refused to explain, so there must be a reason. Therefore, he stopped asking. Later, the two arrived at the blacksmith's shop. Fengshe handed over all the meteorite, or without keeping a single one. This is a quest item. Even if sold to an NPC, it is worthless. Master Jack saw the full pile of ores and immediately expressed his approval to Fengshe. Then he confidently said, To become an excellent blacksmith, you need enough power to obtain precious ores. In the Crimson Star Mine, there is a powerful Knoll chieftain. Go and kill it to prove your power. At the same time, a system prompt popped up, revealing a hidden quest. The Path of Blacksmithing. It requires killing the Knoll chieftain in the Crimson Star Mine within a time limit of 1 hour. When the unique demon sword appears in the world, either become a god or fall into evil. Someone once wielded a magic artifact to establish an empire. There are also those who were consumed by the power they could not control. Just recently, notice there are still 2-stage quests. Fengshe was itching to curse out the crooked deal. This really caused him a lot of harm. Indeed, everyone has reservations. You can't trust that they're all swindlers. A crooked deal in the previous life. There was no mention of a 2nd-stage quest at all. Now a 2-stage time quest has suddenly emerged. It still needs to deal with a boss monster. That is the equivalent of a dungeon boss. It's too deadly for him, who is only at level 3 now. Kuriko noticed Fengshe's unpleasant expression and couldn't help but show concern. And Fengshe lightly replied that he had just taken on a quest. Even if he gets tricked, there's nothing he can do about it now. He is not planning to give up. He intends to go and take a look first before making any decisions. Upon hearing this, Kuriko immediately grinned. With Feng around, there's no quest that can't be handled. Feng couldn't help but comment. You didn't say that before. But this quest is very dangerous. You have to listen to me. Later, Fengshe and Kuriko cleared out the knolls all the way and arrived at the 2nd floor of the Crimson Star Mine. Compared to the knolls outside the mine entrance, the ones inside are no longer level 4, but level 5. As far as the eye can see, there are densely packed knolls all holding battle axes. In order to complete the quest, They must first clear out these troublesome monsters. The duo didn't waste any time and immediately prepared to take action. Immediately following, Fengshe suddenly unleashed Windchaser. He instantly disappeared from the original spot, rushed towards the group of monsters. Movement speed and attack speed are greatly increased. He wastes no time. The longsword in his hand dances wildly. The Gnoll group is immediately aggroed by him. Just as the Gnolls were about to gang up on Fengshe, Kuriko, in the distance, madly unleashed shadow arrows, interrupting the Gnoll's attack. Meanwhile, Fengshe swiftly shuttles through the pile of monsters, continuously harvesting the low HP Gnolls. Although it takes some time and effort to kill them, thankfully there is enough black iron ale. Gnoll has been downgraded to level 2. With the collaboration of the two, the nearby Gnolls were quickly cleared out. Kuriko looks somewhat proud. The small Gnolls are completely negligible. And Fengshe shook his head. It would be so simple. The big guy hasn't shown up yet. Just at that moment, suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from deep inside the cave. Kuriko panicked instantly upon hearing the noise. It seems like a monster is approaching, only to see that enormous foot. Each step caused the ground to shatter. Fengshe looked at the boss and said slowly, "This is the target we are going to kill this time." I saw a huge body, holding a giant battle axe. A white-furred Gnoll slowly walked out wearing heavy armor. Gnoll Chieftain level 5 HP 2100. Skill, Armor. It is almost impossible for physical attacks to cause high damage. Skill, Regeneration. Can restore 42 HP every 5 seconds. Its huge body can also resist various negative effects. Crushing Attack. Its attacks are difficult to be parried. Kuriko was instantly filled with fear. This powerful boss is not something players at the current stage can defeat. It's impossible to take it down unharmed with a smoke bomb. The boss monster has an extremely wide field of vision, and there is also a time limit requirement. There are only 19 minutes left until the quest ends. However, at this moment, the Gnoll chieftain suddenly let out a roar. He is eager to launch an attack. Kuriko had no confidence at all when facing the huge Gnoll chieftain. Not to mention its terrifying HP, the massive battle axe on its back alone is chilling. If hit by this axe, one would surely be turned into mincemeat on the spot. Fengshe doesn't know if he can complete this quest, but he cannot give up. Because once this hidden quest fails, there will never be a second chance to obtain it. To kill the Gnoll chieftain, one can only engage in a head-on battle. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack directly. Fengshe reluctantly took out the magic artifact Abyss Dweller. At this point, I can only give it a try. After all, they are only 2 people. And their equipment is very poor. It's simply impossible to kill the Gnoll in 20 minutes. In the previous life, Fengshe has seen only a few magic artifacts with his own eyes. Anyone who has seen the power of a magic artifact will be overwhelmed by its power. Those who can control a magic artifact are even rarer. Crimson Blood War God once rose to fame in a guild battle of over 100,000 people, creating the magnificent War God Empire. At that time, Crimson Blood War God wielded the blood-colored magic artifact, the Crimson Demon Great Axe, and charged into a warrior legion of thousands, killing in all directions. No one could stop the mighty axe of Crimson Blood War God, causing the enemy guild to flee in disarray. It can be said that he was a lone warrior blocking 10,000 enemies. But there are also many who were backlashed by magic artifacts. Frenzied Ranger Wind-Chasing Arrow wielded the magic artifact Demon's Roar, guarding a city alone with a bow, keeping numerous players at bay. Not a single person could approach within 100 yards of the city. Unfortunately, in the end, he was backlashed by the magic artifact and ultimately became a slave to the weapon. Those who control magic artifacts are all top experts with renowned reputations in the realm, inspiring awe in others. Just at this moment, a system prompt popped up. Would you like to bind the magic artifact Abyss Dweller? Fengshe took a deep breath suddenly. He chose to bind it. As for the backlash effects of the magic artifact, he didn't care at the moment. Since those people could control magic artifacts, how could he, as a reincarnator, lose to them? In the moment of choosing to bind, a warning immediately popped up from the system. The binding cannot be undone. All consequences will be borne by the player. Fengshe was now in a binding state. Countless dark energies surged out from the demon's sword, tightly wrapping around him. Soon after, a terrifying roar of a dragon resounded. The energy surging out from the demon's sword transformed into a fierce Black Dragon King. The next moment, the Black Dragon King slowly dissipated, returning back into the demon's sword. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. The magic artifact Abyss Dweller bound successfully. Just at the moment after the binding, Fengshe clearly felt that all the power in his body had been sucked away. His level kept dropping rapidly, instantly dropping to level 0. On the side, Kuriko also looked shocked at Fengshe. "Feng, don't scare me. How did you become level 0? At this moment, a surge of power emanated from Fengshe's body, spreading throughout his entire being. He is now even stronger than when he was at level 3. He smiled faintly. No need to worry. His current state is countless times better than before. When the one-of-a-kind demon sword appeared in the world, either become a god or fall into demonhood. Someone once wielded a magic artifact to establish an empire. Some people were also corrupted by the power that they could not control. Just now, to kill the Knoll chieftain and complete the quest, Fengshe took a risk by choosing to bind the magic artifact Abyss Dweller. Even though the level was reduced to 0, but gained even more powerful power. He quickly checked the attributes of Abyss Dweller. Abyss Dweller one-hand sword magic artifact attack power plus 24 all attributes plus 10 attack speed plus 3 ignore monster level by 5 levels 15% chance to deal double damage. When attacking 10% chance to inflict a curse of misfortune all attributes reduced by 30% lasts. For 20 seconds swordman job holders receive a plus 2 increase in all skill levels gain. 2 extra free attribute points per level skill. Illusionary Strike Abyss Bind 9-headed Dragon Strike Abyss Dweller is cursed by the Black Dragon King. Besides granting the holder amazing power, it will periodically backlash against the holder. Meanwhile, Knoll chieftain suddenly let out a resounding roar that echoed to the ends of the earth. As the summoning skill is activated, the sound of whooshing continued to echo on the field. Countless gnolls were summoned out. No need for the Knoll chieftain's command. The summoned gnolls rushed towards the players on the field. Fengshe couldn't wait to have a sword fight with the gnoll. He quickly signaled Kuriko to hide in a safe place. Just at that moment, several gnoll warriors had already pounced in front of him, blocked off all his retreat paths. Fengshe, however, remained calm. Slowly raising the demon sword in hand, a mighty demonic aura burst forth from the sword. With a casual wave of the demon sword in his hand, several black rays flashed out. The approaching gnoll warrior froze in midair and was instantly killed. Kuriko was instantly shocked by this powerful attack, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. At the same time, seeing his younger brother being slaughtered, the Knoll chieftain couldn't sit still either. He suddenly raised the giant axe in his hand and swung it towards Fengshe's position. Fengshe easily dodged with a sidestep. Looking at the small human in front of him, he could actually dodge his attack so easily. The Knoll chieftain immediately gritted his teeth and stood up. Shortly after, its huge axe fell again from its hand. Fengshe, suspended in midair, was unable to dodge. Was immediately chopped in half. Kuriko broke out in a cold sweat at the sight, looking at the scene in disbelief. However, at that moment, Fengshe, who had been split in half, turned into a dark energy and slowly dissipated on the spot. This was the effect of the skill Illusionary Strike. This skill can instantly create a clone. Players can control this clone, which possesses 50% of the original entity's attributes and skills. The original entity and the clone can also switch places. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Noel Chieftain was shocked by this scene. His eyeballs were almost popping out. In the blink of an eye, a sudden swoosh sound was heard. Feng Shi was surrounded by astonishing demonic energy. He raised the Abyss Dweller in his hand and appeared next to the Noel Chieftain. Shortly after, a flash of red light appeared in Feng Shi's eyes. Abyss Dweller suddenly burst out with a loud, piercing buzz. A large amount of magic energy surged wildly. The next second, as Windchaser was activated, Noel Chieftain hadn't reacted yet, when Feng Shi turned into a black light and struck his neck. Immediately, a terrifying damage value of up to 105 points appeared. And Feng Shi's long sword didn't stop, swiftly striking out several times. Wherever the sword edge passed, dozens of damage points appeared one after another. Right after that, Feng Shi, who was suspended in midair, suddenly raised the demon's sword in his hand. Along with his angry shout, the demon's sword once again erupted with several astonishing devilish auras. The next second, Stormflash suddenly hacked out 3 fierce and sharp dark red sword auras, piercing through the massive body of the Noel Chieftain. This move instantly knocked off more than 300 of its HP. In just a moment, its health bar has already been reduced by more than half. The Noel Chieftain, heavily wounded by Feng Shi's surprise attack, is very angry. It suddenly widened its struggling dog eyes. Immediately, it burst out with a deafening roar. The fresh blood flowing from the wound became its stimulant. Its entire body hair turned bright red, entered a furious state with doubled attack power. However, at this moment, Feng Shi is holding the demon sword Abyss Dweller, causing his attributes to greatly increase. With his current speed, he is very confident that he can easily dodge any attack. Next, the Noel Chieftain's eyes emit a fierce light. Suddenly raised the giant axe in his hand and chopped down towards Feng Shi. The moment the giant axe fell to the ground, stones splintered and the entire area was smashed into pieces. Feng Shi awkwardly leaped into the air to barely avoid the impact. However, at this moment, the Noel Chieftain took a sidestep and quickly arrived in front of Feng Shi. The Noel Chieftain suddenly revealed a mocking smile, entered into a swift blessing state. Attack speed immediately doubled. Then it began to swing the battle axe frantically. Both attack speed and power were increased to terrifying levels. With each attack, a deep axe mark appeared on the ground. Stones scattered as the relentless strikes continued one after another, overwhelming the opponent. Feng Shi immediately felt a sharp increase in pressure. Such a frenzy of attacks would instantly take down even a level 5 defensive warrior and a protection paladin. Just at that moment, a shadow arrow suddenly exploded on the head of the Noel Chieftain. Although it only caused 30 points of damage, but it also interrupted his attack. Kuriko was very eager to relieve Feng Shi's pressure. However, seeing this damage, he was also shocked by the leader's unusual defense power. 30 points of damage. Compared to Feng Shi's damage of over 100 points, the difference made him feel somewhat desperate. At the same time, Noel Chieftain also noticed the person who had just ambushed him. Its terrifying dog eyes were fixed firmly on Kuriko. Feng Shi felt a sense of impending danger. He hurriedly reminded Kuriko to escape quickly for his life. As soon as the words fell, the Noel Chieftain actually gave up on Feng Shi directly. Turned around and grinning, he rushed towards Kuriko. Kuriko's legs instantly turned weak, and he collapsed on the ground. He had never expected that his playful scratching attack would draw aggro. Immediately after, a piercing sound was heard. The giant axe wielded by the Noel Chieftain created a gust of air as it swung. Suddenly fell towards Kuriko. Most likely won't survive. Already prepared to hand over their first blood. However, just at this moment, several swooshing sounds suddenly rang out. Countless iron chains formed by dark energy emerged from the void. Seeing Kuriko on the verge of death, Feng Shi dared not hold back any longer. He directly used Abyss Bind. At this moment, the Noel Chieftain was already bound by the pitch-black chains from the abyss, completely unable to move. This skill can immobilize the target for 3 seconds and reduce defense by 100%. He was originally the terrifying sword magician that made people tremble at the mention of his name. After a miraculous reincarnation, he unexpectedly took the risk of being backlashed and chose to bind with the magic artifact Abyss Dweller. All of this is just to trample fiercely on those who betrayed him in his previous life. Just now, as Kuriko was about to lose his life under the giant axe, Fengshe directly used Abyss Bind to turn the situation around. Fengshe breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the successful rescue. The impact of hanging up in the early stages would be too significant for Kuriko. 3 seconds go by in the blink of an eye. After the Gnoll chieftain let out a roar. Then it tore apart all the chains wrapped around its body. At the same time, Fengshe also moved. He leaped forward and instantly appeared near the Gnoll chieftain. He suddenly raised the Abyss Dweller in his hand. Quickly activated the Windchaser skill. Fengshe instantly turned into a black light, hitting the head of the Gnoll chieftain directly. With a loud bang, the Gnoll chieftain was knocked out briefly. Kuriko did not hesitate at all and turned around to run away directly. This kind of terrifying battle left him with no room for intervention. Soon, the Gnoll chieftain who had come back to his senses quickly locked onto Fengshe's position. His hand suddenly crackled. A sharp flash of lightning quickly condensed in his hand. Fengshe suddenly felt something was amiss. Even though he was holding a magic artifact, he was not invincible. The next second, that terrifying electric light flashed by. Fengshe quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding being grazed by it. The attack methods of the chieftain-level boss are varied. It already possesses intelligence. If one move misses, the battle axe in its hand strikes again towards Fengshe's position. Fengshe does not dare to relax at all. He quickly creates distance. Just after a short moment of exchange, he feels as if it has been an incredibly long time, like a century has passed. The Gnoll chieftain suddenly roared angrily, opening its massive jaws wide. A strange energy orb emerged from within. As the sound of cries and roars echoed out, countless fierce giant dogs leaped out from that ball of light. The giant dogs immediately pounced towards Fengshe's position as soon as they landed. At the same time, there are only 2 minutes left for the quest time limit. Fengshe suddenly felt a sharp increase in pressure. He doesn't have time to deal with these small fries now. If things continue like this, the quest is definitely going to fail. If he wants to turn the tide, there is no choice but to use the 9-headed dragon strike. However, he is not sure how long his current spirit power can last. The spirit power in the realm is different from other attributes. If it is excessively consumed, players will experience severe pain symptoms. Once the spirit power is depleted in the game, they will be forced to exit the game. However, at this time, there is no time to consider other things. He is determined to complete this quest. At the moment when the 9-headed dragon strike was launched, a mysterious Duskwraith array with 9 illusions of Abyss Dweller suddenly appeared beneath Fengshe. Quietly drifting in midair, they surrounded him. The 9-headed dragon strike can instantly create 9 illusions of Abyss Dweller swords for the wielder to use. Each illusion sword can inflict 30% damage. At the same time, the swiftly approaching giant dogs have already reached Fengshe's front. The next second, 9 Abyss Dwellers flying and shuttling in the air, just like mischievous elves, continuously piercing through the bodies of those giant dogs. Although Fengshe cannot completely control the 9 swords. However, using the 9 swords for simple attacks is still fine. After clearing away the obstacles, Fengshe immediately controls the 9 Abyss Dwellers. Shoot towards the Gnoll chieftain. 9 Abyss Dwellers fly rapidly in an instant. The sound of breaking the void sounds loud as it sweeps away. The large figure of the Gnoll chieftain is immediately considered as a target. 9 Abyss Dwellers keep attacking. Single-digit decimal values keep popping up one by one. Although the damage is very low, there are a large number of them. Just being bombarded for a moment, Null Chieftain's HP has dropped to the last few hundred points. Just at this moment, 9 Abyss Dwellers stopped attacking. Quickly fly towards Feng Shi's location. In an instant, Abyss Dweller was once again suspended in front of him. He raised the Abyss Dweller in his hand high, preparing to deliver the final blow to the Null Chieftain. However, just at that moment, Feng Shi's head suddenly experienced a sharp and intense pain. His spirit power was almost depleted. The 9 Abyss Dwellers slowly dissipated in place. The sudden onset of severe pain made him unable to stand steadily, causing him to collapse to the ground. At the same time, system warnings kept popping up. Once his spirit power reaches 0, he will be forced to exit the game and will be restricted from logging in. Kuriko hurried over and asked with concern, "Feng, what's wrong?" And the Null Chieftain seemed to have noticed Feng Shi's embarrassment. A trace of mockery appeared on that fierce dog-like face. Slowly walked towards Feng Shi, who was struggling to stand up. Kuriko hurriedly began persuading Feng Shi to give up the quest. "If we fail here, the losses will be significant." And Feng Shi is panting wildly to calm down his own state. "Do we really have to give up? In the previous life, I worked tirelessly as a shadow guide, established countless territories for others. Yet, I was discarded like trash. I don't know if it's the grace of God or a turning point in fate. It gave me a chance to start over. How could I easily give up here? In this lifetime, I will rewrite my tragic fate." He struggled to prop himself up and used the skill Illusionary Strike. In an instant, a shadowy doppelganger appeared 3 yards away from him. He then used the gravity release skill. Together with the shadow clone, they swiftly launched an attack. The shadow clone and Feng Shi stomped on the ground. They quickly leaped towards the Null Chieftain. Feng Shi and the shadow clone simultaneously lifted Abyss Dweller high. Initiate the attack. Watching the two figures approaching rapidly, the Null Chieftain's dog eyes suddenly widened. In the blink of an eye, it hadn't even reacted yet. Feng Shi and his clone had already plunged the Abyss Dweller in their hands into its dog eyes. Immediately Feng Shi and his clone swung the Abyss Dweller wildly, attack speed reaching the extreme. Suddenly, Null Chieftain let out a series of howls. And the Null Chieftain let out a furious roar, going completely berserk. It swiftly swung the battle axe in its hand to interrupt Feng Shi's attack. Feng Shi dodged the axe, which flew at him like an arrow. As it was about to hit the ground, he suddenly stepped on the clone. Immediately after that, he exerted all his strength, using the clone as a foothold. Like an arrow shot from a bow, quickly shoot towards the Null Chieftain. The next moment, that dark Abyss Dweller suddenly emitted a strange red light. Between the spark of electricity and light, Feng Shi once again uses Windchaser. He turned into a terrifying dark red blade of light, directly piercing through the Null Chieftain. The last strand of HP for the Null Chieftain, finally taken away by Feng Shi. Overall, a boss monster that is more than 4 times stronger than the elite. The comic commentator Guan fell in front of the powerful magic artifact. A system prompt sounded. Killing a level 5 Null Chieftain grants 500% more experience than killing monsters of the same level. You obtain 2,350 XP. Congratulations. You have become the first player in the realm to slay a boss monster. The drop rate of Null Chieftain is increased by 200%. Reputation with the Star Moon Kingdom has increased by 10 points. At this moment, Kuriko sat slumped on the ground. Not being able to help at all this time made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. This level 0 pro wields the Demon Sword and challenges a level 5 boss leader by himself. After battling fiercely for a long time, and using all his cards, Feng Shi finally defeated the Null Chieftain. Feng Shi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After the Null Chieftain exploded, the items scattered all around. Kuriko shouted in excitement, "Feng, you are simply my idol." Soon after, Feng Shi picked up the skill book from the ground and smiled. "Kuriko, Your luck is truly unbelievable. This evil whipbind skill book is quite rare. It is also a rare damage control skill for sorcerers. Kuriko is not excited but rather looks very downcast. He feels too weak and completely unable to help. He gathered his spirits and asked, "Feng, can you teach me how to become a powerful sorcerer? I don't want to always hide on the sidelines and watch the battles." Feng sure nodded. "Let's start with allocating skill points." Kuriko immediately grinned. "Isn't that very simple? Just allocate all skill points to intelligence." Feng sure angrily punched him. "The sorcerer profession is not as simple as you think." Kuriko suddenly felt confused. Shouldn't DPS professions maximize intelligence stats? Feng sure shook his head. "That big axe he wielded almost took you out earlier. Do you not remember?" Kuriko smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Quickly expressed that he hadn't forgotten. Later, Feng sure explained earnestly. "Want to become a powerful sorcerer? Agility is also essential. Agility not only increases movement speed, but also allows you to cast spells faster. Furthermore, sorcerers have few survival skills, their spells are not very powerful, and most of their skills mainly involve cursing and blood consumption. It takes time to fully unleash the damage." After discussing the allocation of points for the sorcerer, Feng sure starts to distribute the spoils. "Take the bronze magic robe and put it on." He then handed the evil whipbind skill book to Kuriko. Casting time of 3 seconds. Extends 5 thorn vines to bind targets within a certain range. Causes the thorns to break. Each thorn inflicts 20 points of base damage, plus an additional 30% of magic damage. Kuriko was ecstatic at first sight. With this powerful control skill, combat proficiency can be greatly improved. Feng sure hurriedly reminded, "This skill has a 3-second chanting time. You need to anticipate and chant in advance to control the enemy." Kuriko nodded frantically, indicating that he would practice more. "And among them, there is a bronze leather and a pair of plate gloves to switch. Feng sure also can be considered upgrading from a small gun to a cannon." And Kuriko also equipped the violet blood cloak and violet blood leg armor. Spell damage instantly increased significantly. Afterwards, Feng sure and Kuriko then returned to the blacksmith's shop to turn in the quest. Master Jack, who was busy forging, nodded approvingly. "Young man, you are quite impressive. You can definitely inherit my forging techniques." At the same time, a system prompt popped up, indicating completion of the hidden quest. Forging the Path. The player learned blacksmith and became a junior blacksmith apprentice with forging talent and genius. The reward is 10 pieces of 100-fold tempered steel. Kuriko was curious. A forging genius. Seems quite formidable. Feng sure lightly expressed that this skill, after successfully forging, has a certain chance to increase 2 points of proficiency. Kuriko was immediately disappointed. "It seems like it's not very useful after all, listening to what you just said." Feng sure, on the other hand, said solemnly, "Don't underestimate the increase of 2 proficiency points. You should know that the success rate of a junior blacksmith apprentice in making a normal item is only 20%. If successful, there's only a 40% chance of gaining 1 proficiency point. Now, as long as the forging is successful, there's a chance to gain an additional 2 proficiency points. The promotion efficiency has increased several times. An ordinary player needs at least more than 10 days to become an intermediate blacksmith apprentice, and the materials must not be interrupted. The terrifying failure rate will waste a large amount of materials. With the forging talent, one can save a lot of materials." Upon hearing that they can save money, Kuriko immediately smiled with joy. "In that case, this talent is indeed very powerful." Feng. "When? Forge me some top-quality equipment to use." Feng sure expressed with a hint of annoyance. "Crafting equipment requires blueprints. I have only learned the skills for now. Without blueprints, I can't forge anything." He felt secretly delighted. Dead Silence Forest produces blueprints for bronze equipment. The equipment crafted from that blueprint not only has a low cost, but also has excellent attributes. Many blacksmiths in the past world made a fortune because of that blueprint. After making up his mind, Feng Shi did not linger. He turned around directly and prepared to leave. Just as he turned to leave, Master Jack's gaze fell on the jet-black long sword at his waist. Even though the jet-black long sword was full of rust spots, it couldn't escape the eyes of the blacksmith master. Master Jack hurriedly stopped Feng Shi. "Young man, please stop. You really make me look at you with new eyes. I have been forging weapons for many years. It's the first time I have seen a magic artifact. This magic artifact must have been cursed with a terrible curse. I'm afraid this curse has already started to backfire on its owner." Master Jack stopped me. Feng Shi looked slightly surprised. Master Jack's eyes were filled with strong desire. He whispered in a somewhat submissive tone, "Would you let me take a look at this sword?" Feng Shi didn't think too much. He directly handed over Abyss Dweller, the demon sword, to Master Jack. It is the lifelong pursuit of every blacksmith master. Naturally, upon seeing it, one would want to experience it firsthand. After observing for a moment, Master Jack solemnly said, "Abyss Dweller was personally crafted by the famous General Alices, using the fawn of the Black Dragon King as the main material. It is ranked 31st among the realm's 36 swords. However, this sword is cursed by the Black Dragon King. In addition to granting the holder amazing power, it will backfire on the holder every once in a while. If the backfire cannot be suppressed, the holder will be cursed by the Black Dragon King, causing all attributes to permanently decrease by 50%. This is a powerful sword, but the curse on it is very evil. The more you try to unleash the sword's power, the stronger the curse becomes. Eventually, it will trap the holder in an endless abyss. It's too difficult to control this sword with your strength. You are easily swallowed by the curse. The magic artifact Abyss Dweller may grant the holder amazing power, but this sword carries the curse of the Black Dragon King. The more you try to unleash the sword's power, the stronger the curse becomes. Eventually, it will trap the holder in an endless abyss." Feng Shi naturally knows all this. That's why he hesitated at first. Curiously, he asked, "Is there any way to remove the curse?" Master Jack shook his head. Master Craftsman Alices has slain countless terrifying beings to bestow this legendary sword with unparalleled power. The power of these vanquished beings is sealed within the sword, and without immensely strong power, it is impossible to suppress it. However, there is a way to weaken this curse. The power sealed within the sword is a curse, and to weaken it, one must have exceptionally strong luck. In the realm continent, there are certain stones that gather the good fortune of the realm. These stones are called lucky stones, and having a lucky stone can counteract this curse. Although these stones can be found across the continent, very few people are able to obtain them. If you can find this stone, I can help you weaken the curse of the sword." Feng Shi, who had anticipated this, remained indifferent. Calmly, he gestured to Kuriko to hand over the starstone from the backpack to Master Jack. Kuriko secretly complained after taking out the green stone. The name doesn't even say Lucky Stone. Master Jack was stunned in place at the sight of the dark green starstone. Master Jack, who came to his senses, suddenly praised Feng Shi, saying, "You are truly the man I recognize." Feng Shi was secretly delighted. Initially, this extremely hard to crack and worthless stone, one day suddenly renamed Lucky Stone, directly caused its value to skyrocket. It transformed from trash to a high-value currency in the realm. Feng Shi said with some anticipation, "Master Jack, can you weaken the curse now?" Master Jack then regained his usual composure and smiled, saying, "No problem. I can get it done in half an hour." Following that, Master Jack immediately took out the lucky stone, roasting it together with Abyss Dweller in the furnace. He kept hitting Abyss Dweller with a hammer in his hand. Incorporate lucky stone into it. Half an hour later, the forging was successful without any surprises. Feng Shi took over Abyss Dweller. He found that there had been some changes in the introduction of Abyss Dweller. The description about backlash on the weapon had mysteriously disappeared. Master Jack gazed at the originally pitch-black abyss dweller. After a faint golden light emerged, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "The curse of the Black Dragon King has been temporarily suppressed." Fengsher felt a lot more at ease. At least for the time being, the backlash wouldn't be too strong. He then put away the abyss dweller and thanked the master before preparing to leave. He bowed respectfully to Master Jack. He turned around and left straight away. Fengsher suddenly discovered that Lonely as Snow had sent him a lot of messages. Lonely as Snow is the kind man that Fengsher previously encountered at City Hall. He wants Fengsher to lead the team to clear the Dead Silence Forest dungeon, addressing Fengsher's request for priority. After considering for a moment, and checking the equipment requirements for Swordman and Sorcerer, Fengsher agreed to go along. After the communication, Fengsher turned to Kuriko and said, "Someone has invited us to clear the Dead Silence Forest dungeon. Let's gather quickly." And Kuriko was a bit confused. "Can't the two of us handle it?" Fengsher explained. "Dead Silence Forest is a team dungeon we two can't enter. It's safer with more people. Less chance of accidents happening." When Fengsher and Kuriko arrived at the dungeon entrance of Dead Silence Forest, various teaming up shouts could be heard constantly. The entire Dead Silence Forest is packed with people. Everywhere you look, there are level 2 players. Many players are forming parties to go into the dungeon. At a glance, Fengsher spotted Lonely as Snow waving to him and excitedly shouted, "Master, you're finally here. If it wasn't for your recommendation of the monster grinding spot, I might still not have reached level 2 now. My 3 friends had to toil to reach level 2. With you leading the team this time, we will surely be able to clear this dungeon." Very quickly, Lonely as Snow arrived at the team's meeting point with Fengsher. His friends were obviously waiting a bit impatiently. They kept urging Fengsher to join the team. Captain Skynet couldn't help but ridicule Fengsher after seeing his level. "Lonely as. So this is the expert you're talking about. I thought it would be someone with 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out it's just like this." The shield warrior beside also had his face darkened. "This weakling is only level 1. Seems like he's just here to scam equipment." Skynet sneered. Dead Silence Forest is a level 2 dungeon. Sending a level 1 rookie in there is basically asking for death. And he has the nerve to steal all the swordmen and sorcerers' equipment. Is he taking us for fools or what? Defensive warrior walked up to Fengsher and teased, "Level 1 boss, why are you so quiet? Even if the snail server has been online for a long time, you shouldn't still be at level 1, right?" The nearby sorcerer also chimed in. "With your level, how dare you try to command us?" Fengsher also didn't want to embarrass Lonely as Snow. He chose to leave the team directly. He then said to Kuriko, "Kuriko, let's find more people to go to the dungeon again." Without saying a word, Kuriko also directly left the team. Lonely as Snow still wanted to try to persuade Fengsher. However, Skynet spoke up. "You now have 2 choices. Either follow us to the dungeon or leave the team with them." Lonely as Snow fell silent for a moment. He didn't think he had misjudged Fengsher. Fengsher was definitely a master. He then chose to withdraw from the group as well. He was prepared to follow Fengsher and see if his judgment was correct. Skynet watched Lonely as Snow leave and suddenly shouted, "Don't regret making this choice. When we clear Dead Silence Forest and get top-grade equipment, you will regret it." Lonely as Snow did not offer any rebuttal. He quickly caught up to Fengsher and said, "Master, please let me join you. I want to venture into Dead Silence Forest with you all. I have 2 pieces of ordinary plate equipment with 24 defense points." Fengsher nodded in agreement. Kuriko did not expect that Lonely as Snow would actually leave his original team to join them. This gesture sparked some favorable feelings towards Lonely as Snow. He patted Lonely as Snow on the shoulder, laughing heartily, and said, "Following Feng won't disappoint you. You have a good eye, kid." Fengsher suddenly said to Kuriko, "Put on the staff. Remember to activate the special effects." Kuriko immediately grinned, indicating that he understood the halo effect of the bronze equipment. With a faint blue color, Lonely Snow's mouth suddenly opened wide in disbelief as he looked at Kuriko. He had thought Fengshe was a rare master. I didn't expect Kuriko to be the real master. In his past life, he was the pinnacle sword king. But now, he is greatly despised when teaming up in dungeon. To enter the dungeon quickly and farm design drawings, he had to ask Kuriko to activate the equipment's special effects to lure monsters. Soon, Kuriko's voice could be heard. Skilled player leading the team. Level 3, Speed 3, come over. Skynet immediately showed a disdainful expression upon hearing this. Quite bold indeed. This person's nerve is really thick. Just then, little Gagas beside suddenly said, Skynet leader, quickly look at that sorcerer. His equipment shining with blue light looks very powerful. Only seeing Kuriko holding the extremely rare bronze equipment, constantly shouting to recruit members. It seems that there is really some master style. Skynet saw the halo effect of the bronze equipment. His eyes almost popped out. Shield Warrior awkwardly reminded, when teaming up, that sorcerer is already at level 3. Magic little Gagas suddenly laughed and said, even if that sorcerer is really strong, it's impossible for them to bring along a level 1 newbie to clear the dungeon, right? The Shield Warrior on the side chuckled and suggested an idea. Why don't we use the mage equipment as a bargaining chip and let him join our team? Skynet immediately nodded in agreement, indicating that this was a great idea. He then quickly contacted Kuriko, seeing the other party reply within seconds. He immediately felt confident. When he saw Kuriko's concise rejection, Vaughn's face immediately fell. He turned around and saw Kuriko gesturing at him internationally, and his veins popped out instantly. What a self-righteous guy. Under Kuriko's enthusiastic shouting, the number of people signing up for Team Fengshe has also increased. This effect is mainly due to the equipment on Kuriko. Fengshe quickly formed a team of 4. Initially, the 4 were quite happy. There were over 10 people present, but only they were chosen. However, upon seeing the level of team leader Fengshe, they were all upset and demanded to withdraw from the team. Lonely Snow sighed in despair. Brother expert, it seems a bit difficult to assemble a full team. Fengshe turned around casually, indicating to take it slow, and there's no need to rush. Suddenly, Lonely Snow realized that all the players around them had disappeared. A sudden commotion erupted not far away. Many players ran over one after another. Everyone looked extremely excited. All the players crowded together in a group. A look of infatuation covered their faces. At this moment, Kuriko widened his eyes in shock. I can't believe I ran into this. Fengshe was speechless. He looked towards the trio that caused the disturbance. The newcomer was none other than Snow Queen Snow by Kuriko's idol, who wore a gorgeous bronze armor that highlighted her exquisite figure perfectly. Coupled with her celestial beauty and icy demeanor, even women couldn't help but be moved upon seeing her, not to mention a group of men. Fengshe himself had to admit that Snow Bai was indeed the most perfect woman he had ever seen, surpassing any female celebrity. And the 2 people beside Snow Bai were also familiar to Fengshe. He had seen them before on various news and television programs. They are all top experts from the realm. Another stunning beauty, Luna Zhao. She has a devilishly hot figure and appearance. Every move she makes exudes a captivating allure, as well as a full dose of wild charm. Female priest Little Aurora can only be considered average, but she has a beautiful appearance and decent skills. On the ranking list of priests in the Star Moon Kingdom, also a well-known figure among the top 100. 2 stunning beauties plus 1 great beauty. Add a beautiful scenery to the dead silence forest. Hundreds of players are gathered on both sides. I would like to get to know these 3 people. Unfortunately, the 3 beauties didn't even glance at them. Snow Bai walked forward silently. For these lecherous men drooling. LV.2 completely disregarded. Feng Shui was also surprised. A small place like Maple Leaf Town, actually encountering such a big shot. It's simply unimaginable. Kuriko was even more obsessed to the extreme. Completely forgot about inviting people to join the team. Feng Shui didn't waste any words either. Raise your hand and give him a punch to wake him up. A bunch of players surrounded on both sides. Want to team up with three beauties. Little Aurora, who is more timid, seemed a bit overwhelmed by the situation. Luna Xiao stood proudly, took a deep breath, and sighed. They are all despicable men. Where are the real masters? Just then, Skynet suddenly jumped out, claiming to be a top-notch ranger. I really hope to join the team of goddesses. Luna Xiao was instantly furious. Do you dare to call yourselves experts with this group of clowns? Little Gagas all around was instantly overwhelmed by Luna Xiao's imposing aura. But Luna Xiao did not give them a good face. She directly roared in anger and sent them packing. Little Aurora is somewhat helpless. People are scared away by you, making it hard to find someone to team up with. Luna Xiao arrogantly expresses disdain for this group of weaklings. Not worthy of teaming up with me. Just moments ago, Kuriko had a lovesick expression on his face, instantly scared into breaking out in a cold sweat. Feng Shui secretly complained. Luna Xiao was a famous Scarlet Flame sorceress in the previous life. The reason she has such a title is that it was built on the bodies of these male players. Once, a guild leader teased her a bit. As a result, the guild of tens of thousands of people was destroyed, and the guild leader was killed and sent back to level 0. Snowbai, who was surrounded by the crowd, suddenly realized someone actually managed to ignore her existence. Feng Shui, who was looking around for suitable teammates, suddenly turned around and found herself locking eyes with Snowbai. Snowbai felt a strange sensation from Feng Shui, a restrained sharpness, especially from the weapon at Feng Shui's waist, which made her slightly wary. Luna Xiao was puzzled as to why Snowbai kept staring at the unremarkable Feng Shui. Do you know him, Snow? You wouldn't want to team up with that noob who's only at level 1. Let's tackle the dungeon together. He must be trying to get our attention, since he's pretending not to see us. Let's ignore him. Quickly form a team of 3 and go into the dungeon. Snowbai, however, seemed oblivious, as if she hadn't heard anything, and walked towards Feng Shui's direction on her own. Luna Xiao looked at Snowbai in surprise. Had to follow and walked along. Luna Xiao in front of Feng Shui suddenly sarcastically said, Do you dare to go to Brush Dungeon at level 1? And Feng Shui calmly stated that I dare to recruit people here. There is naturally a way to clear the dungeon. Later, he warmly said, Miss Bai, are you interested in joining our team? We are short of 3 people. Luna Xiao immediately exploded on the spot. You, a trash player, dare to talk to Snow? Snowbai has a beauty like a heavenly fairy. Adding to that, she also possesses a cold and snowy temperament. Only level 1 Feng Shui. Only level 1 Feng Shui actually claims that she can lead them through the Dead Silence Forest dungeon. The ill-tempered Luna Xiao was about to explode. Snowbai immediately stopped her and calmly analyzed. Although this Darkblade is only level 1, that sorcerer, on the other hand, has 3 pieces of bronze equipment. He must possess some skills. Take a closer look at the weapon by his waist. It seems like there is currently no such unique weapon available. Luna Xiao is a bit confused. Does such an ugly piece of equipment even deserve to be called a weapon? Snowbai, on the other hand, firmly expresses that his weapon is definitely extraordinary. Luna Xiao approached Feng Shui with some skepticism. Where did you, a newbie, get the dungeon guide from? There is no record of this dungeon being cleared at all. Feng Shui casually said it was information from the closed beta test. Snowbai obviously couldn't be fooled so easily. She pondered silently. Despite the realm having been launched for so long, she hadn't heard of any beta players leaking game strategy information. Luna Xiao also thought that Feng Shui was a fraud. Facing Luna Xiao's questioning, Feng Shui readily said, I can tell her a piece of free intelligence first. The monsters in Dead Silence Forest are not considered very strong. The difficulty of this dungeon lies in players easily getting lost among various traps in the woods. Without a guide, the team will basically be unable to even find the monsters, and will end up being heavily injured by the various traps. Even if one is lucky enough to survive, they may end up choosing to commit suicide and return to town due to being unable to find a way out. The surrounding little gaggas immediately scoffed at this. The words spoken by a level 1 person are simply not credible. Fengshe was too lazy to argue with them. Directly let them go and asked just Van. Players resurrected in the dungeon. Snowby suddenly found Fengshe very interesting. Luna Zhao, on the other hand, kept saying that Fengshe was bragging. Snowby ignored her nonsense and walked directly to Fengshe. It seems that you are indeed very knowledgeable about Dead Silence Forest. I'm afraid we won't be able to clear the level without teaming up with you. Fengshe confidently expressed himself. It's not too late to team up now. Snowby didn't waste any time. He turned around directly, signaling the two to leave the team and join Fengshe's team. Little Aurora nodded. Her eyes kept stealing glances at Fengshe, her face showing shyness. Fengshe looked a bit confused. And Luna Zhao stubbornly said, I think he has intentions towards you. This person is a fraud. Snowby said as she applied to join the team. The truth will be revealed once we enter the dungeon. In a moment, 3 level 2 beauties joined Fengshe's team, just enough to meet the required number for the dungeon. The onlooker little gaggas were stunned. They never dreamed that a level 1 rookie could actually lead 3 beauties into the dungeon. Being able to enter the dungeon with his idol Kuriko made Fengshe extremely excited. Fengshe patted his shoulder, indicating that he should remember to perform well. Meanwhile, not far away, Lonely as Snow looked very happy and gave Fengshe a big thumbs up. Before long, Fengshe led the others and arrived at the entrance of the dungeon portal. Next, the system prompted to choose a difficulty level, normal, hard, or hell. Fengshe didn't hesitate at all. After selecting the difficulty level, he immediately entered the dungeon. Others also followed one after another and began to enter. Soon all entered the Dead Silence Forest dungeon. Dead Silence Forest is a dark forest. Thick black clouds press down from the sky. Occasionally, a cold wind blows, as if it were the end of the world. At that moment, a skull suddenly appeared with its mouth wide open. At the same time, a warning popped up on the system. Hell-level Dead Silence Forest drop rates increased by 30%. Punishment after death increased by 100%. Everyone was stunned. They thought they were just exploring a regular dungeon. Unexpectedly, Fengshe chose the Hell difficulty level. Kuriko feels completely bad. Feng, why did you choose the Hell difficulty level? Luna Zhao was instantly furious. If you deceive us, just wait to be sent to hell by me. And Fengshe smiled slightly. He patted Kuriko on the shoulder to signal him not to worry. Lonely as Snow looked at the dark forest and asked, Brother Expert, which way should we go? Fengshe said lightly, It's easy to get lost in Dead Silence Forest. Just follow me closely. He didn't hesitate at all and directly chose a path to walk on. Little Aurora asked with some concern if Snowby should follow. Snowby nodded. Since they were already here, might as well go along with him. Under the leadership of Fengshe, everyone slowly walked into the woods. The rest followed closely behind him, being cautious and vigilant of their surroundings. When Shadowdive reached level 5, he once organized a large group of players to explore Dead Silence Forest in batches. After many hardships, they finally mapped out the area. This endeavor came at the cost of hundreds of players losing levels. The entire Dead Silence Forest has 36 paths. However, only 3 of them lead to the first boss, Fermi. These 3 paths are determined by the fate of many players. Among them, 2 paths are very dangerous and lead to a dead end without sufficient strength. Only 1 path has few monsters. Fengshe chose the path with few monsters. It is quite peaceful and safe to walk on. Luna Xiao asked skeptically, "Do you think the route that newbie took us on is correct?" Snowbye nodded. "This route should be very safe. We didn't even encounter a single monster. We avoided them all perfectly." The place we just left. Those wandering monsters immediately arrived there. Darkblade is obviously very familiar with this dungeon. Luna Xiao expressed that it's just a few small monsters, and she is not willing to admit defeat. What is there to be afraid of? Fengshe turned around at the sound and explained, "These small monsters don't drop any loot. It's a waste of time to fight them." Luna Xiao couldn't help but secretly complain. "I see you're afraid that we'll find out. You are a noob with 0 DPS. After a while, the Fengshe team arrived at a wide open plain. Kuriko, with plenty of experience, smiled knowingly. This kind of place is almost guaranteed to have a boss. When he saw the empty plain, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Where did the boss go? Just at that moment, the whole area suddenly experienced a violent shake. The crowd tensed up immediately. After all, this is a hell-level dungeon here. Any slight movement could be deadly. Fengshe has entered into battle mode. He calmly ordered, "Everyone, be prepared. The boss is about to appear." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge and ferocious night hare suddenly emerged from the ground. It then descended from the sky and landed steadily in front of everyone. Its information also emerged. Vermi Chieftain level 3 HP 6000. Vermi's double claws are as sharp as steel claws. If caught, basically it's instant death. In past lives, who knows how many players just died a miserable death under these sharp claws. Nighthair Vermi Chieftain level 3 HP 6000. Vermi is 3 times the height of a person. Its claws are as sharp as steel claws. Its eyes glint fiercely, and its mouth is full of teeth. This is obviously a carnivorous rabbit. Lonely as Snow was a little surprised. We haven't even fought a single monster. They just directly spawned the boss code right away. Fengshe nodded. Spawning small monsters is too time-consuming. The maximum benefit comes from directly fighting the boss. The timid little Aurora quickly hid behind Snowbye. And Snowbye also drew the long sword from her waist. Already prepared and ready. Fengshe did not rush to pull the boss. He commanded, "Lonely as Snow, this time the main tanking job is up to you. Make sure to hold the boss's aggro. Everyone else, remember to control the damage output and avoid pulling threat." Little Aurora looked puzzled by these professional terms. She curiously asked what MT and OT mean. Fengshe explained that the position of MT is usually taken care of by professions with high blood thickness and defense. It is mainly responsible for drawing aggro from the boss. The MT needs to attract the boss's aggro to create a stable and safe DPS environment for DPS professions. OT refers to aggro getting out of control. If someone suddenly bursts out with excessive DPS, their aggro will surpass that of the MT. Then the boss will switch its attack target. Fragile DPS professions usually will be instantly killed by the boss. Don't worry. I will tell you directly what needs to be done when the time comes. Just follow my commands. He had just finished speaking when Lonely as Snow suddenly activated the charge skill and rushed towards the boss. Fengshe instantly petrified on the spot. Do you want to go up only after Little Aurora gives you a buff? Are you in a rush to go die? Lonely as Snow quickly stopped in a hurry. But the charge skill simply cannot be stopped voluntarily. Vermi looked at the funny human flying towards him. He was also a bit confused instantly. Immediately, Vermi suddenly raised his steel claw high up. Impatiently, he swung the steel claw towards Lonely as Snow. Seeing the menacing steel claw, his face instantly darkened. This is going to be a disaster. Just at that moment, a dark magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Kuriko. His spell had just been completed. He used the control skill Evil Whipvine. Several thick thorns broke through the ground, instantly bound Vermi's body. interrupted its attack and also rendered it unable to move. Lonely as Snow, who narrowly escaped death, quickly turned around. Thanked Kuriko. Then he charged towards Vermi again, prepared to fight with all his might. The next second, he suddenly used his head to strike Vermi, instantly causing him to suffer 58 points of damage. However, Vermi only lost 11 points of health. The power of both sides is completely disproportionate. He was directly hit, and sent flying back several meters. Luna Xiao complained unkindly. "Are your people human bullets?" This sarcastic remark left Fengshe speechless. At that moment, little Aurora suddenly emitted a green light. She began to cast healing spells while moving around. Lonely as Snow's HP has been restored. He quickly thanked her. Soon, the duration of Evil Whip-Iron has ended. Vermi struck a couple of times. Just smashed that pile of thorns into smithereens. Lonely as Snow stood up quickly, taking a deep breath and exhaling heavily. He quickly rushed towards Vermi, continuously waving the long sword in his hand to draw aggro. Although his attacks hit Vermi and didn't cause much damage, he managed to entangle Vermi with his agile footwork. Lonely as Snow's level of skill is somewhat beyond Fengshe's expectations. Aggro is being controlled. He and Snowby also act quickly. Fengshe and Snowby alternate in attacking. Seizing the opportunity, they quickly move towards Vermi, dealing a barrage of damage, while Lonely as Snow firmly stands in front of Vermi, ensuring they can focus on dealing damage. At this moment, Luna Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. "Everyone move aside!" Her burst flame is ready to unleash. She then fiercely sprayed out the roaring flames from her hand. Lonely as Snow barely managed to dodge by leaping awkwardly. The incredibly hot burst flame exploded directly on Vermi, causing an astonishing 118 points of damage. Fengshe was suddenly surprised by the sight. And Luna Xiao saw that 3-digit damage number. Immediately burst into laughter. "My DPS is truly invincible." The high damage. It made Vermi aggro, with a fierce look in its eyes. Slowly turned to face Luna Xiao. Immediately Vermi let out an angry roar. Damage and speed increased by 30%. The conjoined form has also grown slightly. Fengshe suddenly felt a sharp increase in pressure. "Luna Xiao, your burst flame's damage is also too high." Snowby suddenly turned around solemnly and said, "Now the boss's aggro should be completely drawn away." And Luna Xiao, the instigator, still looked confusedly at the two of them. Then Vermi leaped high into the air. The terrifying steel claws swung fiercely towards her position. Scarlet Flame Sorceress Luna Xiao has a devilishly attractive figure and terrifying DPS capability. With just a casual burst flame, the boss was blasted with damage reaching into the hundreds. Directly one-shot by the high damage. Vermi's terrifying steel claws swooped violently toward her position. Luna Xiao, who had reacted in time, muttered to herself, "Not good. It's bad that she exerted too much force just now. Now the boss is going to target me." In the blink of an eye, Vermi's terrifying steel claw came flying towards them. Luna Xiao was already in a state of stupor. There was no time to dodge. At this critical moment, Fengshe hastily swung out the storm flash. 3 flashes of lightning suddenly burst out. The 3 flashes of lightning did not hinder, causing a lot of damage. Successfully disrupted its attack. Luna Xiao, who originally thought she was doomed, slowly opened her eyes. Somewhat incredulous. She actually survived. Fengshe's storm flash immediately pulled Vermi's aggro over. He is no longer retained. Abyss Dweller, holding a torrent of demonic aura, shouted, "Let me pull aggro, you guys focus on dodging attacks." Vermi, who was hurt by the attack, he turned around and pounced towards Fengshe. Snowby quickly reminded Fengshe to be careful. While unexpectedly Fengshe's level is the lowest. At the same time, Vermi has arrived in front of Fengshe. The steel claw fell suddenly, Although he blocked this move with his sword, he was still knocked away. Fengshe spun in the air. He slid on the ground for several meters before coming to a stop. Steadied his posture. There was a loud bang, followed closely by another high leap from Vermi. He lunged towards Fengshe's position. Vermi, filled with immense anger, increased his attack speed rapidly. His palms began to swing wildly as he unleashed the death claw. As its skill activated, several terrifying blade waves quickly shot towards Fengshe. Fengshe did not choose to dodge in the face of such an intense, long-range attack. He kept swinging the Abyss Dweller in his hand to block. After ending the skill of Death Claw, Vermi landed heavily. Then it suddenly started spinning wildly. While spinning rapidly, there were several purple electric arcs oozing out. As Carnage Feast was activated, Vermi disappeared on the spot. It transformed into a terrifying vortex and quickly attacked Fengshe. In the blink of an eye, Vermi had already arrived in front of Fengshe. At this moment, he tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Fengshe hastily swung the Abyss Dweller in his hand. The sword fiercely struck down on the terrifying Carnage Feast. And Fengshe's sword did not manage to stop Vermi. In the blink of an eye, he had already acquired many small wounds. Suddenly, a beautiful figure flashed out from the side. Snowbai's full-force kick interrupted Vermi's skill. The powerful kick sent it flying for about 10 meters before coming to a stop. Vermi, who used a powerful move, appears somewhat weakened at this moment. Breathing heavily non-stop to adjust the condition, Little Aurora sees both sides distanced from each other. Quickly use healing magic to restore Fengshe's health. Fengshe quickly shouted, "The boss is now in a weakened state. Its defense power will be significantly reduced. Everyone, seize the opportunity to increase your DPS." He also turned around and reminded sternly, "Remember, this time we must not have any more OT." Luna Zhao's face immediately turned red. She was extremely furious inside. How dare this stinky man try to lecture me? Everyone didn't miss it. This is a great opportunity to kill Vermi. Various small skills kept hitting him. The boss was soon brought down to low health. Kuriko kept flicking out shadow arrows from his hands while shouting loudly, "The boss is about to die." Fengshe quickly used a chop attack to send Vermi flying. And Luna Zhao began to gather flames in her hands once again. She angrily unleashed Burst Flame to avenge her previous humiliation. Raging flames, continuously exploding on Vermi's body. Its last bit of HP is finally taken away. With a burst of golden light, the exploding Vermi dropped a floor full of equipment. Kuriko and Longliasno's eyes lit up with excitement instantly. There must be a lot of top-quality items in this pile of equipment. Fengshe took out a healing potion and ordered, "Don't worry about the equipment for now. Everyone, quickly restore your speed." Luna Zhao and Snowbai quickly took out a potion from the backpack, started to drink it up with a gurgling sound. Fengshe then began to explain, "In the end, the boss will catch players off guard. Just follow my instructions. This boss is not difficult at all." Before long, everyone heard a roar that shook the entire dead silence forest. A figure holding a giant sword leaped out from the forest. The shadow is a huge werewolf. The werewolf looked at Fengshe and the others. Its dark eyes instantly turned blood red. Its information also appeared. Werewolf Feroth level 3 chieftain. HP 12,000 points. And the group, who had already restored all their statuses, showed no signs of panic. They looked coldly at the werewolf boss. This unusual scene left Feroth somewhat stupefied. This is completely opposite to what it imagined this situation would be. Fengshe did not give the werewolf a chance to make the first move. With a command from him, everyone rushed towards the werewolf. This is a situation that is different from what was expected. Even the werewolf boss was slightly panicked. The battle continued for a while. Suddenly, a violent roar erupted in the entire area. As the smoke dispersed, Werewolf Feroth's HP has been depleted. The massive body slowly dissipated into thin air. A system prompt sounded at the same time. Werewolf Feroth has been slain. How powerful is a master with 10 years of gaming experience? When ordinary players are still struggling with normal level dungeon first done. He has already led the team to defeat the final boss of hell level difficulty, Werewolf Feroth. The loot dropped by Werewolf Feroth is quite rich. There are 2 skill books alone. One item caught Feng Shi's eye, the bloodthirsty blade. The bright red sword emits a faint red glow, with red liquid dripping slightly from the blade. The entire sword exudes a strong aura of slaughter. Looking at the full ground of equipment, even the proud Luna Xiao couldn't help but let out a sigh of amazement. Snowby then calmly said, "According to what we agreed upon earlier, the 3 of you have priority to choose." Feng Shi's heart blossomed with joy. Not only can I get the bloodthirsty blade, also successfully obtain the design for the guardsman's armor. Kuriko and Lonely Snow kept emitting crazy smiles. Fingers kept tapping on the equipment selection menu. Kuriko's smiling mouth can hardly close. The Mystic Iron set of dark-colored armor consists of 5 pieces. This time, the dropped items are the chest piece and the shoes. Lonely as Snow has acquired the skill Whirlwind Slash and a bronze-level steel great sword. Luna Xiao looked at the 2 who switched from a bird gun to a cannon. She couldn't help but get impatient. She felt that all the good stuff had been taken by these 2 ordinary people. And little Aurora had no complaints about it. Thanks to Darkblade's command, we were able to easily pass through. It's only right to let them pick first. When Snowby looked at the list of items and saw the blueprint that was left, she was a little surprised. She then sincerely thanked Feng Shi. This strange move aroused Luna Xiao's curiosity, so she leaned over to take a look. In the list of items was a conspicuously displayed entry, a basic potion-making formula. It is a beginner-level power potion that can grant players a lasting boost of 6 points in strength for half an hour. The rare potion-making formulas in the world of magic are notoriously difficult to obtain. The formula that enhances players' strength by 6 points for half an hour. They have never seen it before. Luna Xiao was suddenly shocked. She said incredulously, "You actually left such a valuable formula to us." Feng Shi smiled slightly at these words. "You also put in a lot of effort in this dungeon. This is what you deserve." The extremely tsundere Luna Xiao's cheeks suddenly turned slightly red, thinking about what she had said before. Just feeling so embarrassed. At the same time, outside the entrance to the Dead Silence Forest dungeon, members from various guilds are arguing incessantly. They all believe that the first done achievement must belong to their own guide. Just then, a successful challenge prompt suddenly appeared. Congratulations to Darkblade team for being the first team to conquer the Dead Silence Forest dungeon. Not long ago, the little Gadgas who used to look down on Darkblade are now suddenly silent and frozen in place. Soon, everyone slowly walked out from the teleportation gate. An outfit mixing bronze and mystic iron pieces. Little Gadgas that attracted attention glanced over one after another. Snowby suddenly spoke up. "Do you want to join our body-devouring serpent?" Feng Shi shook his head, indicating that he was used to being alone and had no intention of joining a guild. Snowby nodded. "I respect your choice. 3 days later, we will participate in the body-devouring serpent. Prepare for the first 20-person team of level 5 dungeon Dark Moon Graveyard. I don't know if you are interested in joining." Feng Shi was somewhat shocked. "You need to be level 5 to enter. Are you sure you can really form a team?" Snowby's beautiful eyes looked at Feng Shi with a confident smile. "For us, the body-devouring serpent, nothing is impossible." According to Feng Shi's intelligence, the guild body-devouring serpent has conquered more than 10 virtual games. However, the appearance of the realm has caused a sensation in the virtual gaming world, being praised as the second world for humans. This led to the closure of many other virtual games. Subsequently, numerous large corporations went crazy and entered the realm to cultivate their guides and establish their power, aiming to establish their position in virtual finance. Naturally, body-devouring serpent also entered the realm, hoping to get a share from numerous financial giants. Moreover, body-devouring serpent not only has substantial financial resources, but also a strong background. Its gaming experts under its command exceed 1,000 in number. These 1,000 experts have a great reputation in the realm, known as the Army of God Slayers. It is because of the existence of these 1,000 skilled individuals that body-devouring serpent has established a significant virtual empire, ruling over more than 80 cities with populations of over 1 million in the realm, becoming the true overlord of the realm. With such powerful guides, they are sure to invest their strongest powers within the realm. Forming a team of 20 people within 3 days is not a mere fantasy. Afterwards, Snowby suggested, "Let's add each other as friends first. It will be convenient for us to get in touch later on." Feng Shi was not intimidated by this powerful guide. "If you let me choose first between the equipment and blueprint for swordman, can you save a spot for me?" Luna Zhao was immediately angered by these words, while Snowby simply smiled faintly and said it's not a problem. Kuriko couldn't help but exclaim that Feng is awesome, actually being able to become friends with the Snow Queen. Soon after, the 3 beautiful women left the team. The little Gaggas watching around immediately fixed their gaze on Feng Shi and others. The male players all showed looks of jealousy, wishing they could swallow Feng Shi and the others with their eyes. Kuriko and Lonely as Snow felt a sense of unease. They quickly asked Feng Shi for advice, and Feng Shi directly bolted. Running away is the best strategy when all other options have been exhausted. A large group of players are frantically chasing behind. Questions keep coming through about how to pass through the screams in the dungeon. Feng Shi led the 2 people to Shadowmoon Valley. Looking at the deserted dungeon entrance, Lonely as Snow felt somewhat strange. Feng Shi explained that currently, no players have challenged the level 4 dungeon yet. Most players are still at level 2. At this moment, a rough voice sounded not far away saying, "Brother, please invite me to your party." Feng Shi's heart skipped a beat. Protection Paladin Koch's tall stature and well-developed muscles seemed somewhat familiar to him. He suddenly widened his eyes, breaking out in a cold sweat. Indeed, there was such a person in his memory. The name of the Tyrant Bear in the previous life was Koch Tyrant Bear, the main MT of the top guild Radiant Stars. I never expected Tyrant Bear to come over by himself. He is still so shy. Completely different from the Tyrant Bear 10 years later. During the early days in the realm, Tyrant Bear had a difficult time. He was even driven away by the third-rate guild Heaven Throne. Later, after joining Radiant Stars, Tyrant Bear began to shine brightly. Transitioning from a regular team's main tank to the main tank of the core group, he ranked 15th in the Protection Paladin class in the Starmoon Kingdom. He is well known for his ability to tank and deal damage, hence earning the title Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bear is the main tank of Radiant Stars. The Protection Paladin of Starmoon Kingdom is ranked 15th in the profession, renowned for its ability to resist and deal damage. Looking at the shy personality of Koch, Feng Shi suddenly had an idea. Tyrant Bear has not joined any guides yet. If they could be recruited as RMT, wouldn't it make dungeon runs much easier in the future? Koch chuckles and happily explains that they have been grinding monsters all the way to get here. They want to team up, but haven't seen anyone else around. Kuriko is a bit doubtful about his hearing ability. He can actually pull monsters by himself. You should know that a Protection Paladin's attack is very low. Killing monsters is not easy. Generally, it is done in a team. Otherwise, leveling up is very slow. Koch patted his damaged armor and chuckled. "I am very tanky. It's all about enduring." Kuriko suddenly felt a bit tongue-tied. "You are really tough. How much beating have you taken?" Lonely as Snow couldn't help but admire Koch's tenacious survival ability. He quickly turned around and suggested to Feng Shi, "This meat shield is too powerful. Taking it to the next dungeon is definitely a safe choice." Later, Feng Shui straightforwardly invited Coke to join the team. Coke joined the group. Lonely as Snow immediately raised his arms and cheered loudly. Finally, I can get rid of the position of being a meat shield. Coke suddenly chuckled and asked, "We should still be missing a healing position in our team, right? It just so happens that I have a friend who is a healer, but he is an oracle." Lonely as Snow couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Among healing professions, Oracle has the worst healing abilities. Generally, teams wouldn't bring an Oracle into dungeons. Feng Shui spoke up, saying, "Indeed, Oracle does have the weakest healing capabilities. However, Oracle has high health points, making it less likely to be killed in one hit. Moreover, they start with two skills, Life Prayer and Life Payment. The latter allows the caster to convert damage taken into healing done and transfer it to others. For inexperienced healers with limited skills and equipment in the early stages, Oracle actually has quite an advantage in dungeons compared to other healing classes." Upon seeing Feng Shui's detailed analysis, Coke immediately admired him with starry eyes. Feng Shui wasted no time and directly included Oracle Drowsy Sloth in the team. Level 2 Drowsy Sloth sincerely thanked Feng Shui, simply because no one was willing to take him in. He awkwardly expressed that he had been kicked out by many teams in the past. Almost wanted to delete the account. Feng Shui said seriously, "The realm has no trash professions. Only players who are rubbish." Team assembled. Reached the required number of people to enter the dungeon. Feng Shui didn't waste any time and led the team into the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the hills are filled with level 3 monsters goblins. There are at least hundreds of goblins on the wide mountainous terrain. Coke is very brave. He directly uses Shield Strike while wielding a huge shield, knocking the group of goblins over, causing them to be thrown into disarray. Immediately, he quickly raises his shield, activates the taunt skill, and starts pulling the mobs. This skill can increase the aggro of monsters within a 10-yard radius by 100%. It is the main skill used by the main tank to pull aggro. Aggro is pulled. Lonely as Snow quickly pulls out the big gun and starts spinning frantically. With the activation of Whirlwind Slash, a sharp sword aura carries the sound of breaking through the air, swept away all the goblins in front of him. At the same time, Kuriko's AoE magic, the chanting of the Hellfire refining skill, is also complete. A beam of extremely hot flame soared into the sky, devouring the entire goblin army. The momentum of this skill is immense, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The goblins being roasted by the flames immediately let out a burst of screams. In 5 seconds, it was just enough for all of them to receive over 200 damage. Their HP was reduced to less than half. At the moment when the goblins were shifting their attack targets, Feng Shui directly drew out Abyss Dweller and unleashed Storm Flash. 3 bolts of lightning pierced through the goblin army. The intensified damage effect combined with the slashing skill. The last bit of HP of the goblins was also taken away by Feng Shui. Under the relentless bombardment of Kuriko and Feng Shui, the goblins immediately scattered in panic and began to flee. After all the goblin were wiped out, a large amount of or exploded and scattered all over the ground, and everyone's XP increased crazily. However, at this moment, Coke and Drowsy Sloth suddenly discovered a big guy appeared not far away. The things hadn't had a chance to start picking up yet. A goblin driving a giant robot suddenly popped out. Drowsy Sloth couldn't help but exclaim, "How could a boss suddenly appear?" At the same time, a warning popped up in the system. This is a sudden raid event. Risky Goblin Special Elite Level 5. HP 1600. Passive skill 95% damage reduction. After clearing out the roaming goblins, there is a very small chance it will appear. Its appearance is a nightmare for players. Feng Shui's face suddenly changed color at the sight of that, and cold sweat streamed down. But Kuriko tactlessly asked Feng Shui if there was a strategy to defeat the boss. Feng Shui naturally would not stay behind. He shouted out loud without hesitation, Everyone scattered and started to flee for their lives. After hearing Feng Shi's reminder, everyone not only stopped picking up drops, but also dashed directly towards the entrance of the dungeon without any hesitation. Feng Shi knows full well that the risky goblin in front of them is a very dangerous monster, even stronger than the boss of the hell-level Dead Silence Forest. In the previous life, he led a main team to collectively mine. When they saw the risky goblin appear, the main team was still excited. They didn't expect to encounter a rare special elite. They all rushed over excitedly. Don't underestimate the risky goblin with only 1,600 HP. Its defense is extraordinary. It has damage reduction up to 95%. And the attack of the risky goblin is also fierce. A burst of bullets. Everyone gets sent back to town for free. As a result, the main force of the 20-person raid team suffered a tragedy. They were directly wiped out. Everyone lost levels. Seeing the Feng Shi squad trying their best to escape, Risky Goblin was deeply disgusted by their actions. It will definitely not let this group of humans off easily. It controls steel machines. Heading towards the Feng Shi squad's position. Activating the crazy barrage mode. The bullets keep firing continuously as if they were free. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from behind. Completely dare not look back. The speed under the feet immediately increased a bit. Watching the risky and arrogant sweep of gunfire behind, Kuriko was instantly irritated. Attacked with the already charged shadow arrow. Although it hit the risky goblin. However, it only caused 1 point of damage. Kuriko's small eyes widened when he saw this damage. He was speechless for a moment, saying, "This is really disgusting. If this goblin weren't wearing armor, I could have defeated it in seconds." Feng Shi didn't expect Kuriko to be able to hit the target while running. However, it's foolish to confront risky goblin head-on. He quickly signaled Kuriko to conserve mana and to use control skills. Kuriko understood Feng Shi's intention. He dodged the bullets and quickly started chanting Evil Whipvine. Just caught up risky goblin. Suddenly entangled tightly by 5 thorns. Speed greatly reduced. Just as risky goblin was tripped, everyone hurried to quicken their pace and create distance. When risky goblin broke free from the 5 thorns, suddenly 5 high damage points exceeding 40 appeared on the head. Feng Shi was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Evil Whipvine to cause such exaggerated damage. He saw the hope of killing. It turns out that risky goblin is not immune to plant-type attacks. He immediately commanded, "Everyone stop. Go attract risky goblin's aggro, facing away from the crowd. Others attack and pay attention to positioning. As soon as risky goblin raises its gun, dodge immediately. Kuriko, attack Evil Whipvine when its cooldown is ready. We have a chance to take it down." Facing risky goblin with damage reduction as high as 95%. Feng Shi unexpectedly chose to stop and face the enemy. Just because he unexpectedly discovered plant-based skills can actually cause massive damage to it. At this time, risky goblin's aggro target is Kuriko. Lonely as Snow quickly turned around to follow Feng Shi's command. He picked up his weapon. He used the charged skill fiercely and rushed towards risky goblin. Immediately after, Yi's hand executed a stunning whirlwind slash. The moves were as fierce as a tiger, but all of them had a damage value of 1 point. Although the damage caused is low, but it did stun the risky goblin briefly. Meanwhile, Kuriko's skill has also cooled down. Evil Whipvine strikes again. The just recovered risky goblin is once again firmly controlled. The risky goblin, who has lost half of its health, once again targets Kuriko. It charges directly towards him. At that moment, Coke suddenly leaped up and pounced towards the location of the risky goblin. He then aimed at the robot's head and delivered a powerful holy strike. 2 seemingly inconsequential damage numbers popped up instantly. Holy strike is based on the power of holiness. Striking with force, attacking enemies in front, causing 130% physical damage. At the same time, it generates additional aggro on the target. The additional aggro caused by Holy Strike firmly attracted the risky goblin. He angrily extended the right arm's mechanical chainsaw and swiftly chopped towards Coke. Coke quickly blocked with a shield, retreating 3 steps before stopping the attack. However, this one strike directly took away 2/3 of his HP, instantly increased the pressure on him. With a delay from Coke, Kuriko, who had a chance to catch his breath, once again unleashed Evil Whipvine. Control over time is fleeting. The wounded risky goblin swung the chainsaw in his hand again. Coke quickly ran away and turned to dodge, shouting for healing. Drowsy Sloth desperately used healing spells on Coke, but only managed to restore nearly 100 HP. It's clear that the situation is a bit desperate. Just at that moment, Fengshe swiftly arrived. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the risky goblin, initiating the next round of aggro. Just as Coke was about to be finished off, Fengshe used Abyss Bind. 9 pitch-black chains instantly trapped risky goblin, allowing Coke to catch its breath. Fengshe immediately raised his hand and unleashed the Storm Flash. Then he quickly stepped to the side and delivered a slashing attack. This gorgeous combo unexpectedly caused around 10 points of damage, which is quite high for the others. 3 seconds of control time end. Risky Goblin immediately regains freedom. A mocking smile appears on the face of the green-skinned goblin. Facing the charge from Risky Goblin, Fengshe quickly used gravity release to create distance. Next, Risky Goblin quickly raised his left arm with a flamethrower aimed at Fengshe. Start a crazy barrage of fire. But hitting Fengshe with gravity release activated is not that easy. After putting some distance, he turns around and throws out 3 flashes of lightning with a wave of his hand. The target of the Storm Flash, however, is the rock wall above Risky Goblin's head. This slick move also caught Risky Goblin off guard. Immediately, the rubble on the rock wall crashed to the ground. Risky Goblin was unexpectedly killed, losing hundreds of HP. The overturned steel robot on the ground keeps sizzling loudly. HP has also dropped to less than 10%. However, just at this moment, the mechanical door of the steel robot suddenly slammed open. At this time, Risky Goblin had already put on the rocket shoes, prepared to start fleeing for his life. Then he pressed a button on his waist. The rocket boots spewed out a large amount of azure flames. In an instant, he flew halfway into the air at an extremely fast speed. Fengshe quickly uses Abyss Dweller's power. He doesn't want to let the duck that is about to reach his mouth fly away just like that. He decisively used the 9-headed dragon strike. Such a clever goblin is rare. The main god system will not casually grant a small monster such high intelligence. Bestowing high intelligence often has deep meaning. Killing it may bring unexpected rewards. He quickly wielded the Abyss Dweller entwined with black mist in his hand. Suddenly, 9 black mists shot out and raced away. The risky goblin, suspended in midair, was unexpectedly struck by 9 Abyss Dwellers. However, the risky goblin was not instantly killed. Its speed increased once again. Quickly move away from the attack range of Abyss Dweller. With a swoosh, Risky Goblin disappeared into the air. It was no longer visible. The system also prompted that Aki's Metal had escaped. Fengshe saw this name. At first, it sounded familiar. Then, suddenly, he recalled things about it. Aki's Metal is a famous engineering grandmaster in the realm. 3 years later, Aki's Metal created the Sky Fortress Twin Serpent's Ring, shaking the nations and establishing the Goblin Empire, thus opening up the realm. The famous DLC Rise of the New World at that time saw countless super guides defeated in the campaign against the Sky Fortress Twin Serpent's Ring, with all forces being wiped out. And the one behind it all was Aki's Metal. When such a prominent figure appeared before him, he was completely unaware and almost took down a future version boss prematurely. On the side, Drowsy Sloth searched through the robot for a moment before saying, "Captain, there is a box here." Fengshe took the box and opened it immediately. Give a little monster such a high IQ. Giving high IQ often has deep meaning. Killing it might lead to unexpected gains. He quickly waved the abyss dweller entwined with black mist in his hand. In an instant, 9 black mists burst out and flew away. Risky Goblin, who was suspended in midair, was unexpectedly struck by 9 abyss dwellers. However, Risky Goblin was not instantly killed. Its speed soared once again. Quickly move away from the attack range of abyss dweller. With a swoosh sound, Risky Goblin disappeared into the air. It can no longer be seen. The system also prompts that Aki's Metal has escaped. Fengsher saw this name. At first, it sounded familiar. Then she suddenly remembered something about it. Aki's Metal is a famous grandmaster of engineering in the realm. 3 years later, Aki's Metal produced the Sky Fortress Twin Serpent's Ring, which shook the nations and established the Goblin Empire, opening up the realm. In the famous DLC Rise of the New World at that time, countless Super Guide campaigns Sky Fortress Twin Serpent's Ring results in complete annihilation. And all of this was caused by Aki's Metal. Such a great figure appeared before him. However, he was completely unaware and almost prematurely took down the future version of the boss. Drowsy Sloth on the side searched through the robot for a moment before saying, "Captain, there is a box here." Fengsher immediately opened the box after taking it. Inside, there was a key and a treasure map. He couldn't help but be secretly excited. Although he didn't defeat the boss, getting these items was still a great gain. Fengsher put away the metal box and quickly made arrangements. "You guys stay here to level up by fighting monsters. I have something important to attend to. Let me know when all of you have reached level 4, Feng said. Kuriko hurriedly asked, "What about you, Feng?" Excitedly playing with the newly opened key, Fengsher smiled and said, "I'm going to get a big treasure first. I'll find you guys later." 900 years ago, the alchemy grandmaster Melodo put in a lot of effort to create something. Due to this item, it triggered wars among many great nations in the realm, with over a dozen heroes vying for it. However, the whereabouts of this item became unknown, becoming an unsolved mystery in the realm. This item is the Philosopher's Stone, a holy relic in alchemy. If an alchemist were to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, they would have the ability to turn anything into gold, amassing infinite wealth, and even be able to resurrect the dead. It could perfectly break the principle of equivalent exchange in alchemy. And in Fengsher's hands is a treasure map that happens to record the location of this item. Who would have thought that this holy relic would be hidden in the inconspicuous Redwater Lake? However, the threat of Redwater Lake is very dangerous for Fengsher. After all, there is a difference in levels of level 8, and the level 8 suppression is significant. Fengsher is no match for a level 10 monster. But Fengsher has to take risks. If he can get hold of the Philosopher's Stone earlier, he will be able to relax sooner. Just as he wandered towards the location of the treasure, a huge octopus monster suddenly appeared behind him. Fengsher unexpectedly obtained a treasure map of the epic level treasure, Philosopher's Stone. He had to take the risk of entering the level 10 area with his level 2 abilities. Search for treasure in Redwater Lake. Just got into the water not long ago. A huge octopus monster suddenly appeared behind him. He didn't hesitate at all. He quickly used gravity release to escape. Even though Shi Feng can't win in a fight, his running speed is very fast. Most monsters can't catch up. Soon, Fengsher arrived near the location marked on the treasure map. However, there are several level 10 siren guards patrolling at the cave entrance. Seems like they are guarding something. Fengsher dares not fight desperately. He decisively uses illusionary strike to let the clone swim over to lure the siren guard. As planned, a group of siren guards spotted the clone. They all rushed towards the clone. Fengsher quickly controlled the clone to turn around and swim upstream. Fengsher quickly swam over, watching as the clone led the siren guards away from the entrance. Go deeper into the cave. Fengsher then discovered a statue standing in the cave, engraved with a huge stone door with a sun pattern. He didn't dare to waste time, and quickly took out the key from his backpack. He then quickly inserted the key into the door lock. In the blink of an eye, the huge stone door slowly began to open, emitting bursts of dazzling light. Feng Shui quickly approached to take a look, only to find a teleportation circle resembling the entrance to a dungeon. He couldn't wait to enter the teleportation portal. The scene he saw immediately shocked him. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. The player found that the entire hall of the Solar Temple was the size of a soccer field. Although it looked a bit rundown, there were many paintings and inscriptions on both sides. Inside the temple, there was an altar with a golden chest placed on it. On both sides of the chest, there stood two huge statues holding big swords. When Feng Shui approached the altar, he clearly felt a chill. The chill comes from the large stone statues on both sides. I don't know what consequences there will be from removing the Philosopher's Stone. He can't afford to think too much now. He hurriedly walked towards the golden altar. His goal is the golden chest in front of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone should be inside. He has no choice now. The entrance has been blocked. We need to grab the Philosopher's Stone first before figuring out the next steps. As the golden treasure chest opened, suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the treasure chest, illuminating the entire temple. Then the golden light gradually disappeared. Feng Shui's face immediately turned ugly. He looked at the thumb-sized blood-red stone in his hand. He felt extremely regretful. Damn it! How did the Philosopher's Stone turn into this? The Philosopher's Stone is a damaged item. Epic-level special items will drop after death. Alchemy Holy Relic can transmute stone into gold. It has many incredible uses, like resurrecting the dead. However, it was destroyed by Sword Emperor Sunit, shattered into 5 pieces. But the Philosopher's Stone possesses great power. It can restore all its power. With its current power at less than a tenth, it can only perform alchemy transformation and element refinement. Although the effect has been greatly reduced, Feng Shui is still satisfied. Having these 2 functions is enough to allow him to accomplish many things. However, just at this moment, there was a sudden abnormality in the Solar Temple. The giant statues standing on both sides suddenly began to shake. The statues suddenly started to emit terrifying roars. Their tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, locking onto Feng Shui in an instant. Feng Shui felt a disturbance, and quickly turned his head to look. He saw 2 enormous terrifying stone statues that had already picked up weapons, ready to tear him apart. He broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Level 100 boss is currently unbeatable. Plus, the Philosopher's Stone drops upon death. This disgusting design is extremely absurd. Suddenly Feng Shui discovered a skeleton not far away, and holding a scroll in hand. He has 10 years of experience. Recognized at a glance that it is a teleport scroll. He didn't dare to delay in the slightest. Quickly used gravity release to dodge the statue's attack. At the same time, quickly rushed towards the scroll direction. The next moment, after swiftly arriving by the skeleton's side, he immediately grabbed the teleport scroll on the ground. Immediately after, he immediately opened the magic teleport scroll in his hand. A purple magic rune instantly enveloped him. Feng Shui quickly stated the destination: Maple Leaf Town. Although the scroll can teleport players to designated cities, the casting time takes a full 3 seconds. However, just at that moment, a giant statue suddenly opened its massive mouth, quickly brewing a terrifying energy ball. The next second, the energy ball suddenly sprays towards Feng Shui's position. With a loud roar, the energy ball shot out from the statue is already coming straight at you. Feng Shui saw this and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He could clearly feel the temperature rising rapidly around him. Just as he was about to meet his demise, he suddenly disappeared in the temple with a loud sound. The teleportation was completed. At the same time, the energy ball also struck Feng Shui's location, causing the entire temple to shake violently. The violent energy then exploded instantly. The entire temple was destroyed in an instant. At the same time, The kidnapped siren guard also felt the fluctuations coming from the temple. The sirens have begun to spread news of the stolen treasures. Humans are also about to face the revenge of the ocean sirens. At this moment, inside Maple Leaf Town Fountain Square, many players come here to rest after a hard day of battle. All of the players in Maple Leaf Town suddenly received a system message. Players triggered a special storyline, opening the Murloc Uprising campaign quest in Maple Leaf Town. Players can go to the Adventurer's Guide to receive the campaign quest. Completing the quest can earn players rich rewards and guide honor. Feng Shi is risking being killed and sent back to the city. Finally obtained the epic level item Shattered Philosopher's Stone. At the same time, the entire Murloc tribe lost their treasure and fell into a state of rage. The entire Maple Leaf Town players. Therefore, the campaign quest for Murloc Uprising is activated. All the players were excited suddenly. In the Maple Leaf Town, where quests are scarce, a campaign quest has appeared, and the rewards are so rich that it's unimaginable. At the same time, Luna Xiao was also very surprised when she saw the system prompt. Who exactly is she? The progress of the quest is moving so quickly. Murlocs all inhabit Redwater Lake, which is a level 10 monster area. Snowbite is very calm. No need to guess. It must be Darkblade. It seems that Darkblade not only completed the quest, but also successfully escaped from the level 10 area unharmed. Luna Xiao has to reevaluate Darkblade's strength. She secretly made up her mind. Next time they meet, she must figure out his background. And the main culprit behind the campaign quest is Feng Shi. He is currently recalling the recent experience in Maple Leaf Town. The level of excitement just now was so thrilling that even he, who has been reborn, couldn't help but feel palpitations. If he was a second late, he wouldn't have made it back. He soon arrived at the auction house in the town. The auction house is a very convenient place where players can put up items for sale. It's not just visible throughout Maple Leaf Town, but also can be seen by hundreds of small towns and cities under the jurisdiction of White River Castle for purchase. However, the auction house charges a 5% commission fee. So the prices of things listed there are generally on the high side, and they are hard to sell. Feng Shi is preparing to clean up the drops from Dead Silence Forest. Immediately, he put up a Mystic Iron Grade plate equipment. Starting price is 25 silver. In addition, there are 5 pieces of Bronze Grade equipment. The plate has a starting price of 3 silver, while the others have a starting price of 2 silver each. These equipment are things that the team does not need. The surrounding players immediately became excited. Bronze equipment is scarce. Suddenly so many appeared at once, immediately caused everyone to be stunned. Feng Shi suddenly remembered the Philosopher's Stone that he had just obtained. The Philosopher's Stone has the ability of element refinement. In other words, it can refine stones. There is a high chance of obtaining ores. Once he sells out his equipment, he starts searching for stones. Right now, there is no need for him to personally farm ore stones because they are really cheap. All the players in Maple Leaf Town have become his employees. Feng Shi had already accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. With his deep pockets, he directly swept through all the cheap stones on the auction house. Many players who had listed stones for sale received notifications that their stones had been sold. Players were shocked to see their listed magical essence and stones being sold. Some players also discovered business opportunities. Quickly notified teammates to hurry up and farm these 2 materials. This is a rare opportunity. At once, players inside the auction house all looked around. Speculations arose about which mysterious boss it could be. They must be really wealthy. Meanwhile, the auctioneer Feng Shi, who cleared the goods, has already left the auction house. Next is the time for the Philosopher's Stone to show its power. Left the commercial street. Feng Shi came to the Forging Association. Spent 5 copper to rent a normal forging room. Used it for an hour. In the ordinary forging room, All forging tools are available, so there's no need to buy them. However, it's quite plain. Although the equipment is complete, they are all ordinary items without any additional bonuses. But for a price of 5 copper, one cannot expect too much. After all, you get what you pay for. He stopped thinking about it, and took out the bright red philosopher's stone from his backpack. He immediately used the element refinement function. Refine can extract the metal elements in the stone to turn ordinary stone into various types of metal ore. After placing the philosopher's stone on top, the success rate of refinement suddenly increased to 20%. Feng Shi directly chose to activate Refine, and a mysterious power flowed into the stone. The refined interface immediately started shining with light and began to progress. Feng Shi couldn't help but feel a little nervous. A 20% chance really isn't very high. The entire philosopher's stone emits a faint red glow. The stone with the 2 small fist size directly turns into sand, scattered all over the floor. Nothing was gained. Feng Shi didn't care at all. He directly took out a set of stones and piled them on the stone table. Then he started to refine. Some stones do not have metal elements. Naturally, they turned into a pile of sand. Failure is just too normal. Back-to-back failures make Feng Shi doubt if he is unlucky. However, stone is worthless. He picks up another piece to refine. One after another. A set of stones is quickly depleted. Feng Shi felt a little depressed after failing to extract ore for 10 consecutive times. The success rate seemed slightly low. Could it be because the philosopher's stone is just a fragment, which results in a low success rate? Just then, he suddenly discovered a metallic block with a copper-colored luster in the pile of broken sand. He quickly took it out and had a look. This was indeed a piece of copper Oregon. After failing around 10 times, he finally succeeded once. Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief with the first piece of copper ore. Speed up the refinement process of stone. He quickly turned all the stones he purchased into a pile of sand. Feng Shi also noticed. The work of alchemy is quite exhausting. This hard work paid off. A total of 470 pieces of copper ore and 130 pieces of bronze ore were extracted. If these materials are sold, they are worth over 20 silver, but the cost is only 4 silver, which is more than 5 times the difference in price. It's simply a huge profit. Suddenly, there were waves of alert sounds coming from the room. Clearly, the 1-hour usage time is almost up. Feng Shi felt a little depressed after leaving the forge. It took 1 hour to refine the stone of light. Haven't even had the chance to start forging yet. And all his savings were used to purchase stone and magical essence, and now he can't even come up with 1 copper. However, just at this moment, he suddenly received a system message. Silver armor has been sold. Deducting the service fee, he received 31 silver and 53 copper. Dark Star boots have been sold. Deducting the service fee, he received 3 silver and 21 copper. A series of auction house message prompts made Feng Shi smile slightly. He was very satisfied with the selling prices. He didn't expect a mystic iron-grade plate worn by a defensive warrior to be sold for over 30 silver. The wealthy people in the White River Castle region indeed have a lot of money. After becoming rich, Feng Shi directly spent 2 silver to rent a top-tier forging room and prepared to start crafting equipment. Inside the intermediate forging room, the entire room is larger and more exquisite. The equipment is also better than that in an ordinary forging room, especially the hammers and flames used for forging. Both of these items are not simple. The bronze level 100-fold hammer increases the success rate by 3% when forging items. First rank exotic fire Crimson Demon Fire has an extremely high temperature. It can make the melting process more pure. Increases success rate by 2% when refining potions and forging items. The intermediate forging room can increase success rate by a total of 5%. The Book of Forging increases success rate by 50% when forging bronze-grade equipment. Afterwards, Feng Shi no longer wasted time. He took out the design for the Defender's Plate and chose to study it. By doing so, the success rate for apprentice forging can be increased by 5%. When all factors are considered, the success rate for creating the Defender's Plate reaches 60%. He has the Philosopher's Stone and is not lacking resources. And the materials for the Defender's Plate are very inexpensive. Only need 5 magical essence, 5 pieces of bronze ore, and 20 pieces of copper ore. He immediately picked up the hammer and began his forging journey. This man's combat ability is at its peak. He unexpectedly put down the long sword and chose to pick up the iron hammer, just because he couldn't even find a single copper in his pocket. Feng Shi first put copper ore and bronze ore into the fire for smelting, then added magical essence to the ashes after calcination. He then took out the glowing red ore and placed it on the iron pad. He dared not be careless, because the next step is crucial. After making the preparations, Feng Shi picked up the 100-fold hammer, ready to strike the hot ore. The clanging sound kept echoing, and sparks flew everywhere. The sound of hammering reverberated throughout the spacious forge. He was very careful with each strike. After hundreds of strikes, the ore suddenly emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Successfully forged Defender's Plate. Increase forging proficiency by 2 points. Gain 800 XP. As the light fades away, a set of silver-gray armor appears. Defender's Plate power. Grade bronze plate. Equipment requirement, 10 strength. Item level 3. Defense power plus 22, strength plus 2, stamina plus 3, HP plus 150. Comes with the ability, reduces damage taken by 3%. Limited to the shield warrior profession. Protection paladin. Looking at the accompanying defensive power ability, Feng Shi was very happy. I didn't expect to succeed in forging bronze equipment for the first time. The XP gained is also high. Moreover, this Defender's Plate not only meets the standard basic attribute data, but also comes with additional abilities. This equipment will definitely be sought after by major guides. With the experience of the first successful forging, Feng Shi's motivation instantly reached its peak. Starting to forge Defender's Plates frantically, with a 60% success rate is still very high. The failures are relatively few. Busy time passes quickly. 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Feng Shi received a total of 23 Defender's Plates, but 4 of them failed. At the same time, Feng Shi's level has also increased to level 3, not too far behind those skilled players. And the forging proficiency has reached 44 points. Next is to go to the auction house and start selling goods passionately. Soon, there were bursts of exclamations in the auction house. Defender's Plate Feng Shi was priced at a base price of 4 silver. A small amount of them were put up for sale to test the waters. The little gaggas were dazzled by such powerful armor. Not only does it have strong attributes, but it also comes with additional abilities. It is simply a god-tier equipment for tanks. Feng Shi saw the personnel of various guides moving around in the auction house, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Currently, only he can craft the Defender's Plate, so as long as he sells 1 piece, he can make a minimum profit of 4 silver. Soon after, Feng Shi heard a series of system notifications from the auction house. The value of the Defender's Plate completely exceeded Feng Shi's expectations. He had thought that 5 silver would be a fair price. However, the bidding price kept rising, reaching a high of 8 silver and a minimum selling price of 5 silver. Currently, the purchasing power of silver is quite astonishing. Even a second-rate guide with all his liquid assets, around 60 to 70 silver, hurriedly continued to list the Defender's Plate on the auction house. After that, he began searching for skill books. In the realm, a player's strength is determined not only by their equipment, but also by the quantity and quality of their skills. Feng Shi flipped through more than 10 pages in a row. When he got to the last page, he suddenly froze. He looked somewhat dazed at the skill book on the auction house. Is this a mistake? Are there really people selling such rare skill books? He directly purchased the heaven-defying sword that can withstand attacks, and also bought 3 ordinary skills. They are the eye of observation that can detect weaknesses and increases movement speed with a 50% chance of evasion, the wind step for range damage, and the AoE skill split slash. After buying the skill books, Fengsher suddenly heard little Gag-Gas beside him. In order to raise money to buy the Defender's Plate for Guide, he sold his precious rare skill book. Guide smiled with satisfaction. As long as we buy those pieces of armor, Guide will be able to rise quickly. When Guide grows, you will be the vice president in the future. Fengsher couldn't help but secretly complain upon hearing this. It seems that all Guide leaders are the same, only knowing how to paint a rosy picture for their subordinates. But thanks a lot for selling skill books. With these few skills, his survivability and attack power have greatly improved. Just at this moment, Snowby suddenly initiates a video call, interrupting his thoughts. Just connected. Snowby immediately expressed that she needed help from him. Fengsher felt uneasy. To think that such a goddess-level figure actually needed his help. It's truly unbelievable. Snowby directly stated her purpose. She wanted to borrow 15 silver to purchase the Defender's Plate, because the attributes of this Defender's Plate are excellent. With this equipment, there shouldn't be any issue with a level 3 werewolf dungeon. All the guides are currently scrambling to get their hands on this equipment. Suddenly she stared at Fengsher and asked, "These Defender's Plates aren't made by you, are they?" Fengsher quickly denied. He didn't want to expose himself. Shortly after, he quickly said he would mail the silver later. Then he promptly hung up the call. Faced with Snowby's amazing sixth sense, Fengsher suddenly felt a sharp increase in pressure. The numerous guides at White River Castle have already attached great importance to the Defender's Plate. This indicates that its popularity has spread. Now, the Defender's Plate's popularity has probably reached its peak. It is the perfect time to make a large profit by selling a lot. It's a great opportunity to accumulate capital. In the auction house, little Gag-Gas, who just gathered silver, excitedly shouted, "Guild leader, we've collected 13 silver. Now we can definitely buy 2 Defender's Plates." And the guild leader expressed anger, saying, "The silver came too late. The price for one piece has already skyrocketed to 9 silver. At the same time, Fengsher returned to the forge room once again. This time he directly rented it for 10 hours, preparing to make a big move. In a while, Defender's Plate won't be as valuable. I need to make money with this opportunity. In order to earn the startup capital for opening a studio, Fengsher entered a crazy forging mode. Although it takes a lot of time to forge an equipment, if the success rate is high, the leveling speed is much faster than normal player leveling. It's like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. The thought of making a big profit immediately put him in a great mood. Fengsher's movements became much more brisk than before. The rhythm of the 100-fold hammer strikes, like playing a captivating melody. Even the shape of the material was deformed by his strikes. When Fengsher regained consciousness, he then knocked the material on the table into the air. He felt that this piece of material was probably going to be scrapped. However, just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Forging unknown equipment successfully. Increase forging proficiency by 3 points. Gain 4,100 XP points. Unnamed. Bronze level plate. Equipment requires 12 strength. Item level 3. Defense power plus 23, strength plus 3, stamina plus 3, HP plus 120. Comes with the ability restorative power, which increases the effectiveness of healing received by 10%. Limited to the shield warrior profession. Protection paladin. The man unexpectedly became immersed in forging to the point of falling into illusions. He, in a daze, actually hammered the shapes of the materials crooked. As a result, he unexpectedly created his own original equipment. Fengsher was delighted to see the attributes of the new equipment. In the realm, players can create equipment. However, this is a very difficult task. Not only do you need to be very familiar with forging techniques, but you also need to have in-depth knowledge of various materials in order to create a decent brand new equipment. Fengsher saw the equipment emitting a faint light. He decided to name a gleaming chest plate, and then left a black flame mark in one corner of the equipment. This mark is equivalent to the name of the blacksmith. In the future, when others see this mark, they will know that this equipment was crafted by him. It also serves as an official anti-counterfeiting symbol. The system then prompted, naming successful. Automatically generate the design diagram for gleaming chest plate. Feng Shi was overjoyed. Now he can not only sell finished equipment, but also create and sell design diagrams for the gleaming chest plate. Countless blacksmith masters are tirelessly researching various materials and using different methods to create new equipment. Apart from striving to become forging grandmasters, their main goal is to create original design diagrams. This is the main reason why these blacksmith masters can make a lot of money, as creating design diagrams is relatively easy. They can produce dozens or even hundreds of them in minutes. Otherwise, by crafting equipment themselves every day, no matter how hard they work, they can only produce a limited amount. With the design diagram of the gleaming chest plate, earning dozens of gold is just a small matter. After all, there are a huge number of players in the White River Castle area, and many guides as well. Feng Shi couldn't help but feel that he is truly a lucky king. He never expected that such a rare event as creating original equipment would happen to him. Next, he started to craft the gleaming chest plate. The materials used for both are the same, but the gleaming chest plate is practical and handsome. Its accompanying abilities are also better. When the 10 hours of renting the forge room were up, Feng Shi's harvest of equipment was amazing. He successfully crafted a total of 142 pieces of equipment. The purchased materials were also running out quickly. He then left the Forge Association, ready to sell a wave of equipment. Then he planned to purchase another batch of raw materials. When Feng Shi arrived at the auction house, he found that the once very popular Defender's Plate was actually experiencing many unsold lots. No one was buying them at all. He also noticed that the logistics staff of various guides seemed to have decreased inexplicably. The auction house appeared much quieter as a result. Shortly after, Feng Shi walked up to a logistics player of guide and asked, "This brother, why is the auction house so deserted today? Where did everyone go?" The player explained in surprise, "You don't even know about this big event. There's a player called One Shot Deal who sold a lot of level 3 bronze plate equipment. Although the stats are a bit worse than that Defender's Plate, the price is super cheap, only 4 silver. He even mentioned that if you contact him for bulk orders, you can get a discount." All the guides naturally contacted him to place orders. He's so popular right now. Who would still wait here for a Defender's Plate? Upon hearing the name One Shot Deal, Feng Shi was somewhat surprised. In the previous life, One Shot Deal didn't emerge so quickly. It was One Shot Deal who discovered the hidden quest at the blacksmith shop initially. With the forging talent rewarded by the hidden quest, he quickly became the ultimate forging apprentice before joining Shadow Guide. In the end, dominating the world acquired Shadow, and Bluehua Enterprises agreed willingly. One Shot Deal, along with several master blacksmiths and a master alchemist, strongly supported the acquisition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fired in the first place. It has to be said that dominating the world and One Shot Deal are destined rivals. Dominating the world snatched One Shot Deal's forging talent, and in return, One Shot Deal cut off his financial path. Feng Shi opened the forum of the Star Moon Kingdom, and quickly came across a pinned post. "Upholding justice starts with me. We must not allow the unscrupulous blacksmith Duan to do as he pleases." It was a lengthy condemnation article with well-founded arguments. It pointed out that the cost of a piece of bronze equipment is only 2 silver, but the starting bid for Duan's auctions is as high as 5 silver, which is truly outrageous. Therefore, the author decided to take a stand. Additionally, Duan endlessly sells level 3 bronze equipment, mentioning issues with success rates, so he only breaks even at 4 silver. Feng Shi was instantly furious after reading it. The entire article was tarnishing his reputation. It was clearly an attempt to undermine him and elevate the author's own status and fame, hoping to attract the attention of a major guide to offer opportunities for speculation. To Feng Shi, the condemnation article and data provided by One Shot Deal seemed laughable. According to him, a junior blacksmith apprentice crafting a level 3 bronze equipment with the intermediate forge should, at best, only have a success rate of 20%. A price of 4 silver is so high that it's unaffordable even to buy the materials. One Shot Deal is definitely selling at a loss to increase their popularity. If he weren't stepping on others to climb up, he wouldn't want to have anything to do with One Shot Deal. However, since he has offended him, he should be prepared to pay a heavy price. After that, Feng Shi directly put up a partial sale of gleaming chestplate at a fixed price of 4 silver. He has Philosopher's Stone and Book of Forging, which only cost a few dozen copper. He has always been unbeatable in price wars. Immediately after, Feng Shi shouted in the auction house, "Everyone, come and see! A batch of gleaming chestplates has appeared in the auction house, with a price of only 4 silver. This immediately surprised the little gagass around. Following that, he started to praise it. Its streamlined design, stylish appearance, and a faint radiance emanating from it. There is also a black flame mark that appears intermittently on the left chest. Absolutely handsome. Immediately caught the attention of surrounding players. Such a handsome attribute is still a good equipment. It's only worth 4 silver, surprisingly. The garbage savage chestplate is so bad that even dogs shake their heads at it. There are some logistics personnel who directly call for help from the senior management of the guide. Don't waste time at the one-shot deal. Meanwhile, inside the Golds and Towns Forge Association, the entire spacious hall was crowded with players. The players present were all representatives of various guides. They came here with only one purpose: to invite One Shot Deal to join their guide. However, at the moment, they all simultaneously received messages from the senior management of the guide. And on the second floor, in the intermediate section of the indoor building, a female voice suddenly rang out. "Brother One Shot, you are so amazing! You really make people admire you to death. Before, I went to those third-rate guiding jobs to apply. They wouldn't hire me no matter what. Now I'm just waiting outside like nobody's business. I can't chase them away no matter how much I try. Why don't you just find the strongest guide directly and join them?" One Shot Deal smirked and laughed heartily. "It's no big deal. It's all because there is a fool paving the way and keeping their identity hidden, letting all the major guides know of my importance. I really should thank them. In the future, when I make it into a top-tier guide and infiltrate the upper echelons, that will be truly awesome. Right now, I'm just getting started, letting those third-rate guides wait outside. It will also help boost my value and reputation." Suddenly, a berserker bursts in through the door, looking extremely anxious, and shouts, "Something big is happening! A lot of top-tier equipment has appeared in the auction house. Many guides have taken notice. Everyone is no longer paying attention to you, boss." One Shot Deal suddenly stands up. His expression instantly becomes unsettled. It took him a lot of effort to catch the attention of top-tier guides. There's no way he's going to let them be taken away so easily. Take a look outside the door. He instantly petrified on the spot. The originally crowded hall was now deserted, becoming extremely empty. One Shot Deal quickly inquired, "What happened exactly?" Little Gagass explained. A batch of gleaming chestplates suddenly appeared in the auction house, and they are only selling for 4 silver. Several top-notch guides have already expressed their interest, willing to hire that blacksmith with a high salary as the chief blacksmith of the guide. Those people from the guide also went to the auction house. The real-life One-Shot Deal is currently going crazy, throwing things around to vent his anger. What guts! How dare he steal my limelight? Don't blame me for not being polite. Such top-notch equipment must have extremely high costs, and the success rate is extremely low. You sell it for 4 silver, let's see how much you can lose. He finally managed to attract the attention of a top-notch guide. Now that anonymous blacksmith has stolen the limelight again. If he doesn't snatch back the limelight, those top-notch guides might forget about him. But he doesn't have enough silver. He can only purchase forging materials with credits. One-shot deal is like a gambler in a losing streak at the moment. He plans to use credits to purchase materials and take a gamble. As long as he can join a top-notch guide, he can quickly repay the credits he owes. And he can also become wealthy for life. After quickly dialing the phone, he promptly stated that he wants 10,000 credits of each material. Shortly after, he opened the forum again and quickly began writing a new post. A new post quickly appeared on the forum. In the interest of the majority of players, One-Shot Deal, have decided to sell the Savage chestplate for the price of 3 silver. I must confront the corrupt smith to the end. Purple Mist Level 1 Priest. One of the top 10 holy priests of the future. But she is currently being bullied by passers-by. What would you do if it were you who encountered this situation? Not long ago, Feng Shi sighed when he saw the price reduction post for One-Shot Deal. Do you want to challenge it? Then come on. Also put all gleaming chestplates up for sale. Changed it to sell 20 pieces every hour. And the price was adjusted to 3 silver. Suddenly the auction house became lively. Although Feng Shi sells equipment very easily. However, it's different in One-Shot Deal. His face suddenly darkened upon learning that Feng Shi also lowered prices. He is now losing money with every sale. In order to compete with Feng Shi, he keeps making savage chestplates, and the materials he bought with credits disappear rapidly. After kicking Little Gas out with One-Shot Deal roared, "Keep lowering the price. Lower it until that bastard goes bankrupt." The entire auction house soon trembled. The price of Savage chestplate has dropped to 2 silver 30 copper. Meanwhile, Feng Shi did not continue forging equipment. He bought white paper and ink to prepare for drawing instead. He muttered to himself as he drew, "One-Shot Deal, I'm not just about lowering prices. With the design of the radiant chestplate, all guides will come to buy my blueprints. Then they will go train to become master craftsmen. No one will come looking for you anymore." Feng Shi did not draw much. He just drew 5 blueprints to test the waters. After Feng Shi posted the design drawings on the auction house, the Forge Association in Gold's End Town immediately fell into chaos. Upon learning about the auction house, after the gleaming chestplate blueprint appeared, One-Shot Deal immediately trembled in anger. One-Shot Deal was already on the verge of going crazy. Seeing Feng Shi directly starting to sell the design drawings made him furious. His anger overwhelmed him instantly, causing him to spit out a mouthful of decades-old blood. After this incident, One-Shot Deal never had a chance to turn things around. From then on, he withdrew from the realm. Meanwhile, Feng Shi unexpectedly learned that One-Shot Deal was so angry to the point of spitting blood after he dumped the design drawings. He was rushed to the hospital. He couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. He thought to himself, "You deceived me in my past life. This time, I'll make you experience true despair." Just at this moment, a female player who is selling cold drinks suddenly knocked down to the ground. A creepy middle-aged man walked up to her and teased, "This is just a virtual game. Selling drinks to make money. Do you really think you're a bubble tea girl? Only fools would buy such things. You look pretty good. How about coming to my place tonight? I can give you a silver as well." The red-haired man beside quickly shouted, "Bullying a girl doesn't show any skill." Shi Feng Bloodshed immediately showed a look of disdain. He quickly grabbed him and said with a smile, "Come, let me give you a chance to be a hero and save the beauty. As long as you dare to repeat what you just said, I'll let that woman go. But you will also pay the price for it. I will have all the people in Gai kill you back to level 0. The red-haired man was instantly scared and trembled. He quickly apologized to the creepy man. Right after that, Shi Feng Bloodshed shouted loudly at the players watching, "You weak chicken players, who only know how to hide in the dark and criticize. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Purple Mist is only level 1. Her eyes are filled with anger. But she can't win. She simply has no way to deal with that despicable man." At the sight of the name Purple Mist, Feng Shi's heart tightened. This girl is actually one of the 10 master holy priests. If Purple Mist could be brought over, the future team would be secure. Feng Shui immediately rubbed his hands in anticipation, ready to stand up for Purple Mist. Only because he had already included Purple Mist as a member of his team. No one would have expected that Purple Mist, one of the 10 master holy priests, would look like this. Purple Mist had been a member of the body-devouring serpent for the first 3 years. It was not until Snow Queen left the realm that Purple Mist followed her out of the guild. Since then, she has been a solo player. Starting as a 4th rank holy priest, she relied solely on her own efforts to advance to the 5th rank radiant holy priest. Finally, Purple Mist reached the pinnacle of the priest profession, becoming one of the 10 master holy priests that shocked the realm. It is really hard to imagine. The future holy priest will be such a clumsy girl. She is different from those holy priests who rely on all the guide resources. She achieved everything solely through her own efforts. Shaman Bloodshed saw Feng Shui. He casually picked up the overturned drink from the ground and tasted it. Then he angrily shouted, "Do you also want to intervene? Believe it or not, I will directly kill you back to level 0. The words had just fallen. Feng Shui suddenly appeared behind Shaman Bloodshed and smiled. "Then you give it a try." Shaman Bloodshed completely did not see it clearly. Feng Shui suddenly appeared behind himself. He was instantly horrified in his heart. Immediately after, Feng Shui exerted force with his hand suddenly. He directly pressed Shaman Bloodshed down to the ground. The power he possessed was immense, just like a humanoid beast. Feng Shui said coldly, "Why are you not talking now? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come and fight me." The onlookers, little Gaggas, were also shocked by Feng Shui's power. After all, the power of the Berserker is famous for being strong. And another player quickly spoke up as a reminder. "Be careful with that guy. Maple Leaf Town doesn't allow players to PK. NPCs will come to catch you." Feng Shui calmly responded while sipping on his juice. "I know my limits. No need to worry," he thought to himself. "I'm currently just using my power to suppress him without using skills to attack. So the guards won't come after me." Shaman Bloodshed glared at Feng Shui like a venomous snake and roared, "Kid, you've got guts. Watch me bring you down to level 0. In an instant, Shaman Bloodshed stomped his feet fiercely. The strength boost from the rampaging skill shattered the entire area. Following that, Shaman Bloodshed drew his great sword and charged directly at Feng Shui. Feng Shui, on the other hand, pulled out Abyss Dweller and used parry to block the attack. Shaman Bloodshed's great sword struck Feng Shui's sword. Instead, he was pushed back 3 yards. Even the great sword in his hand lost 2 points of durability. Feng Shui did not continue to strike, but instead taunted, "Have you not eaten? Why are you so weak?" Shaman Bloodshed immediately became uncontrollably angry. "You are looking for death. Watch how I deal with you." He quickly stood up. He then lifted up the big sword and chopped towards Feng Shui. Just as Shaman Bloodshed was about to hit Feng Shui, the guard suddenly appeared to stop it. "Shaman Bloodshed, you have violated city laws, openly attacking other players in the town. You are now sentenced to 12 hours of solitary confinement as a punishment." Shaman Bloodshed was stunned on the spot. The previous dominance has completely disappeared. Being dragged away, Shaman Bloodshed didn't forget to threaten as he left. "Kid, just you wait. I'll remember you. The Willing League won't let you go. I'll be out in 12 hours. Still a hero. By then, there will be no place for you in the whole Maple Leaf Town." Purple Mist quickly got up and thanked Feng Shui for helping out. Although she really wanted to repay this kindness, she was just a novice and had no money. Purple Mist of the 10 master holy priests in the future, actually being sexually harassed by a perverted man. And Feng Shui used a little trickery, causing the guards to take Shaman Bloodshed away to solitary confinement. Purple Mist quickly stood up to thank Feng Shui for lending a helping hand, and expressed a strong desire to repay Feng Shui's kindness, while Feng Shui remained silent. His eyes were fixed on Purple Mist. Fortunately, she hasn't joined any guides yet. Purple Mist became nervous as soon as she saw it. She instinctively retreated a step, protecting her chest with both hands. Then she turned around shyly and shouted out loud, "I only sell juice, not myself." This amazing statement made Fengshe feel somewhat exploded. Then he took out a silver coin and said, "I need a chef to help me make juice. This silver coin will be considered as an advance payment for your salary." Purple Mist suddenly felt at a loss. Is it really just about being a chef? Fengshe couldn't help but sigh. "Work with me. I'll give you a stable income. Or keep enduring the harassment of creepy men on the street. It's up to you to believe it or not." Purple Mist looked at the silver handed over by Fengshe. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she still chose to agree. Fengshe casually took out another bag of money and said, "Take this money. Use it to buy cooking blueprints and materials. Rent a kitchen and help me cook. No one will bother you anymore." Purple Mist was afraid that Fengshe had ulterior motives towards her. She quickly asked, "Why are you being so kind to me?" Fengshe calmly responded, "It's just because I see that you work diligently. That's why I want to hire you to help me with the tasks." He then did not linger and turned around to leave directly. Purple Mist watched Fengshe's departing figure, feeling very grateful in her heart. Quickly expressed that she would work hard. Fengshe's face appeared very calm. However, she was ecstatic inside. The ice fruit juice was ready to come in handy. First, let her practice some life skills. Wait until she is familiar with the situation. Then slowly guide her into actual combat. Just by spending a few silver, a holy priest was easily recruited. As for the Snow Queen's side, all I can say is sorry. Later, Fengshe headed to the library in Maple Leaf Town. The library is located in the slums of Maple Leaf Town. The mysterious diary left by the werewolf Feroth was written in Elvish. Since Fengshe couldn't understand it, he planned to go to the library to seek help with deciphering it. The slum is a chaotic place. Fengshe had just stepped into the slum when the greedy rats hidden in the darkness around him set their sights on him. However, at that moment, a tempting woman in a leather skirt suddenly smiled at him and said, "Hey little brother, are you here for some fun? Come with me, big brother. I guarantee you can have a pleasant night." Fengshe directly activated the Eye of Observation Summer Lotus Elite. Level 8, HP 1200. He looked around at his surroundings. He said lightly, "I see you want to trick me into going to a secluded place with no one around. Robbery, huh?" The little gagass lurking around Fengshe didn't take the bait. They immediately rushed up in anger, ready to blow up Fengshe. Fengshe didn't hesitate and immediately pulled out Abyss Dweller. He raised his hand and unleashed a storm flash towards the attackers, taking advantage of the intensified damage effect, alternating between slashing and quickly swinging with a flat chop. One sword after another pierced through the bodies of the two attackers, directly reducing their HP to 0. Summer Lotus approached Fengshe with a faint smile. "Little brother, you are really amazing. I admire you so much, big sister. I don't know where you are going. Big sister can show you the way to save you a lot of trouble. And you only need to pay a small price." Fengshe doesn't want to get involved with these NPCs. He just wants to find clues to the Elvish diary. So he coldly refused, saying, "No need to bother. I know the way to the library." Upon hearing Fengshe's words, Summer Lotus laughed even more cheerfully. "You can ask me about anything related to the library. No one is more familiar with it than I am." Summer Lotus, who transformed herself into Sacred Nun. She proudly stood tall, smiling gracefully with her proud bosom. "Because I am the librarian Summer Lotus." This woman just a second ago also said she wanted to make Fengshe have a pleasant evening. The next second, she transformed herself, becoming the librarian of Maple Leaf Town. Sacred Nun Summer Lotus Level 20 High Priest. Dressed in the robe of a nun, Summer Lotus is as divine as a female angel who has descended to earth. She glances at Feng Shui and laughs, saying, "Do you believe now?" Seeing the transformed Summer Lotus, Feng Shui still finds it a bit hard to accept. Just a moment ago, she was a street-smart lady. After snapping her fingers, Summer Lotus smiled and said, "Since you have something to discuss with me, let's go inside the library." In the blink of an eye, the once dilapidated slum suddenly appeared rows of bookshelves. In just a moment, a whole library appeared out of thin air. However, this library looks very shabby. It's just a two-story small building. Seeing dust all over the room, and those worn-out books on the wooden table, Feng Shui feels that this library is more like a haunted house. Summer Lotus raised her legs on the table and asked, "What do you want to do by coming to me?" Feng Shui couldn't handle Summer Lotus's rogue appearance, so he went straight to the point and said, "Respected Lord High Priest, I came here because I want to interpret a diary." Summer Lotus didn't beat around the bush and directly offered a price of 30 silver. Feng Shui couldn't help but sigh and thought, "Can't you just give it to me without asking for payment?" After receiving the money, Summer Lotus then took the diary handed over by Feng Shui. She casually flipped through it. After flipping through the mysterious diary, Summer Lotus's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. She then quickly stood up, swiftly threw the diary in her hand away. The diary underwent some changes at the same time. A dark smoke suddenly emerged from the old, black cover. Shortly after, there came bursts of roaring from the diary. A black fog suddenly rushed out from it. In the blink of an eye, that mass, the black fog converged into a terrifying archdemon illusion. The fierce-looking archdemon illusion seemed to break free from confinement. It unleashed a piercing roar. However, archdemon illusion's joy lasted less than 3 seconds. Summer Lotus immediately used the skill Begone Evil. The demon-repelling circle instantly emerged and suppressed it. Just as the archdemon illusion was roaring, Summer Lotus raised his hand and swung a holy spear, directly piercing through the archdemon illusion. However, the archdemon illusion just sneered. The insignificant high priest overestimated his abilities. With a casual pinch, he effortlessly crushed the holy spear. Summer Lotus instantly felt the pressure surge. She dared not slack off. Her hand swiftly wrote out holy scripts in the air, covering the entire library. It was immediately enveloped by a golden hexagram magic circle. However, archdemon illusion quickly pounced forward, attempting to disrupt her spell casting. Archdemon illusion looked at the horrifying energy rushing towards him, feeling somewhat shocked. This turned out to be a third-rank holy spell. After chanting the holy spell, Summer Lotus let out a loud shout. Disappear. Right away, a terrifying holy flame burst out from the magic circle. Just as it rushed to Summer Lotus, the archdemon illusion in front of it was directly hit at 0 distance. Under the roasting of the third-rank holy spell Holy Flame, in the blink of an eye, the ferocious face of the archdemon illusion was torn apart by the holy flame. He stared fixedly at Feng Shui on the side and said with a smile, "I won't stop. We will meet again." Feng Shui immediately felt a chilling cold. He didn't expect that the diary he picked up casually would actually hide a terrifying archdemon. Soon after, the archdemon illusion in the diary dissipated. At the same time, the system sounded an alert. The player received a curse from the demon, causing all attributes to decrease by 50% and monster XP to drop by 95%. At the same time, the player was targeted by the archdemon. The archdemon illusion will come for you in 90 days. If defeated, the player's body will be taken over by the archdemon. High Priest Summer Lotus unleashed a third-rank holy spell to blast away the archdemon illusion. Feng Shui unexpectedly fell victim to the curse of the demon. Once the resistance fails, the body will be invaded by the demon. Summer Lotus's forehead was covered with sweat, looking very weak. She exhaled heavily and said, "Take your 30 silver. I really suffered a big loss." Feng Shui saw a series of clues. Even if he has good manners, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Isn't this diary too annoying? Summer Lotus slumped into a chair, panting heavily as she said, "It's a good thing the issue is resolved now. If you had held on for a few more days, the archdemon would have possessed and descended upon you. You would have suffered forever in hell." But Feng Sure could not be happy. The problem is not completely solved yet. I will still die in 90 days. Summer Lotus explained. This diary is a key. It records the spell to unlock the door. What you need to do is find this door, enter inside using the diary, and retrieve the dark scripture stored within. As long as you bring back the dark scripture and give it to me, I will be able to destroy it. This way, the archdemon will no longer be able to descend. The system prompt sounded. The player accepted the epic level quest. Darkness approaches. The quest requires finding and destroying the dark scripture to prevent the archdemon from descending. The reward is unknown. Feng Sure secretly pondered. In his previous life, completing the quest. Countless illusions, infinite oblivion. In the Black Dragon Empire was something he would never do. So he quickly asked the High Priest, Your Excellency, can you give me some clues about the Dark Cave? Upon hearing Feng Shure's question, a pure smile appeared on the holy face of Summer Lotus. To obtain clues about the Dark Cave, you need to pay an information fee of 10 gold. However, I know you probably don't have that much money right now. I can help you first lift the curse of the archdemon, so you can go earn money. Looking into Summer Lotus's eyes, a passionate desire was revealed. Feng Sure suddenly felt a chill. Lifting the curse definitely requires payment, right? Summer Lotus extended her hand and smiled, saying, Lifting the curse requires paying 3 gold to hold the ceremony. Upon seeing Summer Lotus's actions, Feng Sure even suspected whether Summer Lotus had clairvoyance, as he happened to have exactly 3 gold on him, neither more nor less. Summer Lotus quickly put away the shiny gold and then took out a fist-sized glass ball, handing it to Feng Sure. It can take you to Moonlight Forest to collect 30 pieces of Luna Stone. Just bring the materials back to me. Later, Feng Sure took a look at the only money left. He went to the pharmacy and bought a large bag of basic recovery potions. Moonlight Forest is not a peaceful place, but rather full of extreme danger. Without preparation, it would be a definite death. He also went to the magic shop and bought over 10 types of magic scrolls to prepare. He felt ready to head to Moonlight Forest now. Later, Feng Sure found a place with nobody around. He activated the teleport orb and turned into a white light, disappearing in Maple Leaf Town. When he opened his eyes, the scene before him was an overcast sky. A round moon was shining brightly, casting a faint silver light. It enveloped the entire tranquil forest. Moonlight Forest is a level 9 monster area with an extremely high drop rate for monsters. In the previous life, over 90% of players would come here to kill monsters and seek treasures. The monsters here drop gems, and the chances are not low. Especially, there are many treasure chests here. If you see a treasure chest, there is an 80% chance that it will drop a gem. The map contains a variety of resources such as ore, herbs, rare ingredients, and so on. However, most of the monsters here usually come in groups of 3 to 5. One small mistake can lead to a wipeout. For low-level players, who often come here to make money, death is almost a common occurrence. Therefore, it is also known as the Land of Eternal Rest. Moonlight Forest, a level 9 monster area, is considered a forbidden place for players at the current stage. Feng Sure, who is now greatly weakened by the curse attribute from Archdemon, finds it too exhausting to fight monsters. Upon arriving here, Feng Sure immediately takes out a stealth scroll and directly releases the magic of the scroll. The gorgeous magic rune on the scroll runs out from the scroll. His body immediately becomes somewhat blurry. It's hard to notice his existence from a distance. The stealth scroll can greatly reduce a player's presence, making it difficult for surrounding enemies to notice them. It lasts for half an hour, and is an essential item in dangerous areas. Using the stealth scroll, ordinary monsters below level 15 are extremely difficult to detect within a 30-yard radius. Feng Shui quickly sneaked into the forest, heading towards the central area of the Moonlight Forest in search of the Luna Stone, just to lift the annoying curse a little earlier. He was very familiar with the Moonlight Forest from his past life. He swiftly navigated around the edges of the monsters. Feng Shui cleverly evaded and, with the help of the stealth scroll, he moved as if he was in his own backyard, swiftly heading straight towards his destination. It took him more than an hour to finally arrive at a vast rocky forest standing tall. This area is where the ore vein that produces Luna Stone is located. To quickly get 30 pieces of ore, he opened up full throttle, entering a frenzied digging mode. Suddenly Feng Shui noticed a patrol team of mountain beast warriors not far away. Little mountain beast warrior appeared. Its presence indicates that there is a camp nearby. The probability of treasure chests appearing in the camp is very high. Moreover, the rewards obtained from opening the chest for the first time are often the best. Currently, the top players are only around level 5, so there probably aren't many players who have been to the Moonlight Forest. Suddenly, he had a crazy idea. What if he opens all the treasure chests first? Wouldn't that be a game changer? Feng Shui then carefully bypassed the patrol team. Directly penetrate into the interior of the camp. He did not rush to make a move. Instead, he carefully observed the terrain and then rehearsed the treasure hunting plan in his mind. There are mountain beast warriors guarding around the campsite. Roughly counted, there are over 40 of them. And not far away, there are several teams of mountain beast warriors patrolling. Feng Shui sneaked quietly into the depths of the campsite. Suddenly he stopped. He felt that ahead should be the warehouse of the mountain beast warriors. There is a high chance that the treasure chest will respawn inside. But the problem is, the silver armor mountain beast warrior at the warehouse entrance can detect his stealth effect. You must deal with this big guy first if you want to enter the warehouse. But if you attack directly, it will trigger an attack from all the monsters in the camp. Just as Feng Shui is in a dilemma, the silver armor mountain beast warrior suddenly left the warehouse door and then walked to the bonfire not far from the warehouse. Stopped. I saw him filling a large spoonful of unknown liquid. Feng Shui couldn't help but smile when he saw it. A plan that might work immediately appeared in his mind. Just as the silver armor mountain beast warrior left the campfire, Feng Shui began to act cautiously. Soon he bypassed the group of monsters and arrived at the campfire. Smelling the aroma coming from this pot of mountain beast delicacy, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This smells so bad!" He then took out black iron ale from his backpack. He poured it all into the pot at once. To deal with the big guy who can see through stealth effects, Feng Shui unexpectedly showed up in the dinner of the mountain beast warrior. Add a large amount of black iron ale. In no time, the entire mountain beast warrior's camp was drinking from that pot. After indulging in Feng Shui's special dishes, they all collapsed on the ground. Feng Shui burst into a big smile at the sight of the mountain beast warriors snoring heavily. All the monsters in the camp had been knocked out by black iron ale. The mountain beast warriors loved to collect treasures and put them into the camp warehouse. Inside the warehouse, there are several large treasure chests, one of which is a gleaming golden mystic iron level chest. There are also many Luna stones. Feng Shui couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. There are indeed quite a few treasure chests. This time, he made the right bet. He didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly opened the first treasure chest. Obtained 8 silver and 14 Luna stones, as well as the silver moon helmet. It is a bronze level plate armor with a requirement of 35 strength. It provides defense plus 43, strength plus 5, agility plus 4, stamina plus 4, and combat recovery plus 1. Limited to the berserker and swordsman classes. Feng Shui picked up the silver-white helmet, looking slightly surprised. This is a great item. If able to collect the complete Silver Moon set, additional attribute bonuses will be granted. Suddenly, he knelt down to pray. If the heavens favor me, please let me find some Silver Moon set equipment inside this mystic iron level treasure chest. The moment it was opened, a system prompt sounded. Obtain the accessory Void Ring. Equipment requirement, 10 intelligence. +1 strength, +1 agility, +2 intelligence. Comes with the skill Void Shadow, which allows the user to enter the void state. The user cannot see others, and others cannot see the user. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Can only be used when not in combat. Fengshe instantly grew excited. Wow, this ring is a treasure of the same quality as the Ring of Gravity. At the same time, the Silver Armor Mountain Beast Warrior outside the warehouse also recovered from the drunken state. Silver Armor Mountain Beast Warrior entered the warehouse. Immediately discovered Fengshe, this thief. And Fengshe turned around and was suddenly amazed. Obviously, he didn't expect that. The Silver Armor Mountain Beast Warrior was only drunk for a few minutes and sobered up. The Silver Armor Mountain Beast Warrior swiftly rushed to Fengshe's side in the blink of an eye. He raised the giant axe in his hands, ready to strike and kill him on the spot. Fengshe decisively used the transform into sheep scroll. Directly turned the charging Mountain Beast Warrior into a sheep. The price of a sheep transformation scroll is as high as 50 silver each. He originally wanted to encounter the boss to save his life. The sheep scroll can turn enemies below level 15 into a sheep that cannot cast spells or attack. Shortly after, the Mountain Beast Warrior returned to normal. He stood still, looking a bit bewildered. Next, he stood up and looked around. He was determined to tear the thief who stole the treasure chest to pieces. Meanwhile, Fengshe had already quickly fled from the Mountain Beast camp. He chuckled as he played with the ring in his hand. With this treasure, I can hide my whereabouts. I can steal all the treasure chests in the Moonlight Forest. In his previous life, Fengshe conducted a lot of research on the Moonlight Forest. He knew the locations where many treasure chests would respawn. So, he put on the Void Ring and opened the map of the Moonlight Forest, preparing to start his looting journey. With the help of the Void Ring, a divine artifact for finding treasures, Fengshe, relying on his knowledge of the Moonlight Forest, was about to begin his journey of looting treasure chests. He arrived not far from the treasure chest. Directly activate Void Shadow to enter the void state. When opening the treasure chest, Fengshe's void state will not disappear, so reading is very smooth. However, after the box is opened, when you start to loot the treasures, the void state disappears. The savage orc immediately spotted him. However, Fengshe had prepared many polymorph into sheep scrolls in advance. Don't give the orcs a chance to get close at all. The entire Moonlight Forest is very large. Fengshe adheres to a persistent style, spending quite a bit of time. Finally cleaned out all the treasure chests in Moonlight Forest. He looked at his fully packed backpack and couldn't help but smile. The loot from opening the chests this time was really good. He collected the Moonlight Stones to lift the curse. In addition, he also completed the Silver Moon set. He can equip them as soon as the curse is lifted. Suddenly, he saw an item in his backpack and exclaimed in surprise. Is this for real? Even at this level, he can get such a treasure. But with it, the following quests became much easier. Such good luck. After everything was sorted out, Fengshe confirmed that there was nothing left to gain in Moonlight Forest. He then activated the teleport orb to leave Moonlight Forest and return to the library in Maple Leaf Town. Summer Lotus looked at Fengshe doubtfully. Little brother, you're quite fast. Have you already collected all the Luna Stones? Fengshe pulled out the required items and asked, Respected Miss Summer Lotus, I have brought the things you requested. Can you lift the curse for me now? Upon seeing the shiny gold, Summer Lotus suddenly became spirited. Young man, it looks like you have gained quite a bit on this trip. After clearing his throat twice, Summer Lotus spoke. Moonlit Drops is a very ancient ritual. Not only does it have the effect of lifting curses. If you pay another 3 gold, I will be able to gather all the materials needed for the complete Moonlit Drops ritual. Apart from helping you lift the curse, it will also bring you unexpected great rewards. Fengshe felt something was not right. She felt like she wanted to set me up. He quickly refused. Miss Summer Lotus, please just give me a lower level one. Summer Lotus, seeing the situation, stood up quickly and said seriously, Don't rush to refuse, young brother. Do you know about the legend of Sword Saint of Demon Slaughter Celios? Feng Shi was instantly intimidated upon hearing the words. Sword Saint. Summer Lotus paused for a moment and continued. It is said that Celios endured torment for a long time under the curse of the Lord of Demons. He went through all sorts of hardships. Finally, he found a way to lift the curse, which was through the complete Moonlit Drops ritual. After the complete Moonlit Drops ritual, Celios was reborn. He gained immense power and defeated the Lord of Demons, becoming the legendary Sword Saint of the Realm Continent. After Summer Lotus's passionate speech, Feng Shi was also extremely shocked. Summer Lotus chuckled and said, You just need to pay an additional 3 gold, making it a total of 5 gold, to receive the complete Moonlit Drops ritual. Feng Shi glanced at the smiling Summer Lotus and said somewhat helplessly, Well, if becoming a Sword Saint in the future is guaranteed, then it's worth it. Feng Shi reluctantly took out 3 pieces of gold. The system prompt sounded. The player has completed the full Moonlit Drop ceremony. Under the brainwashing of Summer Lotus, Feng Shi paid 5 gold. Perform the complete Moonlit Drop ceremony. Under the guidance of Summer Lotus, Feng Shi arrived at the slum. In the mangrove outside the library, Summer Lotus stood between 2 candlesticks, directing the way. You just stay in that position. Feng Shi asked with some concern. Miss Summer Lotus, will there be any danger in this ceremony? Summer Lotus chuckled after straightening her proud chest and said, Don't worry. Even though it's my first time, my skills are excellent. My mentor even praised me as a genius. Let's start now. Summer Lotus then began to pray, chanting the holy spell, fingers constantly writing the holy script. Lines of holy script are floating in the air, floating towards the horizon. Compared to the previous 3rd rank magic, this time, the holy script being written is extremely numerous. At the same time, she starts emitting a dazzling golden light. More than 10 minutes passed. The magic circle under Feng Shi's feet began to emit a green light. A beam of bright moonlight shone on him. Immediately, a lot of black smoke emerged from Feng Shi's body. The black smoke rose reluctantly, unwilling to leave his body. After a moment, the black smoke finally quickly separated from Feng Shi's body. At this moment, he had already started sweating on his forehead, his face pale, enduring some kind of severe pain. After a few minutes passed, the black smoke finally completely separated from his body. But it didn't disappear completely. Instead, it formed a black shadow that looked exactly like him. The demon clone was very annoyed. Despicable humans. Do you think by separating me from you, you can escape my control over you? The demon clone is a level 4 elite evil, with 2000 HP. Summer Lotus quickly reminded, He is a clone transformed by the demon within you. Defeat him, and you can lift the curse. And Feng Shi's face became extremely serious. Level 4 elite is obviously not so easy to deal with. Just then, the demon's clone roared angrily. Lowly humans will never defeat powerful demons. Immediately after, he drew a black long sword and attacked Feng Shi. In the blink of an eye, he rushed up to Feng Shi. With a swing of his long sword, a faint black aura was brought out. And Feng Shi was suddenly taken aback by such a movement. Quickly used parry to block. The demon's clone far exceeded the normal elite's strength. The power of this sword far exceeds Feng Shi's imagination. The whole ground was directly blasted apart. Summer Lotus shouted while maintaining the ceremony. He has 100% control over your attributes. However, you only receive half the effect of his curse attribute. Relying solely on brute force is courting death. Demon's clone has the upper hand in power, speed, and HP. Feng Shi is completely unable to block it, and is directly knocked away by a single sword strike. Feng Shi quickly adjusted his posture to stabilize his stance, while Demon's clone also rushed forward rapidly. Fengsher suddenly felt the pressure surge. What a joke. This power is more than double mine. The demon's clone became formidable and showed no mercy. The sword in hand danced wildly. And Fengsher could only parry in a sorry state, being beaten back steadily. The demon clone couldn't help but smirk. Submit to the original. You will gain supreme power. Break free from the lowly human form from now on. Fengsher, however, disdainfully replied, Do you want me to be your puppet? Dream on. The demon's clone immediately became extremely angry. He suddenly exerted force and sent Fengsher flying with a single blow. Immediately, the demon's clone swung a sword towards Fengsher's chest. This sword strike is the slashing skill. He quickly raised Abyss Dweller to block. His attributes were weakened by more than half. Fengsher couldn't withstand this slashing attack at all. He was once again sent flying out. He took several steps back in a row before stabilizing his body, while the demon clone raised its long sword again, preparing to gather power, and roared angrily, If you don't obey, then go die for me. Fengsher weakened by 50% attributes, suffering from abuse by demon elite monster clones. The demon clones see Fengsher refusing to submit. They immediately raise their weapons, preparing to take him down. In the blink of an eye, 3 streaks of sword aura condensed from pitch-black demonic energy flash out. This is Fengsher's Storm Flash. Seeing the sword light approaching, Fengsher suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. At the moment when Storm Flash landed, a violent roar erupted from Fengsher's position, shattering the entire area with the impact. The demon's clone did not show any sign of slackness, flying in midair, quietly waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Fengsher resisted this blow. At this point, he was on the brink of death. He continued to gasp for breath to regulate his breathing. The system also issued a warning at the same time. HP is only 10 points left. Demon had no intention of giving Fengsher a chance to catch his breath. He suddenly activated Windchaser and swiftly dashed towards Fengsher, quickly stabbing a deadly blow. The next second, just as the sword was about to strike Fengsher, Demon's clone suddenly stopped. The clone of Demon looked at the golden shining array beneath its feet. Suddenly, it was no longer calm. Its body could not move. This is a magic circle. The demon's split body wished it could swallow Fengsher alive. You despicable human. How dare you use such despicable means? Fengsher slowly moved the long sword away and smiled. Unexpectedly, I have a trick up my sleeve. This is the magic circle scroll he unexpectedly obtained when opening a treasure chest in the Moonlight Forest. The holy light circle eliminates all evil in the world. Lasts for 5 seconds. At the same time, it reduces the target's all attributes by 50% and buffs the caster's all attributes by 100%. The effect is doubled against evildoers. During the melee, Fengsher sneakily used Illusionary Strike to send his clone to set up the magic circle. When the demon clone was torturing Fengsher earlier, Fengsher's shadow clone had already hidden in the dark. The formation is being activated. However, the setup time for this formation is too long. It was completed just in time when it was crucial. This formation connects from the user as the starting point. The coverage range reaches up to 100 yards. As long as the formation is successfully set up, completing this quest will no longer be difficult. The demon's clone roared in anger. Despicable humans. How dare you deceive my true self? Fengsher smiled lightly. Setting up the magic circle takes too much time. I almost got killed by you. But this magic weapon was used on you before it heated up. The demon's clone was instantly gnashing its teeth in anger. What do you mean, you little brat? Are you disrespecting me? And Fengsher didn't waste any words. Suddenly, he struck out with a slashing attack towards the demon's clone. Shortly after, Storm Flash alternated with frenzied slashes. The weakened demon clone couldn't withstand this wave of damage, and its HP plummeted suddenly. In no time, it was reduced to 0. Turned into a wisp of black smoke, the dissipating demon clone revealed a strange smile. Darkblade. Don't think it's over just like this. At the same time, the system rang out. Completed Moonlit Drops Quest. Reward XP 10,000. Reward Demon Hunter title. Star Moon Kingdom Reputation plus 5. White River Castle Reputation plus 20. Maple Leaf Town Reputation plus 100. Maple Leaf Town Reputation reached 50 points. Promoted to Maple Leaf Town First Class Citizen. Maple Leaf Town Reputation reached 100 points. Promoted to Maple Leaf Town Third Class Noble Demon Hunter, a formidable warrior. A respected exorcist. Possessing a noble status everywhere. The Reaper feared by dark creatures. Can reduce the attributes of dark monsters within a 100-yard radius by 10%. Also increases damage to dark monsters by 10%. The demon's clone dissipated into black smoke and dropped a dark gray mask equipment. After wearing the demon mask, you can disguise yourself as another person. It does not have high-level observation skills and cannot see through the disguise. Fengshe happily put away the demon mask. The rewards for this quest are not bad. It's worth the gold spent. With it, I can truly become the Black Flame Blacksmith, and no one will know. Darkblade and Black Flame Blacksmith are actually the same person. The demon mask can disguise you as someone else. From now on, Fengshe can have the dual identity of Black Flame Blacksmith and Darkblade. Summer Lotus appeared very fragile and said, "Adventurer, the ritual has been completed. The curse of the archdemon will no longer trouble you." Fengshe couldn't help but ask concernedly, "Are you okay?" Summer Lotus directly opened the magic portal and said, "This ritual has made me weak. I will rest for a while. If you need me, come find me at White River Castle," she said before walking directly into the portal. After resolving the major issue on his mind, Fengshe pondered quietly. The day agreed upon with Snow by to enter the Dark Moon Graveyard Dungeon was approaching. He needed to speed up his leveling. There were discussions among players in the square of Maple Leaf Town. Recently, the exchange rate for guide purchasing game currency has increased significantly. Currently, 1 silver can be exchanged for 600 credits. Since the server has just opened, those big guides from the body-devouring serpent are buying at high prices. Once the prices stabilize later, we won't be able to profit anymore. Like me, sell all your equipment and items. Then, sell all the game currency to guide. I've only been playing for a few days, and I've already earned 2 months' worth of food money. While Fengshe looked at the equipment in his backpack, he murmured to himself, "That's great. After defeating the demon, it just satisfied the attribute requirements of the Silver Moon set for me." Just at this moment, a reprimand interrupted Fengshe's good mood. Sheman Bloodshed came with a group of people, pointing at Fengshe and sneering. "Brother, it's this guy. I saw him casually take out 10 silver the day before yesterday. He must be rich." The man addressed his brother snorted and looked at Fengshe, questioning. "Young man, you're the one who beat up my men, right? You will pay for what you did." The man called brother in front of him is named Iron Sword Lion. He used to be a top expert in a virtual martial arts game. He switched to the realm after the game was shut down. Not long after, he formed the Guide Wheeling League. Very powerful. In the previous life, he solo killed Flame Tiger twice. Even the Heartstabber from the Assassin Alliance have suffered losses to the Iron Sword Lion. But now with Abyss Dweller and Silvermoon set, there's no need to fear him at all. Fengshe then went straight ahead. Little Gagas beside him couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, he completely ignored our existence. Could he have been scared dumb?" Sheman Bloodshed quickly shouted, "Darkblade, stop right there. Today, I will definitely show you a good time." Fengshe then turned around leisurely and asked, "Who are you?" Sheman Bloodshed couldn't help but roar angrily, "Damn it! How dare you forget about me?" Fengshe suddenly burst into laughter and said, "So it's the trash bothering Purple Mist. You got out of jail so quickly. Was the prison a cozy place to stay?" Sheman Bloodshed's face immediately darkened. "You're intentional about this." Angrily, Shi Bloodshed was about to explode. But Iron Sword Lion voiced out to stop it. All right, Bloodshed, pay attention to your words and actions. Don't tarnish the image of our Wuling League. Iron Sword Lion arrogantly said, We are not bullies. But since you have beaten my subordinate, pay up 20 silver. Let's forget about this matter. Otherwise, don't blame us for outnumbering you. A male priest, looking like a skinny monkey, Heartstabber said, Iron Sword Lion has already reached level 5, and his equipment is very powerful. This time, Dark Blade is in a precarious situation. Boss Heartstabber, shall we go help? Heartstabber's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said softly, Don't rush. Let's wait until a critical moment. That way, we can highlight the value of lending a helping hand. Heartstabber thought to himself, I am curious to see how this mysterious master will handle this situation. At the same time, Fengshe suddenly took out a big bag from his backpack. With 50 silver coins inside, he smiled and said, It's only 20 silver coins. Is that too little? Fengshe encountered extortion from the Wuling League. However, he smiled and took out a big bag of silver coins, saying, You are asking for too little. Iron Sword Lion's eyes immediately lit up. Wow! You really are a nouveau riche. Let's be friends. Shi Bloodshed couldn't help but sigh. The boss's tendency to be money-minded is hard to change. After Sword Mad Lion punched Shi Bloodshed, he continued, Since you are so sincere, I'll have your back from now on. Whoever dares to mess with you in the future will be messing with our Wuling League. Iron Sword Lion urged with a smile on his face. Let's make the deal quickly. He immediately initiated a trade request to Fengshe. However, just at that moment, several pitch-black chains suddenly emerged from the ground. Iron Sword Lion just regained consciousness. He then realized that he was bound by many chains. He couldn't move at all. Fengshe calmly summoned Abyss Dweller. His eyes flashed with hostility as he smirked mockingly at Iron Sword Lion. Iron Sword Lion, realizing that he had been tricked, was instantly infuriated and gritted his teeth. How dare you attack me here? He exclaimed. Before he could finish speaking, Abyss Dweller in Fengshe's hand began to swiftly move. In the blink of an eye, several blade attacks landed on Iron Sword Lion. His HP rapidly decreased and couldn't be stopped. Heartstabber couldn't help but exclaim, Such fast sword skills! Fengshe's rapid series of actions were precisely the assassination technique he pursued. On the other hand, the female player beside them shook her head. Brother Heartstabber, this Dark Blade actually dares to kill someone in the safe zone. That's too reckless. Iron Sword Lion had no ability to resist, and turned into a burst of stardust dissipating on the spot. Fengshe turned to Shi Bloodshed and the other Wuling League members, asking, Anyone else want these 50 silver? Shi Bloodshed was frightened and kept retreating. Darkblade, don't be too arrogant. Fighting openly in the safe zone. Just wait to be brought to justice by the guards on the spot. Then you'll be detained in isolation. The guards quickly arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the guards, players around sighed in succession. Not good. The guards arrived so quickly. Though Darkblade is brave, the cost is too high. Shi Bloodshed sees the savior has arrived, quickly pretending to look pitiful, rushing towards the guard. He clung tightly to the guard's thigh and pointed to Fengshe, crying and complaining. Lock him up quickly. He must be punished severely. Shi Bloodshed couldn't help but feel secretly delighted in his heart. You brat. You're done for. Not only will you drop a level, but you will also be confined for 24 hours. After coming out, you will become second-rate. Let's see how we will deal with you. Captain Wei did not pay attention to Shi Bloodshed and turned to Fengshe, saying, Respected Demon Hunter, although you are a noble, according to the laws of Maple Leaf Town, if you kill a player here, you will have to pay a fine of 4 silver. Otherwise, we'll have to ask you to make a trip to prison. Upon hearing the authoritative words of the captain of the guards, everyone was stunned. Shi Bloodshed's mouth opened wide enough to fit 3 eggs. Demon Hunter holds a noble status everywhere they go. The realm is designed in a way where the noble class enjoys many privileges. If a common player provokes a noble, they may be imprisoned at best. In serious cases, nobles may even attack common players in safe zones without interference from guards. This is the disparity in status. Fengshe didn't expect the price to be quite cheap, so he directly took out 20 silver and handed them to the captain of the guards. "Here are 20 silver. I will need to get rid of another 4 later." The guard captain was taken aback by these words. Members of the Wulian League were instantly shocked. They didn't expect Fengshe to casually spend 20 silver just to buy their lives. It's really extravagant behavior with money. Onlookers, watching the fleeing members of the Wulian League, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wulian League, you have today as well. Inside level 5 monster dungeon, Snow Bai's team is currently battling the boss. Her commands can be heard in the crowd. Clear out the minions first, otherwise the attacks on the boss will be ineffective. This team has strong execution capabilities. Players are attacking the target one after another. Switch the attacks to the minions. However, just at this moment, the shield warrior standing in the front suddenly turned around and shouted, "Warning, be careful behind you." At the same time, a huge elite monster suddenly appeared behind the female assassin. The elite monster raised its giant axe high, ready to tear her apart. She was instantly shocked and felt extremely threatened upon seeing the situation. It was already too late to dodge at this moment. However, just at this moment, a striking figure holding a long sword suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, "Get down." In the blink of an eye, Snow Bai in purple armor landed suddenly. She unleashed a chopping attack followed by a series of slashes, directly eliminating that terrifying elite monster in seconds. Snow Bai immediately turned around and commanded, "If your endurance is low, go rest in the rear." The female assassin who narrowly escaped death replied with lingering fear, "All right, Sister Snow." Snow Bai immediately sprang into action. She swiftly charged towards the dense pile of monsters in front of her. She faced such a dense group of monsters without any panic. With just a casual swing of her sword, she easily chopped down several of the small monsters. She swiftly shuttled among the monsters, agilely dodging attacks while continuously harvesting those monsters. Its formidable strength was evident. Even the lower intelligence small monsters couldn't help but show signs of panic. Her swordsmanship appears casual, but she was able to strike the vital spots of 2 monsters at the same time with a single sword. The massive damage caused by hitting their weak points directly killed them on the spot. She stared at the monsters in front of her with an extremely cold gaze and snorted, "Die for me." Then she suddenly unleashed the swordsman's skill area combo, and countless sword lights instantly flashed. Snow Bai, in her pink and purple armor, performed combat moves gracefully, appearing like a female war goddess. She was undefeatable in the face of any enemy. And the dual-headed boss monster, seeing the human before it acting so boldly, it suddenly opened its terrifying giant mouth. It began rapidly gathering energy, preparing to unleash its ultimate move. In the blink of an eye, 2 terrifying purple beams suddenly sprayed out from the boss's huge mouth. No one survived wherever the beams reached. Destructive power is extremely strong. Snow Bai calmly commanded, "After the boss is done with its ultimate move, it will enter a weak phase. All ranged DPS, unleash your firepower." Receiving the command, Scarlet Flame Sorceress Luna Xiao raised her pure white jade hands high. She chanted the final incantation with her mouth. The final magic circle spell has also been completed. She is like a mobile cannon. The moment Frost Fire Explosion falls, the position where the boss is immediately bursts with scorching fire. All the monsters in the entire area are blasted away by this skill on the spot. As the smoke clears, the weakened boss couldn't withstand her full power and was instantly killed on the spot. Snow Bai did not rush to pick up the spoils. Instead, she inquired about the casualties. The team members quickly reported. 5 casualties, the MT has fallen, in addition to 2 melee, 1 ranged, and 1 healer. After sighing, Snowbye continued, instructing them to clean up the battlefield and rest for 10 minutes. Then prepare to head to Fiss's Gorge. However, just at this moment, a portal suddenly tore through the space, slowly appearing. The onlookers couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised, and they quickly entered into battle mode. Why did the portal appear? Has the battle not ended yet? Next, a man with a black cloak, exuding a strong sense of mystery, slowly walked out from the midst. The man walked straight to a place not far from Snowbye and stopped his steps. He took off his cloak and introduced himself. Sorry for the intrusion. Let me introduce myself. My ID is Black Flame, disguised by the demon mask, and I used the paid transfer to friend service to arrive here. Adding to the mystery, Fengshe transformed into Black Flame Blacksmith, suddenly appearing in Snowbye's team. The female assassin couldn't help but exclaim, Black Flame, is he the mysterious Forge Master? Another male warrior also looked shocked. Is it the master who brought one-shot deal to retirement? Snowbye introduced herself formally, saying, I have long heard of the renowned Captain Snow by the body-devouring serpent. Fengshe went straight to the point, saying, I heard that the body-devouring serpent is recruiting soldiers. I came here specifically to meet your captain and discuss cooperation. Snowbye said confidently, the body-devouring serpent is currently lacking a chief blacksmith. If you are willing to join us, the rewards are limitless. Little Aurora on the side quickly reminded in a low voice, Sister Snow, how can you be so sure he is the real Black Flame blacksmith? Have you forgotten about those scammers who tricked us so badly? Not long ago, upon learning that the body-devouring serpent was looking for many players pretending to be Black Flame, many players rushed to apply. In less than half an hour, the stock materials were wasted by the imposters. The result was that not even a gleaming chestplate was crafted. Snowbye, however, said firmly, someone who appears in this manner must be a master. Fengshe suddenly interrupted. Miss Bai, please don't misunderstand. I am cooperating with the body-devouring serpent as an equal. If I have to submit to the body-devouring serpent, then I will have to take my leave. Luna Xiao, upon hearing this, immediately showed a look of disdain. Such arrogance! To be able to cooperate with the body-devouring serpent as equals, at the very least, one must be a first-class guide of the same rank. Snowbye calmly said, there are not many forces qualified to have equal discussions with us, let alone individual players. What makes you think you are qualified? Fengshe, however, showed a faint smile and looked at Snowbye. He casually took out the level 10 Mystic Iron equipment forging blueprint from his backpack and displayed it all. Snowbye could hardly believe her eyes. She was extremely shocked. These were high-level forging blueprints. Luna Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, how on earth did you manage to get so many high-level forging blueprints? Fengshe showed a look of complete disregard for the body-devouring serpent. Do you qualify now, Miss Bai? And Luna Xiao kept asking about the source of the blueprints. Fengshe grinned, indicating that it was a trade secret. The extremely proud Luna Xiao could only eat a humble pie in anger. She no longer dared to underestimate Fengshe now. 2 hours ago, inside the Dwarven Tavern in Stonehammer Town, Blackbeard rubbed his big beard and said to Fengshe, Adventurer, can you help me get a cooling drink? I'm willing to trade a treasure with you. He then received a system prompt to obtain a repeatable quest from Blackbeard. The quest is to provide Blackbeard with 5 cups of cold drinks. After accepting the quest, Fengshe casually took out the pre-prepared ice fruit juice. The reason he hired Purple Mist to make ice fruit juice was for this quest. After Blackbeard picked up the fruit juice and tasted it, he immediately showed a look of amazement. Perfect quality ice fruit juice. Thank you, adventurer. This quest gives 5 cups of ice fruit juice each time. That can increase Blackbeard's favorability by 5 points for 10 copper. XP reward 250 points. Blackbeard drank up all 5 cups of juice at once. He even showed a hungry expression. In case he can never drink such delicious cold fruit juice again. What should he do? Fengshe, however, just smiled calmly. Don't worry, there are plenty of cold fruit juices. He immediately opened his backpack, revealing the backpack stuffed full of cold fruit juices inside. The system prompt immediately follows. Complete the quest. Blackbeard's request. 340 times. Receive 3,400 copper. Gain 85,000 XP. Mayor Blackbeard's favorability increases to 1,000 points, reaching the reverence level. Receive rewards. Blackbeard's key and 10 advanced blueprint pages. Fengshe couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. Not only did he suddenly level up to level 5, he also made a bundle of advanced blueprint pages. He even obtained the hidden reward, Blackbeard's key. That's the origin of the blueprint. With the forging blueprint, Fengshe found Snowby in the name of Black Flame and showed a backpack full of advanced design drawings to seek cooperation. Not long ago, Snowby, who doubted Fengshe's strength, suddenly looked serious and pondered secretly. I will never allow someone holding advanced blueprints cooperate with other guides. She bit her silver teeth and said, I agree with your request. One step at a time. When we reach level 10, we will let the main members wear this equipment. Whether it's leveling up or going through dungeons, efficiency will be greatly improved. But Fengshe turned around and said in a deep voice, But I don't want to cooperate with you now. Snowby and the others were suddenly at a loss, and stood blankly in place upon hearing this. Snowby suddenly blushed and held back. I offended you before. I apologize for my previous rudeness. Please reconsider our collaboration with Body-Devouring Serpent. Luna Zhao's eyes widened suddenly. Sister Snow, how could you bow to him? He's just a blacksmith. Snowby's expression turned serious as she said coldly, I have made up my mind. The person in front of us is indeed the Black Flame blacksmith. With him, we can ensure that Guide becomes the #1 in the realm. Fengshe heard Snowby's apology, and then stopped walking. Then he nodded and smiled. As the captain of the Body-Devouring Serpent, you have shown great responsibility. I am willing to cooperate with you and provide the best equipment for the Body-Devouring Serpent at the most suitable price. Snowby extended her fair jade-like hand formally and said, In the name of the captain of the Body-Devouring Serpent, our cooperation should be as solid as a rock. Fengshe also couldn't act too aloof. He simply shook her hand. However, Snowby unexpectedly discovered a familiar scent. Snowby suddenly turned to Fengshe and invited, Are you interested in teaming up to level up together at Fiss's Gorge? Fengshe readily agreed. Perfect timing. I also need to do a quest over there, he replied. Hide the key for the quest. Blackbeard. It needs to be obtained inside the Fallen Land in Fiss's Gorge. Heart of Titan. Snowby is full of curiosity about Fengshe's strength. She secretly rejoices. Great. This way, I can test out his strength. Later, Fengshe used the ID Black Flame. Joined Snowby's team. The shield warrior in the team suddenly felt a sense of comparison. Isn't Black Flame just a mere blacksmith? What qualifications does he have to join Snowby's battle team? The female assassin smiled and said, Don't worry. We'll see him make a fool of himself soon. Not long after, the group quickly arrived at the core area of Fiss's Gorge. This area is inhabited by a large number of level 6 monsters. It's a bird-like monster named Harpy. A large group of bird-like monsters are circling in the sky. The sheer number is astonishing. Snowby doesn't dare to be careless. She quickly orders, Everyone, pay attention to the sky. May, protect the healers at all times. The shield warrior suddenly spoke up, saying, I saw a post in the forum where players shared encountering harpies. He said that harpies would grab people into the air and then drop them. Players who were dropped to the ground would be instantly killed. Upon hearing this, everyone became instantly alert. Fengshe, on the other hand, disdainfully said, What are you afraid of? If anyone gets caught, it just means your positioning skills are too poor. The female assassin exploded on the spot after hearing this. What are you being arrogant about on the battlefield as a blacksmith? However, just at this moment, the bird-like monster's powerful claws on its legs charged downward swiftly, just like an eagle hunting, caught the female assassin in one go. Before everyone could react, the bird-like monster quickly soared into the sky, creating distance. Only the cries for help from the female assassin remained in the sky. Feng Shi couldn't help sighing and said, "Harpies always prioritize targeting the louder ones. Idiots!" Snow White's team just entered the core area of Phissis Gorge. Fate's words was quickly grabbed in the air by a bird-like monster. The shield warrior immediately jumped up high and shouted, "I'll save you!" But his agility attribute is still too low. The height of the jump is just a little short. Fate's words suddenly panicked. "Save me. I don't want to die." And the shield warrior, who fell, could only express his own helplessness. At the same time, Luna Zhao has already quickly finished chanting her skill. Suddenly, she threw a burst flame at the bird-like monster. The fiery explosion hit the body of the bird-like monster instantly. The flame engulfed the bird-like monster in an instant. The hurt bird-like monster immediately released Fate's words, and it dropped rapidly before it had a chance to react. The injured bird-like monster appears to be in a pitiful state. However, bird-like monsters have thick HP. This amount of damage is nothing to them. As for the falling Fate's words, it let out a piercing scream like a dying pig. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang resounded. She fell flat on the ground with a thud. The smoke dispersed. Above Fate's words, a whopping 15-30 points of damage floated. She instantly entered a state of critically low health. She couldn't help but say in disappointment, "Thought I was a goner this time." Luna Zhao straightened her proud chest, once again gathering flames. At the same time, she spoke, "Look at you, so pathetic." Fate's words quickly explained, "It's all because of that blacksmith who caused me to lose my temper." Feng Shi couldn't help but complain secretly. "You, on the other hand, are quite skilled at shifting blame." Although they saved the female assassin, the bird that had just regained consciousness let out an angry and piercing screech. It swooped down directly towards the group. But this time, its target was no longer Fate's words, but Feng Shi, who had been standing silently on the side. Just as the bird-like monster approached, Feng Shi's long sword in hand quickly swung up. A cold light flashed.